You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? It's Vodka stream time. Hopefully you have your drinks poured. Even if it's water, again, we don't discriminate around here. Hopefully you guys are doing good. Good. Let's get some little mood music on right here. Let's do that. Where are you at? There you are. All right. A little background music. There we go. All right. Welcome to Vodka Stream, everybody. We got plenty to talk about. My God. This week, even today, what the hell's going on out there, but in the movie nerdy world? Cheers, guys. Of course, I got my little vodka, as I call it, the junkie, I guess. It's because I placed my junk directly into the glass before. Anyways, no, it's not the case. That would burn. Why did I go there? I don't know. Because I thought it was funny. Cheers. By the way, you like my shirt? See the shirt? Yeah, that's right. It's Batman, giving the middle finger. That's right. Love it. Good fabric, too. Got this from my cousin Lisa, who saw this and was like, oh, got to get you that shirt. Again, I got tons of Batman shirts, but if, you had to... I told you guys earlier this week, my Mama Film Junkie, she showed me, she's all, check out this shirt. And I was like, oh, it's pretty cool. But I'm like, I got so many. But if you give me a shirt like this where you have Batman giving the middle finger and he looks all goofy and cartoony, I'm all for it, man. Love this. So thank you, cousin Lisa. Great stuff. All right. How we doing out there? Let's see. We got Anna right here. Shalom. Shabbat shalom. How's it going? Good to see you. I will always stand by Gal Gadot. Always look forward to Vodka streams. Thank you, Anna. Always great to see you out there. Let's see. J Fizz, why the fuck is Bradley Cooper wearing the House of El Shield? Please, no. He's cool, but hard, no. Well, I mean, it's Academy Award winning. Not award winning, but award nominated, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't seem that bad, but I'm going to talk about that, of course. Talk about the Bradley Cooper thing. Let's see. Gilmer, what's happening? That RDJ Stinger didn't do a lot to shed the Iron Man image. I don't know. I'm hoping Doom isn't all that snarky. It's going to be interesting. I think that's what a lot of people are kind of worried about. We got Jason Bourne right here. What's going on, Jason? Faith Alfred. Faith. What's going on, Ryan? Good to see you. Let's see, we got Versus Seed right here. Linda Cardellini as Lara. Her and Bradley Cooper are almost the same age and worked with Gunn. That's not a bad idea. I don't hate that. Not at all. I actually think that's a great idea. She just got cast as Pamela Voorhees in the prequel series to Friday the 13th. So maybe there could be something right there. We got Clone Avenger. I like the casting of Bradley Cooper. Tom Cruise would have been cool too. Yeah, a lot of people were suspecting, like, what if Tom Cruise ends up being JOR-EL? And it's like, yeah, I wouldn't have hated it, but at the same time, I was like, yeah, Tom Cruise, do Mission Impossible, crazy shit. Guy's gonna fly to the moon eventually, so, or Mars, or whatever planet he came from. But the reason leaked is kind of embarrassing. Yeah, and that's what I want to get into when it comes to this whole thing. There's like scooper drama. That's right, scooper drama, which is ridiculous. Braden, what's happening? Good to see you. Mr. Jason McKenzie, ahoy, ahoy. Mr. Jason McKenzie, thank you, sir, for the $30. Yeah, I'm already drunk. Just kidding. No, $30 super chat. Thank you, Jason. Always great to see you. Totally okay with it. All right. Let's see. Embarrassing too. Yeah, you know how people are. What's going on, Jalen? Good to see you. We got RJ right here. You're so pissed off today. What the hell? Why are you pissed off? Pour yourself a drink. It'll be okay. Hey, Amanda. We got Amanda in the house. What? Hey. What's happening? Good to see you. Actually, you actually said something. Anyways, Max Wolf Knight Danger. Hey, Dave, what up? I'm doing good. Sorry I haven't been on live stream. Yeah, how dare you? And Bradley Cooper is JOR-EL, Superman dad. What the heck? That is crazy. Pretty interesting. We got Samir right here. So I heard something got leaked online. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Something leaked online. What? What happened? Yeah, when you do a bunch of test screenings, it's gonna happen. Our Wix. Yes, I got spoiled on Reddit too. But respectively, why the thumbnail? Did they officially say it, or are you getting ahead of the spoiler? I'm basically just getting ahead of it. It's what everybody was talking about today. Whatever. If it is a thing, it is. Again, I'm gonna talk about that. I'm gonna put my little 2 cents into it because there's two sides of this whole little story about this right here that I want to talk about. Yeah, I'm just gonna give my 2 cents. So let me get to that point. I'm just saying hi to everybody. Of course, we got Daniel Lopez. What's happening? Gonna see Paul Rudd unicorn movie after work today. Can't wait for that beer. Cheers. Well, cheers to you, sir. I know it is kind of interesting because I do want to see that movie, but I saw, I saw The Working Man. That's right. I decided to go see Jason Statham kick the shit out of a bunch of people. He's a working man, which I'll give my full review. On The Working Man. Patrick, what's happening? Man of Steel fans need to take their blinders off when it comes to JOR-EL. It's possible that Bradley will put an equal and an impressive performance as Russell Crowe. I mean, that's a high bar. High bar, though, I will say, because Russell Crowe is just, I loved, just when he was doing all the, and just the way he talked and that opening scene in Man of Steel. Hey, we got Nicotino. What's happening? Where you been, man? What's going on, sir? We got Darren right here. Davis the man. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you too, Darren. Great to see you. Great to see you. We got Richard right here. I liked your tweets about the structure RJ. That sounds cool. Yeah. I mean, there's going to be details out there, and I'll get into all that. So, hey, we got Mama Film Junkie in the house. What's happening in the lounge? What's going on, Mom? Good to see you. Love you. See you Sunday. Gonna have some dinner with Mama Film Junkie on Sunday. So cheers. As you can see, you know the shirt. You know the shirt. Yes, I actually said something. Not lurking tonight. Yeah, that's right. Amanda is not lurking tonight, folks. So, so everybody say hi to Amanda. She's not just out in the shadows, like peeking in. She's actually saying things. That's good. Skate and geek out. Howdy, Dave. Happy Friday, everyone. I dig the casting. If it's true, he's a great actor. There we go. All right. And if you guys have any more questions to ask, by all means, ask questions. I'm going to give my full review of A Working Man. And then I'm going to talk about the crazy news that happened today and give my 2 cents. And then I have something else I actually want to talk about too. That was kind of interesting. That kind of came about. It has to do with we have another contender in my head for the DCU Batman. That's right. The Batman actor that could possibly put on the cape and cowl. Could have put on the cape and cowl for the DCU. I mean, obviously we got Robbie Pat. That's still going to be doing his own thing. Hopefully. I'm pretty sure it's still going to be good, but yeah. Anyways. All right, guys. Again, cheers. And thank you guys for, clicking in. So working man. That's right. I was a beekeeper last year. Today I'm a working man. Next year I'll be a gardener. That's my terrible Jason Statham impression. I don't know. I really have to I have to say certain words to get into that impression. I will say. And you know what the words are? It's because the very first movie I actually saw Jason Statham in was Snatch. Snatch is one of my all-time favorite movies. Guy Ritchie, obviously there's Jason Statham, there's Brad Pitt, and it's an ensemble of cast members, obviously British actors and everything. And I love that movie so much. It's one of my all-time favorite movies, Snatch. And then, of course, don't forget that prior to that, Guy Ritchie's first movie, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, also Jason Statham was in that as well. And that's basically where Jason Statham started if you think a great movie too. Just Snatch is better. And one of the things that I always loved, one of the best lines that he had is when towards the end of the movie, when they ask like, "Hey, what's in the car?" and he goes, "Seats and a steering wheel." So anytime that I want to get into a Jason Statham impression, I have to like say "seats and a steering wheel." You know, I don't know. That's you got to move your mouth a little bit. Seats and a steering wheel. And then you go, "Where's the girl?" You know, you just got to do stuff like that. So, anyways, Jason Statham, you can't go wrong. When you go into a Jason Statham movie, you know what you're in store for. You know he's going to kick ass. He's going to have these. He's going to have the lines. There's not a lot of range, of course. But I'm like I said yesterday, and and if you saw my first reaction, it's not going to be anything really different from that. Anything different from that. I'm loving the pairing between David Ayer and Jason Statham, and I said their combined names, their relationship name should be Stay Your Thumb. Call it the Stay Your Thumb trilogy because I hope they do one more movie. And I hope it's a movie that's not connected to the other movies. That's what's kind of funny because we are getting The Beekeeper 2, but David Ayer is not going to be directing it because he's directing that other movie that's going to be starring Brad Pitt, reuniting with him. So I love that. So I'm like, all right, you get David Ayer and Jason Statham should do one more movie, call it the Stay Your Thumb trilogy, and they're all different movies, you know? But then again, who knows? Maybe David Ayer will come back and do like a Working Man sequel. I don't know. Depends on how well it does. And to be honest, more people on Thursday at 4:00 on a Thursday, more people in the movie theater that me and my dad went to, they were present there than the screening of Snow White. Now, I know I just, again, I don't want to do that, but it was just kind of interesting. And I was like, man, there's a lot of, this is like, it was probably about 60, it was only like 70%, 60, 70%. Snow White, it was about 40%. But then again, it was two different movie theaters. So I really shouldn't do that comparison, but what can you do? But yeah, there should be like a Guy Ritchie, there should be like a Guy Ritchie reunion. There should be like something too. Because what's funny in this movie, A Working Man, there is another actor. I cannot remember his name. He had red hair when he was younger. Now it's kind of he's got the silver fox thing going on. But one of the guys that Statham has to take on, he was in Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels and Snatch. He was like one of those guys. He was the Guy Ritchie actor. And if you saw in the trailer, like the guy, like when he has him on the chair and he's like tilting him over the pool and everything like that. But it's that actor. I can't remember his name, but he was in Lock, Stock, and he was also in Snatch. So it was kind of like a little reunion right there, which was pretty cool. But yeah, like I said, if you like Jason Statham movies, if you like what David Ayer is doing, you like him as a filmmaker, and you know what, kudos to David Ayer. The opening title sequence is so freaking awesome looking. It looks so good, and it's just like, God damn it. The way that they just do that, because it kind of shows the backstory of the character, and it's showing all the people involved in the movie, the opening credits, but the way that it's all done, it's just so love it. Is that what his name is? Jason Fleming? Possibly. I can't remember his name fully. I was like, shit. I meant to look it up before I started, but yeah, he was one of the main guys in Lock, Stock, and yeah, he was in Snatch. He's one of the Pikeys. He had like kind of like a curly red mullet in Snatch. But I think you might be right. That does sound familiar. But he's in it. So it was kind of cool to see that little reunion. I was like, because when I first saw him, I went, wait a minute, I know that face. Oh yeah, it's that one dude. From Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. So it was kind of cool to see that. Anyways, go see it. It's fun. It's a fun little. Me and my dad, we had a good time with it. It was good times. Cheers. Good times, good stuff. All right. So, what happened today? Oh, geez, what happened today? Did something happen today? My God, something might have happened today. Yes, in fact, it did happen today. Oh, man, I tell you what, this Superman movie, Superman movie. The whole okay, so I'm just gonna say this right off the bat here, guys, and I've already prepared myself for it just because in my little line of work, in all this right here, I mean, I just no matter what, anytime one of these movies are going to be coming out, these big movies, I just prepare myself. I'm probably going to get spoiled by things. Okay, this I remember getting spoiled with things when it came to Batman vs Superman, because that's where I was really starting to take this channel very seriously, and I was covering everything Batman versus Superman. And naturally, anything that was coming about, I was reading things. People were sending me things. I got spoiled like crazy. Like I knew, but even before that third trailer that they released that revealed that Doomsday was going to be a part of it and they were all going to team up, I knew that was going to be the case. I knew that Superman was going to die. And I knew that there was going to be like some kind of weird, sequence where Batman was going to be taking on a bunch of parademons. Just a lot of stuff like that. But then of course, you just kind of saw stuff in the trailer. So who really cares? But, sometimes sometimes I'm okay. When it came to Infinity War, I only knew really about 2 deaths. I didn't know that ending where everybody was just going to, get snapped into non-existence when it came to that. So when it comes to this stuff, I'm already preparing myself to be spoiled by everything that happens in Superman. And what happened today, of course, was the fact that, yes, it was leaked or revealed. I don't know. Hasn't been confirmed. Now, mind you, it has not been confirmed by James Gunn that, in fact, Bradley Cooper is cast as Superman's biological dad, JOR-EL, the Kryptonian dad. And everybody was kind of wondering because I think there was like some suspicions that Bradley Cooper was going to have some kind of role in this movie because obviously he and Gunn have a great relationship and everything. And when I saw it, okay, so instantly when I saw it, obviously during the day it happened. I don't even know what time of day it happened, but when it happened, I saw DC Film News post it, and I automatically went, oh, there we go. We finally got JOR-EL. And I posted it myself because I was like, hey, I guess it's all official. And of course I had the, Grok create the image of him as JOR-EL. Of course I had to do it a couple times just to get things a little bit right. AI is not all that intelligent sometimes. I will say that. Anyways, I know people hate AI. Some people do. I use it as a tool for sure, but sometimes it is not smart. I had an argument with Grok one time because I was like, you're not giving me what, okay. But anyways, that's besides the point. I'm like, damn it, I'm already arguing with the robots. That's right. I'm going to be the first one to be eliminated. That's for sure. And when they rise up. So when that happened, I immediately thought it was like, oh, they reported that it's in the trades. That must be what it's all about. And when I saw people just like going crazy about it, and all of a sudden I saw people just like going, what the hell, this, that, and this. I went and looked back and went, oh shit, that was not from a trade. That was not from Deadline. That was not from the Hollywood Reporter. That was not from Variety. That was from a scooper, and it was from Viewer Anon. So basically, and this is the part that this is where my grievances come about, because if you actually saw the drama, because there's drama when it comes to this, and it's absolutely fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. And this is why Scooper Madness, the Scooper game, and Scoopers, they all suck because they all have these, fragile little big egos, which is annoying as shit because they're always trying to, and essentially they do spoil movies. That's what they end up doing. They end up spoiling movies or spoiling announcements or spoiling this, spoiling that. Obviously studios hate them, and it's kind of interesting. I'm just wondering, how do scoopers still nowadays get away with doing this shit? I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I mean, you would think at this point there would be some legal things that would be sent out or something like that. I don't know. But essentially what happened was the fact that Viewer Anon decided to confirm that Bradley Cooper is playing JOR-EL in Superman. And that's where it was all coming from. And it was like, what the hell? Why is he posting that? And then, of course, they, I don't even know what it's just Viewer Anon. But when the explanation was the fact that when they're called a liar or that they're not a good scooper or whatever the hell, that's what it was basically to put it out there, confirmed it, because obviously we have a bunch of test screenings that are happening. So people saw this. So it was confirmed. So then it was like, hey, I'm going to put this out there because somebody kept on like calling me a liar and calling me a liar. So I had to defend myself and blah, 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 blah. That's a bitch move. That's such a bitch move. Like, really? Really? Oh, just because you had to do that and you had to confirm with like people who went and saw a test screening to confirm, a scoop or something like that, prove you're not a liar. That's what's so sleazy about the scooper game. So sleazy. And one of the sleaziest ones I will actually give kudos to. And of course, you guys know who that is. That is, of course, Jeff Snyder, because I'll give kudos to him. The fact that he knew about this, and he posted that, oh yeah, whoever's playing the person who's playing JOR-EL, it's a big name and everything. And of course, everybody's going, what the hell? But what's funny is there were people that were going, what if Bradley Cooper is JOR-EL? People were fan casting him already, and people were already saying, hey, what if he's playing JOR-EL? So there's already that out there, but I will give kudos to Mr. Jeff Snyder for not actually revealing it. And then, of course, he called them out. And then there's quote tweeting all back and forth. There's all kinds of stuff like that. Again, I think all the scoopers are sleazeballs, specifically, that guy. But I do give him kudos for not revealing it and just kind of just teasing it and whatever the hell. But then again, what if he was just mad that he wasn't the one that posted the scoop? That posted that whole thing. He's probably just upset that he didn't get to it first and he was trying to be decent, and then all of a sudden look what happens. But then there was the reaction to all this. So the reaction when it came to this, and when I saw people that were getting upset and going, what the hell? This is a spoiler. This is this is that. I went, whoa. This is just a casting. This is not spoiling plot points or any story points. This is not spoiling a character that's supposed to be showing up in the movie. This is not spoiling the fate of a character that's showing up in the movie. This is just a casting thing. Like I said, when I first saw it on DC Films, I thought the trades reported it because I assumed, which I think a lot of us did, that JOR-EL was going to be in the movie. He is Superman's goddamn dad, for God's sakes. And then I'm just kind of going like, whoa, why is everybody saying like spoiler? Were you guys actually thinking that when you saw Bradley Cooper as JOR-EL in the movie, you were going to stand up and start cheering? Like there was going to be like this crazy crowd cheering moment? I'm going, what? No. Why would that be? I mean, just look back to the previous Superman movies. Let's go back to Man of Steel. Russell Crowe, JOR-EL. That was announced. That was already said. That was part of the marketing. That was part of the trailer. Okay? And then go all the way back to the first Superman 78, Marlon Brando. That was that was already known. That was already part of the marketing. So now we have another notable actor, and if you hate Bradley Cooper, fine, I guess. I think some people just hate him because he's associated with gun and stuff like that. There's that bias and everything. But at the same time, I'm going, yeah, this guy is directing movies. He went from like, the dickhead in Wedding Crashers to directing movies and getting nominated for said movies and, doing all that stuff. He's kind of created a name for himself. Not to mention, he seems like a really good guy because he literally co-owns a Philly cheesesteak restaurant, and he will actually go behind the counter into the kitchen, put on an apron, and serve people, make the sandwiches and serve them to people. He doesn't have to do that, but he does it. Seems like a good guy. I don't know. To me, it seems like a good guy. So if you hate him and whatever the hell, whatever. Okay, so there was that, and then I was like, okay, that just works because, yeah, I could see him being, looking at David Cornsweet. I'm like, all right, yeah, there could be something. There definitely could be something there. So then I'm just kind of going like, all right, so why is everybody going like that's a spoiler? I'm like, I think they would probably announce that before the movie came out, and obviously putting a name out there, another name that's going to be associated with this movie, couldn't be a little bit of a pull. People like Bradley Cooper for sure, could be something right there, and it's a small role. You think he's going to be in it throughout? No, and the The only reason why this casting for JOR-EL would actually be some kind of crazy spoiler, if James Gunn cast Henry Cavill as JOR-EL, that would be the only reason for it to be like totally spoiled. There was always, everybody just kind of goes like, what if James Gunn just did something really funny and cast Henry Cavill as JOR-EL? Wouldn't that be insane? And I thought, oh man, if he did that, I would laugh and just be like, wow, it'd be absolutely crazy. That would be the only reason why I would be upset for hearing this and not seeing it in the movie theater. Other than that, I didn't see the big deal. I'm just kind of going like, yeah, JOR-EL's part of Superman. I think we all assumed he was in it. It's played by Bradley Cooper. Fucking cool. Fine. Whatever. But there are going to be other spoilers out there for sure. They're going to spoil story points, plot points. But that could be blamed to the studio for doing so many goddamn test screenings. That's the sad part, is they're doing so many test screenings. It's crazy. But at the same time, there's a lot riding on it. So they're just like really trying to do some stuff. And yes, I've heard other things too, but I'm not going to talk about. Nothing like crazy, but I've just heard things. But yeah, it's just, but at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, I don't know why people were going like, I didn't want to know about this. I'm going, why not? There's nothing wrong with knowing who JOR-EL is. And the fact that if it's, and I'm pretty sure, we don't know 100% because it hasn't been fully confirmed. That'd be pretty crazy too if James Gunn was like, oh yeah, in the test screenings, we just had Bradley Cooper show up in a hologram, but it's actually not going to be Bradley Cooper. Wouldn't that be insane as well? I doubt that's going to be the case because that costs money. But yeah, so that's where I'm at. It's a bullshit reason why this whole thing came out. But at the same time, I don't know why people are freaking out and going, spoiler. Oh my God. When it's a casting. It's a casting that would most likely be revealed probably in June or the first week in July. I would not be surprised if this was already going to get revealed. Maybe you might even see him in the next trailer, the full trailer that we're going to get for Superman, which may or may not come next week, but probably next month for sure. So yeah, I didn't see the big deal when it came to that, but these scoopers is fucking stupid. Oh, these fucking scoopers, right? Oh my God. Cheers. Yes, I see Amanda saying that she wants Cavill as Superman again. Yes. Well, you can watch the end of Black Adam. I don't know if you saw Black Adam. He does, you might be pleasantly surprised about that one. All right, so another thing I wanted to talk about before we start bringing some peeps in here, when it comes to all this madness. Could show that, but I'm not going to show that. I'll save that for Film Junkie Live. But I wanted to show this because I don't know. Did not even think about this. Did not consider this actor until this recent photo shoot, apparently, when it comes to the DCU Batman. Because obviously we're kind of anxiously awaiting whenever that's going to be cast. And, you guys know that I'm a Brandon Sklenar fan. He's kind of like on the top for me. He's just up there. Jansen Ackles, Ackles, I always say his name wrong. But, there's just certain actors that are up there. And, Brandon Sklenar, just because the fact that he's like not super known, but he's coming up. He's got a voice. He's got the look. It's just kind of like, it's kind of working for me, at least when it comes to him. But we have a new player. When it comes to Batman right here that I thought, maybe, just maybe. Let me make sure I got my background up. Probably don't. But this is who I was like going, what? Well, maybe. I don't know. And that, of course, is Mr. Patrick Schwarzenegger. What? That's right. Arnold Schwarzenegger's kid. And I just saw this and I'm like, okay. I could see a little Bruce Wayne vibe going on right there. And then, of course, even right there, I was like going, maybe there's something there. Interesting. Obviously, the guy's going to be built because, he's got the genetics of a Mr. Olympia. So why not? And I just kind of went, what if Patrick Schwarzenegger would play Batman? Interesting. Not saying it's going to happen. And we all heard that he did try to submit an audition tape for Superman. Didn't happen. And we know he was in Gen V, right? And, but, you know, it was just kind of one of those things where I'm like, well, he's got the vibe. He's got the look. He's got a good jawline and everything. He's 31 years old. He's got like 4 or 5 kids. He got kids. And I'm just kind of going, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, but wouldn't that be crazy? It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger's kid plays Batman when Arnold Schwarzenegger played Mr. Freeze back in the 90s. Be kind of like a crazy little full circle type of moment or something like that. But who knows? I know a lot of people are going, he gives more of a Hal Jordan vibe. Yeah, probably does. Can he pull off the darkness? Can he pull off a Batman? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I just thought when I saw that, I didn't really consider him. But then I saw him. And then, of course, you know, when it comes to the stubble face right here, I mean, here, I'll even show you this right here because somebody dropped this clip. So you got the stubble face right here in the hair. And then somebody was like, there's a Bruce Wayne right there. Pulled from. I was like, maybe. Kind of see it. I don't know. Just one of those where I was like, But then again, I haven't seen him in much. I'm just going by pure aesthetics. So. But anyways, all right. So what are you guys talking about? Okay, let's see. What are we doing here? So that's pretty much all the spiel right here. We got Gilmore, the Guy Ritchie reunion movies, Wrath of Man. Oh, that's right, Wrath of Man and Operation Fortune, pretty good. Yeah. I saw the Wrath of Man. I didn't see Operation Fortune though. I didn't see that one. I always thought Bradley Cooper would make a great Batman too. I don't see him as Batman. It's one of the I don't see him as Batman. I know some people were kind of saying that, but yeah, I mean, I could see him as maybe a Bruce Wayne. He's swabby, like Playboy role. Yeah. I just didn't see him as Batman really. So let's see. Superman news is both pissing me off and cool. Like, what the fuck is this? What's going on, Axel? Good to see you. Fuck Scoopers. There you go. Wait. What's going on? Please give me... I don't know what TLDR. Give me the... I don't know what that is. I'm bad at acronyms. I really am. Taladia Plays. What's happening, sir? We got the Watcher here as well. What's going on? Sonny, facts. It ain't that serious. If anything, people should want to get excited. Yeah, exactly. When it comes to, it's just casting. It's casting. You got to be wary, though, because there's probably going to be, some leaks of story points and stuff like that. Fans upset over casting. Other breaking news, water wet. It's crazy. I do think the main reason why some are pressed is Cooper hasn't actually been revealed. Bro, it's not even part of the marketing, which is lackluster as fuck. It's lackluster as fuck. We're in March. Lackluster? I don't know about lackluster. That seems a little bit of hyperbole here, Sonny, but they have done certain things. Anyway, maybe now they'll have the juice to put Cooper in and start to showcase the actual depth of the film and why anyone should it beyond just Superman. Something to, okay. The big rumor is that Batman might be in this as a post-credit. Oh, yeah, I saw something like that there's supposed to be some big, huge cameo also that was also talked about. But at the same time, I think Batman is way too easy. Now, if it's someone from Batman's world, like someone from Gotham City, or if it's like someone like Alfred or someone like Lucius Fox, that would be pretty cool if you see somebody like that in Superman. Sure. But I think if we're jumping to that we're going to get a Batman cameo in Superman, I think that's a little too on the nose. That's a little too easy. I don't think Gunn would actually do that. I don't think he would flat out do that. Now, he stuck Batman. We saw his silhouette, of course, in Creature Commandos. That's what Gunn would do. He would put Batman in something like Creature Commandos, an animated series. that, a lot of people don't even know about this crew or anything like that. Yeah, he'd put Batman in there, but would he put him in Superman? I just don't see that. But I could see him maybe putting in one of the characters that are surrounding Batman, somebody from Gotham City, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, multiverse. Yeah, we might. I don't know. With him supposedly directing Blade, who knows? Will Highlander still happen? What? With him? Okay, he has 10 things on the IMDb. You're talking about Guy Ritchie? Is that what we're talking about? We're talking about Guy? I don't know. Know who we talking about? I'm also here for, Amanda's also a Sklenar fan. I can't see it. I'm not trying to be rude. I just don't see it. Maybe as Barry Allen. So you see Cooper as Barry Allen, but you don't see him as... Isn't Patrick a bit young to be Batman as a dad? He's 31 years old. He's got 4 kids or 5 kids. 4, 5, 4. He's got a bunch of kids. And again, you can't really think about it like in those terms, because you can add a little bit of salt and pepper to the hair. You could add some grizzleness. I mean, again, everybody always emphasizes. They always emphasize like, whoa, yeah, what's the actual character? What was the actual person's age? And we don't all look like our ages. That's the thing. Some of us don't. Some people do. Some people don't. So. Desert Eagle, steroids run in his blood. You talking about Patrick? Wait, there was a Batman announcement? No, there wasn't. It was just me kind of just going, hey, Patrick Schwarzenegger maybe could be up there to play the DCU Batman. That's it. What's going on? Bat Knight. Let's see. When it comes to Richardson as Batman, I won't dismiss, because what had Heath Ledger done to the forecast Joker? Well, he was really good in Brokeback. He was really good. No, I mean, I just never saw Alan Richardson as Batman. I don't know. For some reason, he just didn't give that vibe to me. But I mean, if he were to end up being it, I would not hate it for sure. So, Bradley Cooper was rumored for Hal Jordan in 2011 movie along with Justin Timberlake. Well, it wasn't like the fact that he was rumored was because he actually auditioned. He actually auditioned as well as Justin Timberlake, which that would have been interesting. Justin Timberlake doing, reciting the Green Lantern oath. That would have been interesting. That just would have been interesting. In darkest day, in blackest night. Oh, man. Can you imagine Justin Timberlake doing that? Or are you talking about Chad Stadowski? Okay. That's what you were talking about. Chad. Yeah, he's got a lot going on right now. Oh, Patrick is Barry Allen. Okay. Bradley Cooper, do me a favor. What's going on, Black Red? Still waiting on Henry Cavill Highlander film. Yeah, it's supposed to be kicking into gear. See Patrick as a young Hal Jordan in flashbacks. He doesn't look like what's his name now. I don't know if that'll work. Did you hear about McFarlane losing the DC deal? I did hear about that. It's not going to take place till 2026, though. It's not going to take place till next year. And apparently, they're probably going to have probably one of the last runs for DC, and McFarlane is going to be Superman, most likely. You hope that Jensen Ackles or Alan Richardson as Batman and Superman Legacy. I hope there's not a Batman cameo. I mean, I won't hate it, but just go with an unknown so they don't critique so hard. You talk about for Batman, well, that's why Brandon Sklenar, even though Brandon Sklenar is now starting to be a name because he was in that movie that it's all controversy when it comes to Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni, Balls. I don't know. So, and that's the thing. It's like, now he's starting to get up there. But then, of course, he's in, whatchamacallit, he's in Yellowstone, like 1923 or 1823, whatever the hell it is. It's one of those shows I still got to get into. These damn sunglasses. Can't see shit when it's too dark. But I don't know. He doesn't have to do much He does not have to do much. That dude's pretty built. He doesn't have to do too much when it comes to getting in shape for Batman. That's for damn sure. He doesn't. I also want to thank the executive producer today when it comes to obviously all this week on Film Junkie, Mr. Justin Nouth. I talked about I don't have I should have his name like flashed up right here, but Justin, thank you for supporting the channel on Patreon. And yes, guys, I think I'm going to I'm pretty sure Patreon stream is going to be happening tomorrow. Patreon and members. So if you're a part of the membership program on YouTube or you're supporting on Patreon, we're going to do a Saturday version of the Vodka stream. And you guys can come on. I'll send you guys the link. And you guys can come on and be part of the panel. So if you guys want to do that, subscribe, be a member, or subscribe to the Patreon. Arnold has 5 kids. Arnold has 5 kids. He's one of 5 kids. Okay, so I read all that wrong. I did read all that wrong. Yeah, Arnold has probably more kids than that. We just don't know about it. Right? What can I tell you? I get horny. Sorry. Fear Jason, what's happening? What is going on, sir? Great to see you. Alan Richardson is my pick for Batman. Joe, yeah, okay. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't hate it, but I'm just not. What do you think about Wes Bentley as Batman? I could see, Christopher Nolan said that he almost was. He was in the top choice when it came to Batman Begins. Did you know that? Apparently he was a choice, back when Christopher Nolan. I mean, obviously they were looking at young, old. They were looking at the different age ranges. I think Wes was like kind of, he was pretty young back in 2004, 20 years ago. I don't know how old he is now, but I think they were looking at him at first. I think Christopher Nolan even said that he was looking at him. And of course, he was in Interstellar. So, yeah, he would have been a good one. I think he would have been. He's got those eyes. He's got those like eyes. Those, he was in a Ghost Rider, right? He was a villain in Ghost Rider. If we're in the multiverse and actors are being recycled, let's use all previous DC actors. I mean, they did try that with The Flash, and it didn't go over all that well. There's so much hyperbole and disingenuous discussion about James Gunn's Superman movie. Yep, that sounds about right. Like I said, nowadays, with how everything is crazy, and there is a lot of hyperbole. There is a lot of this, is a lot of that. 10 years ago, 9 years ago, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, when it came to the Snyderverse and all that stuff, yeah, it was crazy, but not as crazy as it is right now. Obviously, it's all been amplified. So take the crazy that was happening then, and now it's amplified, 100% amplified. So, Jesus Christ, I tell you. All right, let's go ahead and turn off the music and start bringing some people in here. Ooh, brightness. Take the shades off. Put the Clark Kent glasses on. But yeah, so Tom Welling animation might outshine this movie. You think so? I don't think that that's going to be the case. I know people have a love for Smallville and everything like that, but I don't think it's going to outshine the summer blockbuster version of Superman. I don't think that that's going to be the case. I mean, I get there's going to be a lot of people out there, but at the same time, it just sounds like you might have a little bit of a bias there, J Fizz. It's okay. We all do, right? Are you familiar with Matt Ryan's Constantine? For me, he is like RDJ. Yeah. No, I watched the first season of Constantine that was on NBC, and I really enjoyed it. I thought he was a great Constantine. But then of course they moved it over. They moved it over to another network. I don't know if it was CW at first. Was it CW they moved it over to? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah. All right. Hey, we're going to be joined by Scott again. What's happening, Scott?
Not much. Just in my car going to a movie.
Yeah, I was about to say, aren't you on vacation right now? What's going on here?
Well, just got back today, actually. But
Oh, that's right. You were coming back today. Oops.
yeah, but I don't have to go back to work until Sunday morning on my birthday, of course. So
Yeah.
I'm seeing a movie tonight, and
What
then
are you seeing?
I'm going to go see Death of a Unicorn,
Nice.
and then I'm going to go see A Working Man Sunday night as my birthday present to myself.
There you go. I think you'll enjoy it. It's just your straightforward Jason Statham movie. Some interesting and one of the things, there's some interesting layers in there that I'm kind of like going, I think I see what you're doing here, David Ayer, a little bit, which is pretty cool. But how was vacation?
Vacation was nice. I pretty much shared what I did. Spent 2.5 days working on a 1,000-piece puzzle because I'm
Yeah.
old, but it's fun. I honestly the largest jigsaw puzzle I've ever done. So it was fun. It was like my one place where I would get like the dining room table like to myself. I'd just be like, everyone, leave me alone. Daddy's working. And
It was a beautiful puzzle too. It was a good
well,
one.
thank you. But then did some hiking, did some horseback riding. There was a wildfire that we could see from the deck. I just had all the things going on for my spring break.
Yeah, you definitely did. And how was the weather up there?
Oh, weather was gorgeous. I mean, it would get down to about 40s a couple of times, but no, it was just wonderful God-given spring weather. It was so nice. So like you do the hike, we did
Yeah.
about 2.4 miles, and you never broke a sweat.
Of
Like it
course.
was just
That's what's nice about that cold weather is like when you get warm, you're not going to sweat your ass off. You're just going to get that coolness that keeps you kind of regular.
yeah. So it was nice, and the drive back today was pleasant. So Heather and I were just chilling out. We got the boys doing their own things, and we were this close to finishing the first season of Landman on Paramount Plus with Billy Bob Thornton. So watching that, and got caught up on 1923 while we were up in the mountains. So it's all these things, all the things. It was a very nice. So I'm ready to watch some freaky A24 horror comedy tonight. I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I definitely want to see that movie. I'm not going to I mean, it looks like it's batshit crazy. I've heard mixed reviews when it comes to Death of a Unicorn, but at the same time, I'm a Paul Rudd super fan. I love that guy. I'll watch him in anything that he's in. And it just looks like one of those movies where I'm going to walk out of this thing going, what the hell was that? And I loved it. I just have a feeling that it could be that. But, my dad wanted to see A Working Man.
Oh no,
And
I completely understand.
yeah,
It's one of those that I'm seeing Death of the
so did I
Unicorn
want to see it.
tonight because it's also in like the really nice. Um, Not I got the one movie theater I go to that's got the IMAX that's like 15 minutes away, and then I've got the other movie theater with the leather recliners and the bar and all that.
Yeah,
That's like
get yourself
five
a
minutes.
drink.
Yeah. So but they have like a premium screen theater that's even better than all the other screens. And so this was the night I could catch Death of a Unicorn on that screen. And so then I thought, then I'll see Working Man on, or
It's a
I'll see.
good birthday movie.
Yeah, it's a good birthday movie because I love The Beekeeper.
Yeah,
So that pairing of David Ayer and Jason Statham is like, yeah. So if
dude.
it's anything like that, I'm totally in.
Yeah. You're gonna like that. And like I said, I think I came up with the name of Stayer Thumb. Stayer Thumb. That's their relationship combination name. And I hope they do another one so we can have an entire trilogy. Stayer Thumb trilogy. I don't know if it'll be obviously he's not going to do Beekeeper 2, but they are making a Beekeeper 2. This one right here, I mean, who knows? Maybe this should just be a one-off, but then who knows? I hope they do something else together so we can have like a trifecta of Stayer Thumb.
I mean, I'd be down for that. Those two seem to work really well together, and
Yeah.
I really enjoy that. So I'll have to catch up on the Vodka stream later. They're talking about topics that like I watched I was there for your Monday Film Junkie Live. I missed your Wednesday one, but there have been some interesting topics that I knew came up that I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts on. You kind of broke the news for me about this whole, Superman thing. I hadn't even heard about your tweet saying that this is what tonight's rant's going to be about. Was like my first time, like, oh, okay, because I could put two and two together and go, oh, I see what you're talking about here, and so I'll be interested to see what I'll have to do the catch-up game. Also depends on how long of a movie Death of a Unicorn is, so I might be able to jump in later after the movie, because I've done that before.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are on that movie.
Yeah, you'll get some very fresh first reactions if I can jump in on that. But I mean, Paul Rudd, Jenny Ortega. Yeah, this is I have a feeling I'm gonna like this.
Yes, seems like it's just gonna be one of those quirky, weird, fucking right up our alley right there. So, but please join back and let us know.
Oh, I absolutely will. I'll be completely lost on what the conversation is because I've been so unplugged. I've been on vacation and unplugged. But life is so peaceful when you're unplugged.
Dude, I tell you what, I know. I can't wait to do something like that soon. I need to do that soon. I need to unplug from the Matrix sometime soon, hopefully.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go. I'm close to the movie theater.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and give up my spot so somebody else can join in. But I knew I was gonna have a few minutes on my way to the movie theater that I wanted to definitely jump in and say hi to the peeps.
Yes. Everybody say hi to Scott in the chat and say hopefully you enjoy your movie and enjoy your drink that you'll have at the movie, of course.
Oh yeah. How did you know I was gonna have a drink, Dave?
Of course, it's Friday. You said that they have drinks there. Of course, you got to have one at least. You got to do
one because damn, they're fucking expensive.
Oh yeah, exactly. You don't want to, and then of course you don't want to have to like pee, during the movie also.
Oh, no, there's the pee break that happens before you walk into the theater.
Exactly. You got to get that out. You got to get that over with. But sometimes you order a beer, that thing will go right through you. But
I'm usually pretty good. I mean, the whole, the whole, even when I turned 40, everything went downhill when I turned 40. So, but can't stay awake during movies at 10 o'clock at night and all this and that. But yeah, I've definitely got you hit the bathroom first before you go into the movie theater. I got that down.
Nice. All right. Well, enjoy yourself, sir. And click back in when you want, when you can, and let us know how it is.
I will.
All right. Enjoy yourself.
Hey, talk to you later.
Bye. All right. We got a nice little visit from Scott right there. I love it. And then now we're going to have William and we're going to have Chris joining in. What's happening, guys?
Howdy. How do I sound? No echo?
Yeah, but you sound a little low. You got to turn your volume up a little bit. That's all. Just a little low. So maybe just check the volume on that. Nice shirt, Chris. Love it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do some Daredevil talk tonight too, for sure, because we got 2 episodes.
How about that?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Oh, nice.
That's better. Yeah, that's better. But thank you guys for joining. Of course, when Scott was in here, I was like, oh, yeah, I'll bring you guys in. But at the same time, I was like, he's probably going to be bouncing pretty soon. So we'll get him back here after. I'm kind of curious because I wanted to see Death of a Unicorn, but I was going, yeah, but I'm going to, support David Ayer. My dad, of course, wanted to see Working Man. And I'm like, yeah, nothing. You can't go wrong with a Jason Statham. I'm going to beat the shit out of everybody looking for somebody type of movie. You just can't go wrong.
Nah, he lives up to the expectations. You go into there, and those movies are as advertised. I might go see it later on this evening. Who knows? But I might wait till Sunday. But I definitely, even though from the trailers it basically looks like The Beekeeper 2, I don't mind that. I mean, I enjoyed The Beekeeper.
Yeah,
I enjoyed Hobbs and Shaw. I mean, I've enjoyed pretty much everything he's in. He makes, like I said, The Meg is a ridiculous movie, but they're fun, and he's what Steven Seagal would have been if he could act.
If Steven Seagal could act, and if Steven Seagal could actually fight a little better, and then if Steven Seagal was jacked. See, that's the thing is like Steven Seagal, yeah, he was good for the time. And, I'll appreciate the Under Siege movies and some of his other random movies. But I mean, but he just had like just kind of just one speed. And then when you look at the fight choreography, it just, I don't know, it looked too choreographed at times. And when Statham came onto the scene, I mean, obviously the first movie I saw him in was Snatch, which was not an action movie. But then The Transporter, that was when it was like, oh shit, who the hell is this guy? This guy can freaking move. And not to mention he's jacked and he just looks like a badass. He's
Crank.
pretty much who Steven Seagal would want to be for sure.
Yeah, Crank. Transporter is where I first saw him.
Crank.
All the Transporter movies, the last couple of them weren't that good, but like I said, he's great in them. Crank is ridiculous. The whole thing. I forgot what's the movie where he has the bomb on the bottom of the car and he launches a vehicle, flips the vehicle up to take the bomb off. It's ridiculous. That's the kind of insane stuff that's in his movies. And they're always fun though.
That wasn't Death Race, was it? No.
I think it was either Crank or Transported 2. I'm not sure. I got to go back because, like I said, the one thing about his movies is that they're kind of all the same. But I don't. That's what I want. I don't want to complicate the formula that he has. Just,
well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like he is like. I mean, obviously, when we talk about Tom Cruise, and Tom Cruise is on a whole other level when it comes to his movies and the way that he does action. But Jason Statham is kind of just below him, where it's like it's B-roll-esque, but it's not. It's like B plus. I don't know how to explain it. But there's like, it's because even watching Working Man last night, I went, yeah, this feels B-roll, but it feels better than it's not something that you're just going to watch randomly on Hulu or on USA on fucking, on Saturday, where it's just some random action movie. It feels B-roll, but it's like the quality in the action and the choreography is A. But the plot is like, we know the plot. We've seen the plot a million times. Mm-hmm. We've heard the lines, and it's just, that's what's B-roll. But at the same time, it's handled with care. It's somebody like David Ayer, and man, I would actually love to ask him a couple of questions because there is some symbolic things in this movie that I think he was really going for, which is kind of crazy because my screen, my TV is showing the moon right now. Pay attention to the moon. When you're watching Working Man, there's like, I was like going, what is going on with the moon? There's got to be something. And I'm like, man, if I could have asked David Ayer, why is the moon so big? Just pay attention to the moon, and then pay attention to like what the bad guys wear and certain things. I'm going, there's some layers to this that I think David Ayer is definitely going for that are not just like right up in your face. And I'm going, good for you, Ayer. You knew what you were doing. You knew the assignment. And it's written by David Ayer and Sylvester Stallone, by the way. Sylvester Stallone helped produce it and wrote the movie. So pretty cool.
It's like kind of like William said, we know what we're getting with David Ayer. And that's what makes, we always have issues with critics to begin with, but you can't equate David Ayer to a Martin Scorsese and say like they're two different types of filmmakers. They're two different types of genres of film. And I don't go to a David Ayer film to see the most quality acting ever at that point, especially if it's Jason Statham. I appreciate what he brings to the screen. I mean, that's what made the whole idea of the Expendables a fun idea. It's like you bring all the meathead macho heads all together of every single action genre known to man and put them together in I don't know, when we were playing with our action figures at that point, this was our dream to have them all together and see what would happen. It's just sit back, enjoy, and as one of my friends who hates this phrase, but I'll still use it, I'm going to turn off my brain and not think for a while. Yeah,
people that don't like that, I don't get that. Like
it's just not their tempo.
I get that, but I'm good. But at the same time, I'm going, I don't know, maybe it's just because you just grow up on those kind of movies and you see like a million of those movies and you just kind of go, okay, here it is. Here's the good guy. Here's the bad guy. Something happens in the first act. And then all of a sudden there's like a revenge story. But I don't know. I never get tired of that. I mean, I'll still watch something like that now. I even watched. There was like a few weeks ago. I watched some Jean-Claude Van Damme movie that randomly started playing on Hulu. I forgot what it was called, but it was just kind of cool to be like, oh, here's Jean-Claude Van Damme. This was in 2022 that this came out, and here he is. He's still kicking ass. He's still doing his thing. He's playing. Obviously, he's playing like some kind of strung out cop and everything, and it's just kind of funny because it's like, he's not really pulling that off, but at the same time, I appreciate it, because I grew up on Van Damme movies as well. So yeah, I don't know. There's just this genre, and like I said with the Beekeeper, I said it with this again. It's like David Ayer's not trying to reinvent the wheel. He's just letting you know the wheel still works. It's still rolling. There's no punctures in it. The axles are greased. Everything is good. Where it's like, hey, this type of genre movie, it could still work. But as long as you treat the action, you treat the everything with care, people are going to resonate with it. And it was my theater was probably about 60% full. I mean, people are like going out to see just like something like this. They're like, hey, I'm tired of all the big movies. I don't need to see all the big Disney movies or the superhero movies. I just want to see a bald dude kick ass. That's it. Sometimes that's what people want to do. And then of course we got Phil joining. What's happening, sir?
Sorry, I was reading something that caught me off guard. Chris, William, do you guys know who the all new Venom is?
I got. I purposely spoiled myself because I haven't been a fan of what's been going on, and I saw it. I was like, well, it's at the top of the pile, not because I'm interested, because I read bad to good, because I don't want to end my reading. I like to end being happy, and
I literally just looked at the pictures and whatnot, and I was like, oh, that's bold. That's gonna piss people off, but
I'm not even annoyed by it. I'm just like, all right. Who else needs it?
It's certainly a choice.
Spider-Man. Man, it's
right there, William. You got it.
I wished they need to come in and totally reform the Spider-Man books, because right now it's just like it's like a piece of luggage with everything you've ever owned in this one bag, and you can't even lift it up. And then they try to get you to lift it up by saying, what else is in that bag, right? And this is just another one of those moves. It's been that way for a long time as far as with Spider-Man. Not with Miles Morales, but with Peter Parker proper. It just doesn't seem that they have a handle what they want him to be. And this kind of stuff, it's a tough sell. But hey, I could be wrong. Maybe people enjoy that particular person as a Venom. I don't know. I haven't given up on Spider-Man, but I don't know if they have. It just doesn't seem like there's an effort into putting something together that's coherent and cohesive as far as a long-term story like it was back in any different era. Maybe it's because I've been collecting too long, but in the 80s and up to the mid-90s, after the mid-90s, it was, you had a compelling arc from Craven, Sin Eater, all the way up through the 90s. You always had something going on with Spider-Man that was compelling. It's really hard for me these days. It's the last book I read, so I hope it changes.
Oh, I haven't read like a modern 616 continuity Spider-Man book in ages. I just was happened to be scrolling and I see this image of apparently it's a leak of a variant cover, and it shows like that, because I guess that's been the thing of like, oh, who's the new Venom, because it's Venom in a gold I looked
at it too. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I saw it. I typed it in. I was like, oh, that's a choice.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. It doesn't help that they solicit these comics and show you this stuff in advance. So
no.
I know this is not the writer of Venom, but going to William's point of Spider-Man, it's one of those situations where I like Zeb Wells. I enjoy a lot of things that he writes. Spider-Man is not one of them. That's not. It has continued to just be not where he shines, and just all the different pivots. It's almost like, how much can we shock the world when it comes to Peter at that point?
Yeah,
and that's not That's not necessarily like I'm all about like be creative, change it up a little bit at that point. But it's shock for shock value. I mean, for crying out loud, the whole beginning of it, just of his run, just okay, what happened with these 6 months and things like that, and then yeah, okay, it's one thing to have the Parker luck to constantly beat this guy down, but it's just now we're just making him look foolish in this whole idea of like the 8 deaths of Spider-Man at that point. Oh, for crying out loud!
Yeah. And it doesn't help. What really hurts it in contrast is the fact that you have Ultimate Spider-Man and then Miles Morales, and it's bracketed, and it's like, it's like, wow. It's like it doesn't help that those 3 are all in circulation while you're doing this. And so Zeb Wells, to me, he's, quality wise for me, he's like Keith Giffen on Justice League. I adore Keith Giffen, but what he did on Justice League was not what, him and Al Gordon and all these other guys, when they built Legion of Superheroes, they built Legion of Superheroes. Legion of Superheroes was basically not a joke, but it wasn't what it was before they took it over. And throughout that run. But when I see him on other stuff, I'm like, ooh. So that's what I feel about Zeb Wells and Spider-Man. But it's like, man, I want them to do something big with Spider-Man. But I don't want them to do like a hotshot storyline, a headline grabber. I want them to do something that, builds up, over the course of time and keeps you going. Like, okay, for instance, a Hobgoblin storyline in the mid 80s. I know I'm dating that, but it took them almost 2.5 years to reveal, that storyline built up over time.
Sure.
It wasn't just a Hobgoblin busted through 238 and then the next issue it was this guy. He built over time. And they don't seem to want to do that with a Spider-Man. At least not in a way that it's compelling. So
that's how I felt about Dan Slott on Spider-Man. Like I remember right in 2011 when they killed Ultimate Peter Parker and introduced Miles, and then not even like maybe a year or two later, Dan Slott in the main Spider-Man book was like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill Peter Parker and make it Dr. Octopus," and I was like, "Are you fucking serious right now? Really?
Yeah.
This is what we're doing?" And it was the doofiest issue of Spider-Man I had ever read, issue 700. I will never forget how fucking corny the writing was in that book. Because he literally says, like, at the tail end of the issue, is like, "I will be a better Spider-Man than Peter Parker." I was like, this is seriously the best you can fucking come up with? Are you for real right now?
Yeah,
then he wrote Iron Man, and I was like, oh, this is even worse somehow. Oh, my God. It was awful. Dan Slott's a nice guy. I like Dan Slott's Fantastic Four stuff, but when it comes to Spider-Man, especially when it comes to Iron Man, nope. Big nope. Not for me. No.
I enjoyed Superior. I think that's definitely one of Dan Slott's best in the sense of I understand like the use of dialogue. It can be somewhat tricky there, but I definitely think that was. I remember I was even freaking out. It's like, oh my God. With everything with comics, he was going to come back. I always knew it was a matter of time.
Sure.
But it was an interesting direction, but it had as it went on, it's saying, okay, this is fascinating to me. This is an interesting idea with the idea that I know Peter's coming back.
Yeah, and it's always it's like the Justice League. It's like when you do these things, whenever you do something dramatic with a character, the payoff can't be so predictable as the fact that he's just going to go through this. And there's a writer. Somebody put something in the chat, and there's a writer who I think Marvel should hire. I don't care if it's only for 6 to 8 months. I would love to see Frank Miller write Spider-Man for a year. Because Frank Miller would understand the mission, because where Daredevil was prior to issue, I think 158. He's a superhero, but not one that's taken as seriously as he was post 20. By the time Frank Miller wrapped up with his first run, not only did he transform that character, he transformed comic. He gave people permission to write stories. Like he had Karen Page and pouring it on heroin, and this is shit that you could buy at 7-Eleven right off the rack. So it wasn't like he doesn't hold back. And I'm not saying necessarily do those exact same things with Spider-Man, but I'm saying change the way people look at Spider-Man in the same way that he changed the way they looked at Daredevil. And same thing with Batman.
And Batman. Yeah,
Batman, he rehabilitated Batman from the
he brought him to the darkness. He brought him back to the darkness from all the fucking, everybody was just like, hey, he's got to be,
That's right here.
Adam West.
Born again. Right here.
There you go. Yep. Literally born again.
Yeah, everybody needs to be reading these things. Everybody needs to be reading whatever format. I picked that up, and these right here. Like I said, Frank Miller and Chris Claremont were the two writers who you didn't say no to in their era. They did what they wanted to do, and you said yes or they left, and then you had to deal with that fallout.
Well, I mean, even with Chris Claremont, when they gave him X-Men because he was still so young and no one wanted it, and they said, well, if the young guy fails, oh well, we're not going to fire him, but no one else was getting X-Men.
Well, yeah, because it was canceled. It had been canceled.
Oh, yeah.
It was on reruns for 30 issues.
Yeah.
But after 1980, I would say after 1980, that's where he established himself after the Byrne era. That's where he established himself as a guy that, if he started taking risks and wherever risk he wanted to take. And Frank Miller was from day one. Frank Miller came in, and by the time he got to, 1982, Frank Miller was doing whatever story he wanted to do. The kind of stuff he was doing in comics in 1982 to 1985 wasn't the kind of stuff that Marvel was necessarily known for. Mm-hmm. And he did it. And that's what Spider-Man needs that right now. I'd have him draw it, have him write it, get Klaus Janson with him. Because Klaus Janson helps write, believe it or not, he helps come up with some of the ideas. That kind of era right now is what Spider-Man needs, to be honest with you.
I mean, in mainline, sure, but I think that's kind of being achieved with Ultimate, with what Hickman's doing with Spider-Man.
Yeah, well, definitely. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but as far as like mainline continuity, the 616, I can't agree more. I think that Spider-Man in the mainline continuity is just like gone in such a like, I don't even know how to put it in words. They've just done so much shit with him since the late 2010s. It's just like, where the fuck do we take this character? We really don't know. Like, it's been kind of aimless.
Well,
as far as the direction.
What they did with Ben Reilly the last time, it's just like, what did you do to my boy?
Oh God, yeah, that was wild.
That needed to be burned. That was quarter comic material straight from the presses. And Ben Reilly has a good history. You could do something with him. Ben Reilly, listen, back in the mid 90s, this is how the difference between, I know this is hilarious, but in the mid 90s, two different companies had two different decisions to make. One of them had balls, and the other one lost their balls. Marvel, when Ben Reilly came through, I remember this being solicited to us because it was my second year in, and they were like, "This is the new Spider-Man. Ben Reilly is going to be Spider-Man. It's going to be the fact that he was always Spider-Man and the identity switch." What they were going to do, because you could not give away Spider-Man. You couldn't give Spider-Man to a homeless person and say, "Here, keep yourself warm with this." No, you weren't doing anything with Spider-Man. Well, at that point, they overprinted. So what they were going to do is they were going to get young collectors in that weren't going to come in and buy 300 issues of Spider-Man because they didn't feel connected to it. Ben Reilly, from that point on, was supposed to be Spider-Man from that point on. And Peter Parker from 128 was supposed to be the clone. And what ended up happening is everybody wrote in and said, "You can't do this. This is sacrilege." And I'm like, this is a great idea. I had never sold so many issues of Spider-Man. But they listened to those guys. And my question to them was, where the fuck were you guys when this comic was at the bottom of a birdcage and nobody was buying it? Now you're here when they do something bold. Now, conversely, Green Lantern, when Ron Mars, when those guys took over Green Lantern and they killed off Hal Jordan and they replaced him with Kyle Rayner, they got death threats. Mm-hmm. They got death threats about that. But you know what? They stuck to it. And in my opinion, Kyle Rayner kept Green Lantern relevant. Green Lantern was on its way to getting canceled, I think, for a third or fourth time. I think that was volume 3 where they first hit Immortal Twilight. That's another book.
When was this?
1994.
This was in 1994, 1995.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's where Parallax and all that came from.
Yes.
That part of it I didn't.
That's
that part of it I could have done
without. Became Parallax, right?
Right.
Yeah, he turns rogue and he absorbs all the power battery. And there's one ring. Ganthet gives it to Kyle Rayner. And from that point all the way up to 2008, 2010, Kyle Rayner was your primary Green Lantern, and it saved that book. That book was literally 3 issues away from being thrown away again.
Well, that's what was so interesting about, like, Scott and I talked about on DC Fanimated, where he brought up the fact that the reason why when they introduce Green Lantern and Superman the Animated Series, it's Kyle and not Hal, because at the time, that's who was the main Green Lantern in the books, because that's what was going on in the books was like, oh yeah, Hal became Parallax. So Kyle was like the guy. even though there's like an Easter egg in that episode of Superman the animated series that shows Hal Jordan's name, but at the same time, it's like they basically were going, well, we're going to do Kyle Rayner because he is who is currently the Green Lantern.
Yeah, go back in the day when they had letters in the comics. Go read some of that shit.
Oh yeah, they're annoyed by it.
They were incensed by it. But once again, same question as it goes with Spider-Man. Where were you guys? This is the third volume of Green Lantern, and they were literally talking about canceling the book. So that's why the risk was not as big for them, because if it failed, then they were going to cancel the book anyway. But it didn't. It took off, and Kyle Rayner, and the reason why is because he represented the people who were buying comics at that time.
Yeah,
and it gave them a doorway in. So yeah, Spider-Man needs something like that. Something the main line, not the Ultimate. Ultimate is doing just fine. Miles Morales does just fine, but that Peter Parker 616, man, it's
going even to Kyle. I mean, look how much Kyle has always continued on in the sense of Hal is the quote unquote legendary Lantern in the sense of like where it's going on, but Kyle has basically been the torchbearer. And has gone through so many different iterations of basically entered what I'll call God mode at different points. He's been the one there's this great TikToker, I can't even remember his name, but he went through every single Green Lantern, like major Green Lantern from Stewart to Guy to Kyle, Hal, like all how damaged they are and the life in the sense of if you just look at, I'll just use this Guy Gardner. If you just think of him as the doofus and the jock at that point, look up his whole like what he's been through and basically taking. I loved it when he took off his ring, went out to Atrocitus and say, "Let's go. I don't need my ring to take you down."
Yeah, he has a backstory. But yeah, it had gotten to the point in the mid '90s where they were giving more pages to Nort. Than they were to a mainline Green Lantern. And I'm like, this book is about to go. And that, one of the things about Death of Superman and all that was good for comics was the fact that the coastal city being destroyed, all that stuff led to right into all that. Because once again, the way they were doing things in the early 90s, I think really put both companies into where they were near bankrupt. Warner Brothers wasn't going to let DC go bankrupt, but Marvel was just like throwing stuff at the wall and hoping that it stuck. And that's all they were doing. They were trying to get speculator buyers in, and the stories just weren't holding up for this. I mean, you had maximum clonage, maximum carnage, maximum this and that. And it's just like, oh my goodness,
we're going to bring in Paul right now.
Hey guys.
Hey, Paul.
Hey.
Hi, Paul.
Fair, do you want to come in on this comic book talk? And then we also got Austin that's joining us.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's happening? What's going on, guys? Thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Austin, I'm disappointed in you.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Again with this poster bullshit. Listen,
that's why he doesn't have his camera on. He doesn't.
I'm not even home right now. All right.
Oh, then you're. That means you're midway between me and you. You need to come down here.
Come down and get the poster.
All right. So what? I have some opinions, but what do you want me to respond to specifically as far as the comic?
Oh,
I don't know. We're doing a lot of
pick one. Pick one.
All right. Well, here's the thing. The 90s is one of the craziest periods of comic book history in terms of just like every major superhero worth their blood basically had some crazy shit happen to them. And
it was outlandishly insane. Yes.
Got replaced. They all got replaced. Even Wonder Woman for a time.
Yeah. No, I forgot about that, but yeah, that's true. I guess. I mean, look. Basically, in my opinion, and again, this goes with just what I know and like what I'm more a fan of, so it's more just my personal opinion. Frankly, as far as Spider-Man goes, I can't argue on like sales or William, you obviously have a much better idea about it than I ever did, because in the 90s, while I love superheroes and comic books, like every comic book store was playing metal music and selling Spawn and scared me, and I started to grocery stores more often. But no, as far as Marvel
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
As far as Spider-Man goes, I think that Marvel's biggest problem was they had Tom McFarlane on the book, not even for that long in terms of like how long superhero runs go. And he literally revitalized the book. He was doing new and inventive things. And then they came in and telling him what to do. And it caused literally the creation of Image Comics. So actually, I think it benefited everybody in the long run with what happened with that. But as far as the Ben Reilly stuff goes, personally, I have not read the Clone Saga. I am not a hardcore. I know that there's the original Clone Saga, which then catapulted to this one in the 90s. Personally, I feel it's fine that Peter Parker was, still Peter Parker, and then Ben Reilly was the clone and all of that, because such a love for Ben has been over the years. I'm more with what I think Chris was saying earlier, which is the way Ben Reilly has been handled recently, because I remember, I think it was like 5, 6, 7 years ago now, Peter David literally had to do he got Ben Reilly in his own series for a while, and he was doing basically reconstruction work on him because Dan Slott had fucked it up so bad at the time. And then after Peter David did that work, then they fucked it up all over again. And again, I'm with Phil, like the 616 mainline Spider-Man, Peter Parker, all that shit is a disaster. It is asinine bullshit. It's like when you're watching a TV show that you used to love, and for some reason they're still on season 15 when they should have ended at season 5. And it's like
talking to you, Grey's Anatomy. Sorry,
X-Files.
No,
Supernatural.
hey,
anyway, but like
Flash.
Easy there.
Supernatural.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But everything's going off the rails. It's insane. I think a new thing. I don't care if I'm spoiling it because it's so stupid. But they've been having this thing about all new Venom, and about there's this new Venom that popped up that had like the gold.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
And I brought up when I hopped in. Yeah.
Right. And there was a great theory going around that it was going to be the new lover of MJ, Paul. Funny enough, he asked to share my fucking name and also have a beard and black hair, but that's besides the point. And then I guess MJ is the character. Which
there you go. Yeah,
I didn't know no voice,
but spoiler alert. Come on, man.
She's already jackpot. Which is already stupid. Like,
no, that's the next movie, so don't worry about it.
So hold on. So MJ is now a Venom?
Yeah, she's now
she's the new Venom.
Wow! I had no idea when you guys brought it up. I typed in just Venom, and then all of a sudden I see this image of MJ just like being like, and I'm like, oh shit!
Yeah, it's just
so it's like
the worst.
It's almost like.
It's like that line from Knives Out. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's brilliant. No, it's just dumb. It's just dumb.
It's like someone at Marvel Editorial played the Insomniac Spider-Man 2 and saw MJ get turned into Scream and was like, no, let's take it a step further. Let's just make her Venom. And someone went, yes.
Oh, no.
Hire that man.
The reliance on Venom is hurting the book, too, by the way. The reliance of Venom has slowly hurt whatever storyline or whatever symbiote costume when it comes to 616.
You know what's funny about that, William? It's funny because we're all talking about how things, like Paul mentioned, like Peter David came in and did some reconstruction work on Ben Reilly, and then someone at Marvel Editorial fucked that up. And because you just mentioned Venom, who just did an amazing run on Venom? Don Cates and Ryan Stegman. And now what are we doing? We're overusing Venom and completely fucking the pooch with Venom all over the place. It's like, all right, fine.
Frank Miller, bring it down to give me Norman Osborn, Peter Parker, and the tight supporting characters. Let's start from them. I know he's got all these other things going on, but there's a psychological story to be told there from the ground up. And then you just reinvent the rhythm. When he leaves, the next guy takes over.
We didn't even mention Gwen Stacy because they brought back.
He just reminded me of something. Sorry, Paul, just real quick. He just reminded me of something really stupid that Dan Slott did regarding Norman Osborn. As much as I am not really a huge fan of Superior Spider-Man, I think the idea is fine, but the buildup and all of that was just ass. The thing I fucking despised that Slott did was turning Norman Osborn into the Red Goblin. I was
that was dumb.
This was fucking stupid, dumb shit. I was like,
it's basically taking what
Norman
it was Carnage
no
versus
Green Goblin. He's a Red Goblin.
Well,
For a time,
it's Carnage.
yeah.
It's Carnage mixed with Green Goblin, right? Wasn't that the
yes.
idea?
Is that
Yeah.
okay? So they yeah. Okay.
Another
Well,
character
it's-
that needs to take a nap
Wow,
for
so
about
they
10 years.
really are.
Yeah.
I believe you guys now. They're really fucking this shit up.
Yeah.
All right. And
I
here's
think-
the thing: when Frank Miller leaves a book, he still sets the standard. Because Anna Nocenti and John Romita's run was one of my favorite runs in comics all time. And then the
Just got
run,
that
the
in-
Bendis run,
in-
yeah, the Bendis run, the I Am Your God issues, those 4 issues, those are up there in my top 10 Daredevil stories. Frank Miller has not been on the book for a while, but he set the standard that most of these guys have. If you're not hitting that standard, it's noticeable. And that's what Spider-Man needs. He needs to get back to an old school enemy, a psychological thriller with Norman, something with Norman Osborn, and then grow from there. And he don't even need to be on the book for more than 8 months. Give him an 8 to 10 month run, and that's what you expect after he leaves that book. Because right now, man, it hurts to see the flagship of Marvel Comics, to Spider-Man, be basically reliant on a Spider-Man from another universe and another Spider-Man that originated in another universe. Those are the 2 best-selling titles.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But William, I'm gonna make a point here because Daredevil is like in my top 3 favorite Marvel characters. I've read most of the modern Daredevil runs. I'm going back right now and reading the original classic stuff as well as Anne's run that just came out finally, like fully collected in omnibus form. Except I think there's gonna be volume 2 of that as well. But
It will be. Yep.
yeah. So the thing is, Daredevil had this amazing aspect about his character in comic books, which Kevin Smith. Comes from like the documentary that was attached to the Ben Affleck Daredevil movie. But he makes a point. He's like, Daredevil in terms of superhero comics was always sort of the Grateful Dead of superheroes. He wasn't a Beatles or a Rolling Stones, but he was that band that everyone loved, and like he had a good amount of fans, but they were the most hardcore fans you could ever meet. And that's what Daredevil has been for like 40 years, basically, at least since Frank Miller. And for some reason, it just worked out in Marvel's favor because he was a beloved enough character. He wasn't at Spider-Man level, but he was at that right level that like any writer that wanted to cut their teeth on him basically was given that opportunity. Like, okay, you're the young, you're the fresh blood. Here, show us Daredevil. See what you can do. And it just ended up benefiting some of the best stuff because the writers had something. They were young, they wanted something to prove, and we've just been getting even the more subpar runs like Shadowland or even Charles Soule's run, still pretty entertaining and still pretty good. Like, it's just worked out that way. Spider-Man, unfortunately, everyone's fighting to write Spider-Man if they're not writing some Elseworlds other story or something else. But my thing I said to a group chat was basically like, oh, they should just get Hickman to do it because Hickman is so knowledgeable about everything fucking comic books. And it turned out Hickman did the Ultimate line, so it worked out to that benefit. But you need someone of high caliber A writing to fix the shitstorm that has been Spider-Man pretty much. I would argue more so one more day, because as shitty and crazy as the Clone Saga was, most comic book fans let that one go under the rug because every superhero had a crazy ass fucking run in the 90s, as I mentioned earlier. So, but one more day onward has been a mess because Dan Slott had some good stuff in there from what I've seen because again, I'm not a hardcore Spider-Man fan. I love him. But I know friends that are much more into it and have actually read more of the modern stuff. And they said Dan Slott had a lot of good ideas, regardless of all of his controversial bullshit takes and everything like that. But everything lately, especially the last 2 or 3 years, everything from Zeb Wells, Spider Goblin, this bullshit with MJ, like literally bringing back Gwen Stacy for reals this time as a darker Gwenpool, which makes about as much sense as if I was on crack. Like it's
Can't even imagine that.
Yeah, I don't want to imagine it. I don't want to read that. Anyway, point being, it wouldn't be a good time for anyone. And it is so far gone. And the worst part is I forget, Chris or William, you probably know it better than I would. Who is the current editor of the Spider-Man comics that goes to conventions? What's his name?
Cebulski?
Yeah.
I don't even look anymore.
Isn't he chief editor of Marvel overall?
Yeah, CB I think is editor-in-chief of overall Marvel.
I'd have to go grab one, but I just haven't been doing that lately when it comes to Spider.
It's not Tom Brevoort anymore. I don't.
No. I think it's Nick Lowe. Nick Lowe. It's been literally documented by fans that he goes to comic conventions and they have the Spider-Man, table or whatever you want to call it, like, to do the Q&As and all that stuff. And every time, because it's a 616 Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Every fucking time, literally people just over and over again. Yes. What's your thing about, hey, can Spider-Man just be married to his wife again and we can just stop whatever we're doing here? And like every time he has to go off and go to somebody else, and the same thing. But that's kind of why I feel Ultimate Spider-Man happened. Marvel's kind of, again, doing that sort of like, there was that brief time. This was like half a decade ago now, but there was that brief time where they were doing all of these little like smaller contained stories, and it was not in canon. It was like what ifs basically. But it was as Peter Parker is back with MJ. She's not Jackpot. She's got like the Spider-Man suit on, but it's like a power. They're connected and they have a kid. And it was really good. It was like, but it was very shortly run. It was like a 12 issue or something. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
I vaguely remember it, but like I said, Spider-Man is like being hit in the head, and you're just trying to figure out whether to go. It's like,
but again, the same thing. It was this thing, and fans all responded to it. It sold very well. Everyone basically said, "Hey, this should be the main canon. Like this is what we want from Spider-Man." And again, Marvel editorial was like. And that was it. And the same thing is now with. No, I'm serious though. Like that's pretty much it.
Like my Batman shirt.
You mean kind of like how Sony Pictures is told all the time, "Hey, you should probably do this with X character," and Sony's just like,
"Yeah, we're gonna make Madam Web."
Don't worry, Amy Pascal's gonna do that to the Bond universe.
Bond, oh god, I saw that. Oh man,
we are so screwed. We are so screwed.
I mean,
I think everybody who knows of Amy Pascal. Went, oh my god, she's gonna be handling James Bond now.
Get ready for all the James Bond spinoffs.
Oh yeah, I like David Heyman because Harry Potter and Paddington are two.
Well, hopefully he could keep her in check.
Maybe, maybe that's the point, But
well, I'm not. I am not a defender of Amy Pascal, but I will say this: just fair is fair. She does have, even a broken clock can get it right twice. She does have some successes tied to her, so it's not completely. It's just recent memory of her also putting her foot in her mouth is all we remember too. So I just
the thing is that she has produced the most successful Spider-Man films and the least success. So like she's got it all under her belt, and so as long as I think that's the thing. It seems like when it comes to like the Spider-Man universe and a director wants to do something, she's very willing to let that director do their thing. So that's why I'm interested. You have, I know the rumor was Alfonso Cuarón might be like if somebody's going to take over Bond and it's going to be one of those directors, let them do their thing with it and don't interfere.
To your point, Austin, like the big difference between Amy Pascal and I would say the likes of, say, Avi Arad. She does not have that egotistical fucking I know better than you attitude like he does.
True.
That's
absolutely
fair.
Absolutely
You're right about that. I think she's just one of those that's going like, hey, let's just William, how many times have you said, like, even though we could talk all kinds of shit, when you break it down and what Sony was actually doing with all that stuff, it's almost like there was like a method to the madness a little bit kind of thing.
And unfortunately for the project, it worked. They overall, those films are profitable. Yes, they are carried by a lot of venom, but the accountants don't care about how you got in the black. They just want you in the black, and she ends up in the black with these movies. So it's just a matter, and then the Spider-Man, there's no such thing as a live action Spider-Man that has made less than $700 million. So there you have that there too. So when people that are not fanboys take a look at her bottom line, and unfortunately she's got that win,
Yeah. It's interesting. It's very interesting when it comes to all that, but that was. I'm not a James Bond purist. I know there's James Bond purists out there, even though, like, I guess you could say a James Bond purist is more about like, hey, it's got to be like the novels because that's where it all started from. But then, of course, I would say the James Bond purists are just like, hey, the movies have to be just not connected and just batshit crazy. It's got to have Q. It's got to have crazy gadgets. It's got to have a crazy villain, and then he just saves the girl. He does this. It's just all that kind of stuff. I think they broke the mold a little bit with the Daniel Craig version because it was all linear. They connected everything. Everything was one giant story.
They had a story.
Everything, and the big thing too was that James Bond was always kind of smart, but he was also very silly and sexual. These were like intelligent thrillers. There was a lot of story going on there, and so I do agree. They broke the mold with Daniel Craig. So whoever comes next also, I think, has to. That's why I'm interested. Like if it's a distinct director, like Alfonso Cuarón or Christopher Nolan or somebody like that, who's I know is going to bring something. They have an idea that's going to be different.
It has to be relevant. Each Bond has been relevant to the time that they've been released in. 75% of Bond was released during the Cold War, and then once you reach the late 80s, early 90s, you had Living Daylights, but you have to make Bond relevant to the world that he's in. Otherwise, it will become cartoonish. That's why some of the middle ones, like Never Say Never Again, Octopussy, View to a Kill, were kind of cheesy because they just didn't seem like they were planted in the environment that they existed in. Daniel Craig was perfect because of where the world was, and he was the first Bond that was allowed to be angry and vengeful over the course of several movies. And The Living Daylights and James Bond Buddy got eaten by the shark. That was where he got mad, or License to Kill, I think it was. But as far as James Bond and period, this James Bond, this last one, had a vendetta, had a mission, had a list, and that's what made him different. I'm not even saying that they have to even do that with the next one around because, like I said, who knows? It's going to be 2 or 3 years from when they start getting the production of these new ones. Where will the world be then? Who will be the villain type person that occupies the Soviet Union, Al Qaeda, things like
There's
that.
But I mean, like any of the classic villains, if they want to do like, hey, you want to make you want to make some kind of like villain spinoffs or whatever the hell, you want to make some other agents, the spinoffs, fine, just handle it with care. Don't just do it just to do it. Don't just be like, oh, wait, we could do this now. Let's just fucking throw whatever story at it. Take some time, do something with it because it's going to happen. There's going to be series. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. I don't know. They're going to probably do all kinds of stuff. And I'm just kind of going, hey, you know what? This is the time we're living in. It's fine. Hell, I'll even be down because I know I've seen a lot of people, and I would totally be down with this. Bring back Pierce Brosnan and do like one-off old man Bond, movie or something where Pierce Brosnan, who is still like and they could do that with Daniel Craig even if they wanted to do that, later on. But Pierce Brosnan, since he's just in his silver age right now, he's still actively working. And he could still pull it off. Why not just like do something where it's like, oh yeah, remember this James Bond, and really playing the fact that James Bond. It's not even the actual person. It's a name. It's an alias. It's this. It's that. I don't know. They could do something.
He was robbed of 10 years of being James Bond too because of his own success with Remington Steele. He was supposed to be James Bond way before he ever actually got. I
remember hearing about that.
Remington Steele was such a hit show that they couldn't let him off that show. Obviously he couldn't leave that show at its height. So, but yeah, he would have been James Bond for probably another couple of movies if he had been able to do that.
That's cool.
It'd be interesting if they did something like that, but I don't know. We'll see what happens when it comes to that. But
the main.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say. Well, I think the main thing from what I remember, the people who were controlling Bond's stuff, that the family that just got paid off by Amazon.
The brockly that got $1 billion bag to retire, which is what they were going to do already. That's hilarious.
Yeah, pretty much. I didn't know if I was going to pronounce the name correctly. It looked like it was broccoli. So yes, broccoli. Yep. So basically, they had this stipulation that only British directors could work on Bond. Pretty much. That's why Steven Spielberg got passed over, and then he made Indiana Jones, so benefited us at that point as well. I think Tarantino wanted to work on a Bond at some point, and they passed on that. So I think, So I think Bond as a franchise, because really what we're at now, because there's many different theories and stuff and about different agents taking the same name or whatever the case may be, or whatever story you're adapting, and you have the different variations of Bond and stuff like that. Right now, at this point, the way I see it, I really don't want them to do series and stuff like that. I mean, unless your goal is to make a high quality thing, like say like HBO's the Penguin for like the Batman. If you're not aiming for something like that, then don't do it. But you could have it now be, if Amazon doesn't give a shit really in terms of just wanting to make something interesting or fun, you can go to Tarantino and be like, if you want to make a Bond, you can make a Bond, and he can bring back Pierce Brosnan, because it doesn't matter. There's really no continuity anyway, other than like this character, that character, and he makes an older Bond movie, and then you can go to Chris Nolan and be like, make something.
Exactly,
so,
and that's the thing, is that even Chris Nolan got turned down because he wouldn't have full creative control. So now that door has kind of opened to where, like, hopefully they will give, again, like I said, I am kind of Alfonso Cuarón is an interesting choice, I think,
he is.
I don't see Nolan taking it, because
I don't see it either.
He's not going to be given that kind of control. B, some of the stuff that they want to do is not going to be for cinema, and you know how he is about that. So yeah, there's a couple of reasons I don't see that happening, but there are other directors out there.
I think anyone worth their salt would just watch a Nolan Bond movie. But I mean, again, if Nolan came in and said, I want to do this, I want to make a movie, maybe they would. But yeah, I mean, again, it's up on the table of like what anybody can do, and like whatever new filmmaker comes in. You could have Edgar Wright doing a Bond movie. It could be entirely like insane for all we know. And Wright would probably lean. A lot of people who want to come in want to lean more into the 60s, 70s aesthetic of Bond, because it's more fitting to his time and his character, because of the novels and everything else. And let's be honest, most people agree, yes, Daniel Craig is great, but a lot of people still love Sean Connery. My favorite Bond film is still Goldfinger, honestly. I mean, but that's me. I'm not a hardcore Bond person.
He's great, but here's the problem with both him and Roger Moore, is they took those horses out of the barn for a couple more spins that they should have. Their last movies are awful. And I love those two gentlemen as James Bond, but their last two movies were awful.
It's funny you say that, because I don't disagree with you. Because Diamonds Are Forever, or the Never Say Never Again, or whatever you want to, depending on which one you want to take. But actually, the last James Bond Connery movie isn't those movies. It's The Rock.
Oh, yes. I am 100%. I am with you. I am with you, Paul, on that theory. I love that theory.
Yeah, it is a cool idea.
So much more.
Yeah.
If anybody is wondering what we're talking about, just to catch everybody, and I'm sure there's people that know this, but there is a theory out there that The Rock, that came out in what, 94, 95, 96?
96, yeah.
96.
Which is still I think it's still my favorite Michael Bay movie. I just love it so much, and I've seen it so many times. But the theory is that Sean Connery's character is essentially a James Bond character, and he just, because they lay out so much stuff where you go, wait a minute. I mean, when you're watching it and they're giving the backstory of his character, you kind of go, that could be James Bond. What the fuck? Like, and it could be. So anytime I watch it, I am watching in the eyes of, this is a legacy James Bond movie, and I love it. I love that theory. I absolutely do.
And I mean, it's an American movie, and it's Michael Bay, but you talk about bombastic and over the top and crazy world-ending situations. That's pure Bond at its heart. And there's also many theories with Bond in general. I mean, outside of adapting from the books and everything, but most people think within the movie universe that Bond is just that. It's a code name. So whatever name he has.
The last movie basically showed that.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he's so open to be like Bond, James Bond. I mean, that's always like the actual catchphrase, but at the same time, it's like, wait, you're a spy and you just say your name. Something tells me that's not actually your name.
It's Bob Smith, and then there's been a ton of and they're all 007s. But I got a director that I've always thought would be good for going forward. And I'll probably get shit thrown at me for this. David Ayer.
You know what? Hey, I'd be okay.
All right.
I mean, I think he could write a cerebral story like that. He has fun with these movies that he's done now, but you've seen the other stuff that he's done. I could see him making a modern.
Look what he did with Beekeeper. Beekeeper, he created like this crazy world that you were not. I wasn't expecting. I'm like, okay. I mean, I kind of expected there was like obviously there's going to be backstory with the character. But he created like, oh yeah, there's this whole like underground
the Beekeeper Network and those old ass phones and stuff.
All that shit, and it was like, oh okay, interesting. There's like this whole Assassins thing where it's like, oh, you have your own little, oh, interesting. I think he could. You know what?
He's not British. He's not British, and that would be a stumbling block. But I don't think. I think Bond needs to be the actor that plays Bond needs to be British. But I don't think the director needs to be British. I hope that's not
not at all. No, whoever can just, I mean, one of the things that when it came to when I remember just watching the opening scene in Casino Royale. You just go, what the fuck? They went, okay, we're gonna do this. And when you watch that, you went, holy shit. Because I mean, I remember when I first watched Casino Royale, I wasn't super well versed on all the James Bonds. Like I've seen some of the Connery ones, I've seen some of the Roger Moore ones. But I was mainly like my James Bond growing up was Pierce Brosnan. I was like, that was my Bond. I played GoldenEye like fucking crazy on Nintendo 64. That was the game, of course. I watched all the movies.
Best pause music in gaming history.
Seriously, nobody has ever fucking even come close to defeating that. I mean, I could just have that on a loop all day. Playing on my fucking TV or on my speakers, and just that would probably put me in a zen. I might start doing that if I'm feeling like, I'm going to start putting that music on. Thank you, Chris. I didn't even think about that. I might actually do that because it's so good.
Great director for Bond would be.
I saw a great reel that said like, all right, we're trying to create a pause music for I don't want to go too hard with it. How about this?
Yes, and then he starts doing the dancing. They start doing like these movements and cutting back and forth. Yeah, I've seen that video too. I mean, it's true. But that was, Pierce Brosnan was my, he was my James Bond. I saw all the movies, saw him in theaters, and I was all about that. But then when they, you saw that opening scene in Casino Royale where it was like parkour.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit. I mean, they
Jason Bourne shit going on there.
Dude, it was absolutely insane. And then, when it came to the Daniel Craig ones, I mean, like, again, what was cool about it is they were like, all right, we're going to have one consistent story. Like, we're not going to just have individual, it's not going to be an anthology with the same actor. We're actually going to have a story we're going to reference. But then again, it's still, they still had their challenges because it seemed like every other James Bond movie was, kind of like, like Casino Royale came out. Holy shit. And then Quantum of Solace.
Continued. Okay. It's the first Bond film that continued directly.
Yeah, which was cool. But then people were kind of like, well, when it came to Quantum of Solace, people were like, all right, not as strong. But then all of a sudden Skyfall comes out and everybody goes, oh shit. And then we get a lot of backstory. M is very much involved with that. He's protecting M at the end. That whole scene was at that mansion thing where, that was just absolutely insane. And then all of a sudden you get, what was the next one? What was it called?
Spectre.
Spectre. Yeah, Spectre. Yeah, Spectre. And then it was kind of like, oh, okay. And then they try to bring in Blumfeld. They try to do that whole thing, which it worked for the most part. And then, of course, when it came to No Time to Die, that was like the swan song of like, okay, now we're going to send off Daniel Craig, which was really good too. But it was just kind of like up and down. But for the most part, I mean, the Daniel Craig era was pretty damn good, I think.
I think there were more positives than negatives for sure.
For sure.
And, I mean, I think it is symbolic, and I mean, not again spoiling No Time to Die if anyone hasn't seen it yet.
Oh, of course.
It's been out a while.
Yeah. But I mean,
he died.
Yeah, it's symbolic. I mean, also the title and the fact that like that's where then the rights switched over, so it is symbolic in that sense. But no, I mean, I'm okay with there being more options for directors to take on, because look, how many Bond movies have there been at this point? It's been around for 50 years. So, I mean, it's like what, like 30 plus movies at this point?
28, is it 28? Hold on.
28? Okay. So, yeah, you have more than enough movies to, you have classic golden era Bond. You have Silver Age Bond. You have Bronze Age Bond, you have modern Bond, you have all different types of Bonds doing all different Bond things. So like we had a good run. So if Amy runs this shit into the fucking ground, we at least can say that, you know, it ended on like a semi high note, and you know, we got to see what else can come of it. I think it'll be a mixed bag. I think there'll be some stuff that everyone's going to be like, huh? Because it's not just Amy Pascal. It's like, I think everyone can kind of agree that the current climate of Hollywood in general right now is a
25.
Thank you, William. But yeah, the current atmosphere of Hollywood is a shitstorm. Oh, by the way, real quick, I need to mention, if you guys haven't checked it out yet, first 2 episodes are out of The Studio with Seth Rogen.
Yes, looking forward to that.
I'm gonna watch it tomorrow.
Phenomenal.
Just to paraphrase, no spoilers, but basically, and this happens within the first 10 minutes of the first episode, he becomes the head of a movie studio. They don't mention any names as far as I know in terms of like what he's working for, but he ends up working for Bryan Cranston, who, if we're being quite honest, is a Zaslav parody. Because Seth Rogen is a movie guy. He is a guy that loves movies, and he wants to make actual movies. And the first order that Bryan Cranston give him is, you got to make a Kool-Aid movie because we got IP that we got to market. Yeah. Yes. And I feel already that that's going to start to pick up and be like the running joke with, like, you know, when a shitty, basically he wanted to make The Godfather, and then the Zaslav guys like, you got to make the Emoji Movie. Like, that's literally the opening of the of the show. So I think of that when I think of the Bond stuff happening. And like, you know, I am what's the saying? If you you know, you want for the best, but if you prepare for the worst, you won't be disappointed, right? That's what it's basically said. So yeah.
If you expect the worst, then you'll never be disappointed.
Right. So that's most of modern Hollywood at this point.
Well,
so,
that's what MJ told us that in No Way Home. So I mean, must be true.
Exactly. Yeah.
Kind of good. But we got somebody returning to the panel tonight. Watch out. Travis has returned.
Oh, hey. All right.
You speak about disappointment, and that's the time I show up. Because everyone gets that clip, and like, oh, is Scott back again? Is Steven back? Is Ben? Is Casey? No, it's just Travis.
I wanted
the
something
second
dramatic. I was looking at all my
Travis.
drops.
That's his name, just Travis.
And like last week when you guys were talking about your phases of the Vodka stream, I consider myself in like the new Avengers phase where I was like there with Ray and KC, but we replaced all the originals, so everyone hated us. Not KC, but Ray. You know, people always go after in the comments. People always hated me. So, but you guys get to be like the third era where it's like, okay, now you're not the replacements, you're the better versions. But no, I'm happy to be back. It's I've been trying to get back for a while since I've been back, and it's always you know job, making films, podcasting, 5 kids. It's always a fun time to see what a Friday night brings. But
dude, how is the house with the two new ones, the two newborns, and of course with the previous 3 and everything? How is everything going, man?
See, William leaves. He's like, "Fuck Travis." Look, it was so much better. I even watched his stream. I watched his stream last night. No, it's been good. The first little bit was hectic. Everyone wants to hear the story. It's all good now, but for the first 2 weeks, we were in and out the hospital a lot because the last one, like the baby B, was very, very small. So there's like lots of concerns there. So we had to we get home and then they go, "Oh no, you're gonna have to go check back in," and that was just like a hell week of just like going back and forth. But now we're all good, and now there's like somewhat of a schedule and everything. Kids are on spring break right now, so that's honestly, people might think that's harder, but it's actually easier because you're not waking up for that 8 p.m. school and there's not dance and all this stuff. Like spring break, it's actually
Amen, brother.
It's nice to be like, oh, we can sleep in today. We don't got to worry about lunches, driving this and that. But
define sleeping in though. I want to know what you
an extra half an hour maybe.
Okay, there we go. Let's just put it in perspective now.
And even with the twins, it's like they're all over the place.
God, yeah.
Like if they sleep in at 6:30 a.m., that's a 2 thumbs up right there. That's like, okay, a win. But no, other than that, everyone's good. And
good, man.
I'm excited to get back on the show. And I picked a good week because there's lots of crazy stuff. I know you guys are talking about Bond. And I can't say. I'm not excited. I'm curious to see what happens. But I think it's like what you guys said. It doesn't really matter to me if it sucks because we got so much Bond. It's not like I'm never going to be lost on any bonds. Like, I still haven't even read the books. I want to like make that a goal in my life to start reading some of the actual like original books. I'm sure they're much slower and much different than what I'm used to in my age, but still, it's there's tons of
Travis.
stuff.
The comics aren't bad either. They really aren't.
Who produced those comics? Like, who's the developers or was it Dark Horse or was it somebody?
It sounds like it would be a Dark Horse. It would be now, but not.
Was
then.
it now? Was it now? Comics?
It's with Dynamite now.
Dynamite was the newer. Okay, yeah. Dynamite does a lot of stuff.
And then
Dynamite has been.
And then, of course, you got to watch James Bond Jr., the cartoon series. Remember that? Remember that shit?
Is that a real thing?
That was a real thing.
Yeah.
That was a real
game
thing.
and all.
I remember watching that shit. I was excited for it. Hell yeah, man.
Oh my God. Why did they do
you
this?
See it. You see it.
We blew his mind.
Oh my goodness. Even the cover, like he's got like a mullet and oh my
Travis, play the video game while you're at it too. It's wild.
I'll have to get to it, yeah. But no, I agree with what you guys were saying before. Bond should be British. I don't think the director has to be British. I always think it was silly when Steven Spielberg told the story where he pitched himself for Bond and they pretty much just shot him down because he wasn't British. And it's like, Spielberg in the 90s, you're shooting down because like he's not from your country. Like, and I don't know how the film would have been when you made the whole thing, but still, it's like I would have liked to have seen Steven get a crack at that. So it's kind of crazy. We got so many great filmmakers that they should not just be cut off because like you weren't born here. I think it's kind of silly, but
yeah.
We'll see.
But I mean, also, I think we wouldn't have gotten Indiana Jones if that
Yes.
had gone a different way. So we got something out of it, at least a couple good movies. And I won't talk about Dial of Destiny, but for the most part, we got a solid foundation of movies out of that. But yeah, I mean, James Bond Jr. Is that supposed to be his son? Like, what is that?
It was a cartoon series. It had like I said, this was 90s. He had, of course, like the mullet type of hair with like a little curl. They even made a Super Nintendo game so that you can guess the era of when this came out. And it was
while attending prep school at Warfield Academy, James Bond Jr. with the help of his friends IQ, the grandson of Q,
it's his nephew.
Gordon Leiter, the son of Felix Leiter, Tracy Milbanks. They worked for an organization to take down Spectre and Scum. His catchphrase was Bond, James Bond Jr. So there you go.
How long did it run for?
Yeah, not long.
One season, 65 episodes.
Yeah,
though.
65 episodes. That's
no, they had like a Batman the Animated Series season 1 run, kind of to it. But I remember watching this. I don't remember specific episodes, but of course he had a support cast, which were all ridiculous characters if you look at that. But at the same time, it was just fun. It was fun to see that. Like I remember watching that as a kid. And being like, I didn't know about James Bond. So, I mean, I knew about James Bond, but I didn't watch like so much the old ones. I think like my dad started like, hey, you should start watching some of these. So I started watching like, the Sean Connery. But then, like I said, once GoldenEye came out in the 90s and that was like, all right, I'm going to start watching, some of this stuff right here. But it was just kind of funny. Like when we were talking about all this James Bond talk, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about James Bond Jr. And it's just like, that was a thing. That was an actual thing. So
yeah,
they're going to bring that back. Amy Pascal's licking her chops right now. James Bond Jr. That's going to be a gold. It's going to be gold. It's going to be gold, everybody. We know this.
It's going to be like X-Men 97.
Because you were talking about the studio, Paul, is Catherine O'Hara, people have said she's playing a version of what's Amy Pascal. Does that track for you, what you've seen so far? Because I've seen a couple people say that.
She's great in it. I mean, Catherine O'Hara is pretty much always great, but yeah, it's some. I mean, I first thought Kathleen Kennedy because she definitely had. I mean, because Amy's just kind of there, but you could tell that because I think her character's name is Patty, and you could tell that Patty has been in the business decades and has a reputation, and it's more that from what you're able to gather from like the before you meet her character is that basically she had a real bad run of bombs, and it gave them reason to basically fire her and chuck her out. And Seth is the one that takes her place, but he still kind of needs her advice and her help because he really doesn't know exactly what he's doing. And Patty is like, pissed that she kind of has to help him at the same time, because she's also like, fuck you, you took my job. And so for me, it looks like it's basically if you took Kathleen Kennedy and made her a very upfront recovering alcoholic, basically. But Amy Pascal, not so much, because Amy's just sort of like got the reputation at Sony. But no, I would say I would lean more towards Kathleen Kennedy, but like a dysfunctional Kathleen Kennedy.
Just to say, with what they've done in those first 2 episodes, I can't wait for what they have planned for the Zack Snyder cameo episode. It's going to be good.
Great.
It's going to be
very good. Oh yeah.
I would argue too that Seth is on the side of Zach with a lot of stuff too, because the boys definitely made points about that for sure.
Tons. Yeah. Boys is
But it's still so funny how they misspelled his last name in the credits. But I'm like going, was that on purpose?
It was his first name they misspelled.
Zach they spelled with an H as opposed to a K, which was kind of interesting. But I'm just kind of going like, was that on purpose? And it's just I found it funny. I'm sure nobody gives a shit. Don't even give a shit about it. When it comes to Zach's cameo, I'm sure it's going to be something where, Seth Rogen knows. He knows he's very much got his, his fingers on the pulse when it comes to mainstream things. I mean, that's one thing about Seth Rogen is he's just like, we're going to get the Snyder Cut guy. It's like, we got to get him in there where he's going to, and that Zach's going to probably make fun of himself. And, and that's what, Zach will do that. When you saw that, the Stephen Colbert thing, when it came to the Snyder Cut, and he totally made fun of himself. Mm-hmm. Zach is very aware of how, but that's the thing. That's what's so great about Zach is that he has a signature style. He has a signature way. And then he doesn't take himself too seriously. He goes, yeah, I know. I do the slow motion thing. Yes, I have director's cuts. Yes, I'll release a cut that is, 6 hours long or something like that, of something, he very much is aware of who he is and what he has stamped onto what his brand is, which is so great. I love that. So you better believe it's going to be something along the lines of something like that. So really cool. It's going to be fun.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think the whole thing is going to be fun. I'm going to watch those first 2 episodes tomorrow for sure. Now that Severance is ended and we got to wait another 1.5 years and 2 years for that. And I'm just like, God damn it. That show. I don't know if you guys have watched the caught up with
I'm
Severance.
all caught up.
I haven't. I gotta watch both seasons and I got to do that soon.
Oh my God. I mean, I'm
dying to watch it.
Dude, it's so good. And with this season, it was just like, they answer questions that you had, but then there's all new ones. And then when it ends, when season 2 ends, you go, fuck. I'm like, I'm still in the same spot because you answered some of these, but now I got all new questions and I'm going, I have to wait another 1.5 years or 2 years before. It's painful.
It's like me and Yellow Jackets right now.
Yeah.
Huh?
That's like me and Yellow Jackets right now. They're
I gotta catch up.
I haven't watched that show.
They're in the middle of season 3. That show is fucking insane. Like,
I think I just saw, was it Joel McHale just joined?
Okay. He is playing a character you would never.
I love Joel McHale, so anything.
Oh my God,
I will watch.
Because usually he's the funny haha guy,
right?
He is not that in Yellow Jackets. He's just I don't even want to say anything because I don't want to spoil shit.
To his character in The Bear.
Yeah, I was saying, in The Bear, he's a sociopath in The Bear.
In The Bear,
another like
not even like
maniac.
That.
Oh,
not even like that. Not even like
interesting.
that in Yellow Jackets, dude. I'm telling you, like
I love
character
to see
in Yellow Jackets is a straight up
when
surprise.
they get older, challenge themselves with these types of different roles and characters. Like to see him in The Bear was wild. I don't know anything about it, but I saw the picture of him in Yellow Jackets, and he's like all kind of militaried out, and I was like, ooh.
I ain't saying a word, but I will say that this is without a doubt, like one of Christina Ricci's best roles. Like she's, my God, she's fucking phenomenal in this show.
She's
Holy
great.
shit,
I love her. Yes,
yeah, she's awesome.
I don't know. Ever since Addams Family, I've always had a crush on her. But at the same time, it's just like I've always just liked her when she shows up on things. But yeah, I've heard she's really great in that.
If you're a fan of Natural Born Killers too, Juliette Lewis has a great role in the first 2 seasons as well. Oh, she's amazing. Like the whole cast of the show is just fucking phenomenal. The writing is excellent because they tell two different stories from two different time periods about these girls who in the 90s they play for a soccer team. They're going to like the nationals for the entire world, and their plane fucking crashes in the Canadian wilderness. So this group of girls has to survive in the Canadian wilderness for like a year and a half. Cut to, you know, modern day, only a handful of them are alive, and the questions posed like, well, who dies, like how does so and so die, how does so and so live, what did they do to survive, and there's like wild shit that happens. It is, I highly recommend watching Yellow Jackets if you're itching for something just to sink your teeth into and something refreshing. If you've even read the book Hatchet, it's a little evocative of that too.
Real? Ooh,
Hatchet.
I love that book.
Yeah,
I love that book.
It's a little bit like that.
Okay.
Nice. I had a friend that recommended Yellow Jackets very early on, and I've been, you know, I was getting too many shows at the same time, so I wasn't able to jump on. But now it's kind of everywhere. Well, also too with Christina Ricci, because she was doing that simultaneously, and then when she went on Wednesday, which was like the biggest show of all time at that point,
and
then it
the
went
fact
back around.
She played Wednesday in the 90s, it just was like a cool moment.
And Wednesday season 2, they're bringing back Christopher Lloyd. I don't know in what character, but like, yeah, they're definitely making a point that like, yeah, we love the original Addams Family movies for sure because we're bringing these people back on and everything. But as far as Severance goes, that is a show which is really interesting because basically when it came to Apple TV, everything they were putting out there was some good content, but nothing was really hitting with like modern audiences until like Ted Lasso. And Ted Lasso pretty much like hit the ground running, like in terms of like by the time I got to season 2, everyone was fucking talking about it. I had avoided Ted Lasso because I wasn't huge into Jason Sudeikis that much, honestly. And I was completely wrong. Ted Lasso is amazing for the most part.
It's delightful.
You know, from what I hear, all the Apple TV shows are just great. Like I want to watch.
Yeah,
the quality of them are really good.
I want to watch
Shrinking.
Shrinking
Shrinking is
same people that did Ted Lasso and Scrubs, and Shrinking is also very, very good. But Severance was different because Severance came out and it basically was just a very slow burn show. It came out, not everyone knew about it, and then just word of mouth got around. I remember when it came out, it was only like maybe 6 months after it came out, but the whole show was out, and me and my roommate sat down because already word of mouth was starting to spread. And it was incredible. It was great. And I was like, man, when are we going to get season 2? 3 years later. Like literally the SpongeBob thing comes up like the 3 years later. Like
that's what happened with
Stiller's been working on this for quite some time too, from what I looked into it. Like he'd been working on making the show for quite a while before it actually did end up getting made.
Well, I think when it comes to a show like this, I mean, again, there are so many, I mean, if everybody has watched it, I totally just start asking some certain questions. There's certain things where I just go, this right here, that right there, what the fuck, but it's not going to be that kind of discussion. But I mean, when I explain the concept of severance to people, I mean, especially of people who work office jobs, where I go, hey, just imagine if you were to go to an office job, you get in the elevator and all of a sudden you just kind of click out, and then all of a sudden the elevator doors open and it's already 5 o'clock. You had no idea what you did in your job, and then you just go home and you get your paycheck. Everybody goes, oh, that'd be great. Everybody always says that. I'm like, yeah, see, that's the hook. That is the hook, because everybody who has an office job who just like doesn't really like it all that much will just go, geez, if I could just, jump through time where I can get to 5 o'clock right away, hell yeah. But then I start asking, then I start saying, well, yeah, imagine though this chip in your head creates an alternate personality who is stuck in that office building. And then you have another personality, another essentially human being who now is going, well, what the hell? Why am I trapped here? What is going on here? And blah, blah, blah. So then you have all this stuff, and that's what keeps on dragging out. And I think the writing is so good, and just, I mean, every episode looks just so beautiful. And the fact that it takes place during wintertime, you have these awesome looking shots with all the snow and all the winter climate and everything. They're just really, I mean, that's what's good about Apple TV. I know they released something that said Apple TV is losing a bunch of money with their shows. I'm like, I think they could afford it with all the shit that they sell on their
with the iPhones, they're fine.
Yeah, with all the computers and the iPhones, I think they're fine. They're cutting their losses. They're like, hey, we're gonna put whatever into the streaming service and all these, because anytime that I've watched an Apple TV series or even a movie, I'm going, this is top notch. You could tell that they have the money to do this kind of stuff. And Severance is just goddamn.
Does Ben Stiller write Severance as well, or just direct?
Yes, and he also directs.
Yeah. Jesus Christ!
He is part of the writers' room, and he probably directs half the episodes. At least this year, he directed, or this season.
Yeah,
I saw his name probably more than other names, so he probably directed more than the episodes. So
love that. Yeah, I'm big.
That's really good. Fan, so. It's really good. But Austin, do you have to go because I know you were?
Yeah, I do got to head out. I got work early in the morning, but I appreciate you guys having me on stuff, chilling, talking for a little bit.
Always, man.
Hope you guys have a good night and everything.
Same
for sure,
buddy.
Catch
well,
the
thank
rest
you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Of course.
Hey, buddy.
Talk to y'all later. Peace.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yep.
So I think one of the things we could transition to is the whole Ben Affleck interview that got a lot of people riled up on Tuesday.
Yeah, I actually went over that on my show just a couple hours ago. Like when I had read that GQ spread, like it's a really great interview. Like if you want to dive deep into the mind of like Ben Affleck and how he operates and where he's at like right now, it's a great interview. But the thing I loved is like the first paragraph of the whole Batman section of it, right? Like he talks about, oh yeah, I really loved what I did with that character. I loved working on that first movie.
And working with not Amanda Waller, Viola Davis, and working on
Right. And then you get to the second paragraph, and that's the thing that all these trades latched onto for a headline and clickbait. And I'm like, I fucking knew it. Like when I had read that portion of it, I was like, this is going to get misconstrued. This is going to get turned into a headline. This is going to be made for clickbait. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened.
Yep. They do it. It's almost by tradition. Every couple of years, they bring up like, "Oh, Ben Affleck hated being Batman," and then it was like, "No, he didn't. Like, he hated parts of it, which we know why." And it's like, but yeah, no. I mean, I think we all kind of know, and also most of us who went to SnyderCon know that if Zach called him tomorrow, be like, "Hey, can you be Batman again?" He'd probably show up. I mean, unless he was like, I don't know, unless he had literally other commitments that he literally could not make it, but.
I think when it comes to Ben now, I mean, if he were gonna do it again, I mean, I think that the reason why he came back and did the Flash because he knew it was going to be not a lot to do. Right. It was going to be minimal, and it was going to be like that. And same thing when it came to the epilogue when it came to Zack Snyder's Justice League. It was like, hey, I have this idea, and Zack hit him up, and he's like, yeah, I'll do it. And then it was just like a quick shoot. But I think like when it comes to doing something like when it comes to Ben, like, if he were going to have to like basically take a section of like 6 months to do something where he had to be the character again, that might be something he's like, I don't know about that now. Maybe, before, sure. And when he was all into it and he was all about it, especially when he wanted to do his movie and he wrote the movie with Jeff Johns and everything. And, which I know, like, some people, when you hear that, it's like, with Jeffy Johns. But at the same time, I'm just like, he went through the ringer. Let's face it. In the past decade, he went through a lot of shit. Let's see. Yep. Personal and his professional life. He's been through a lot. And then being Batman is not an easy task, no matter what. Not an easy task. There's a lot of pressure on it. And then, of course, I mean, the main thing that was the worst thing for him was what was happening when it came to Justice League and all the bullshit that was happening with that. And I think that's one of the reasons why he was always, like when Zach gave him the call for both doing the epilogue and also doing Full Circle, he was like, he saw firsthand what they were doing to Zach. He understood it. Mm-hmm. I've said it so many times, and I'll say it again, and it's been mentioned many times. He wanted to. He was trying to get the other. He was trying to get the cast to walk.
That's what he wanted to do back then. Yeah.
He was trying to get the cast to walk off of these reshoots and say, "Fuck this, boycott this. This is bullshit. We're not doing this. Let's walk."
It's part of the reason why he probably opened Artist Equity with Matt Damon.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, the biggest thing. Okay, so when it came to that interview, the biggest thing that I took away from it, we could all talk about the Batman stuff and all this shit, and we could talk about him and when he mentions Jennifer Lopez, and we could talk about everything. The biggest thing, the title of that article, which is him saying he's trying to change Hollywood, and then when he says, specifically when it's answering about his time as Batman, he's talking about how he just wants to, like, when shit like that goes down, he doesn't want that to happen anymore. He doesn't want this relationship between the creators and studios to be so misaligned that he just he wants to not have that anymore. He saw it firsthand because Ben, being like a director himself and working with Zach, and like even when it came to Batman vs Superman, when Ben was brought on for Batman vs Superman, there was a whole different kind of script. And when he came on and they were going over all that, when the script was not as political as it ended up being, and it was more action based from my information, there was going to be a Metallo in there and all that stuff.
You're talking about David Gore's pass on the script.
Yeah, basically the David Gore full on script. And then he was like, you know what? Maybe we should do something different. I'm going to bring in Chris Terrio. We're going to do some rewrites. And he collaborated with Zach. And I think Zach obviously Zach, he's a big collaborator. And he's like, hey, let's do it. There's nothing wrong with that. And they created, BVS, which, of course I love and and everything. So, but I think when he saw all the shit that was the pressure from the studio that was coming on to Zach, specifically when it came to Justice League, I mean, I can only imagine some of the conversations that Ben and Zach had on the set, where it was just like, what the fuck is going on? Like, this is bullshit. And I mean, I would not be surprised if further down the line, Ben Affleck just opens up on a lot of the shit that a lot of the conversations, arguments, shouting matches that he had with
when Warner Brothers will no longer exist. That's when it's going to come out.
Yeah.
Hey, when Warner Brothers fails and gets bought, that's when everyone's like, oh, we're safe to talk about whatever the fuck we want now because Apple owns them or something,
Yeah, give it like 1 year. That might be the case, Travis.
Some articles you read when they're like, everything depends on Superman. You're like, fuck. I guess we might be having a sale in a couple of years, eh? So
it's funny. I got $1. Anyone want to buy it?
Yeah, let's all go in on it. All 6 of us.
The funny.
Well, it went from 74 billion to 43 billion, and each time it's been sold, it's gone down significantly. So by the next time we sell Warner Brothers again, it
there we go
down to 29 billion. So
big loss.
But I mean, I've said it so many times over the years. I'm like, if anybody's gonna start screaming, is everybody's gonna start singing about what happened, it's gonna be Ben Affleck. And I think, maybe there's an NDA that he signed where he can't say things for a certain amount of time. But, he's always alluded to it. He's always kind of talked about certain things. But I think there's going to sometime down the line, he's going to start singing about some of this stuff.
Or what I hope is, whether it's with Zach, with Ben's company, a combo of the two, I hope in 20 years or so we get just a badass 3-hour documentary about that whole time from I'd say 2012, because the pre-production of Man of Steel all the way to probably the release of the Snyder Cut. I think there is Ben could say this thing in the public too, but I think that is almost a juicier thing if you could save that stuff and get people to talk about this when it is safe, because there's a full someone, I know Sean wrote the book and everything, and there's other things out there, but it's documentary worthy, and it does need to happen at some point. I still think we're a little bit off, but
it's gonna happen.
I would love to see most of those people sit down.
From what I gathered, I've already heard I've heard even just
scuttlebutt.
That people are gonna. There are people that want to dive in, because it was, you never seen anything like it. I mean, that's the thing. It's like somebody who who's as nice as Zach and who's very collaborative and very this and very that, who built his name up by just doing hey, I could do this, and it created a signature where notable names like James Cameron and Ridley Scott were like, yeah, this guy has a signature. Look at this guy. Created something, and they brought him into the machine of hey, all right, how about you do this? I mean, Christopher Nolan, for fuck's sake, going, hey, when Warner Brothers goes, hey, what you did with Dark Knight, can you do that with Superman? He goes, no, but I know a guy who can. The guy who did Watchmen for you guys, he could do that. And of course, they were like, okay, let's do that. And I think that's why Man of Steel is so pure. And that's why there's no director's cut. There's nothing, because Christopher Nolan was that guy that was doing this. He was like, nope, you cannot let him do, like, literally what the kids say nowadays. Let him cook. You cannot do anything. That's why there's no director's cut. But then when it came to BVS, Nolan was just an executive producer, wasn't really there. So then he started getting the heat.
And a lot of change.
But then Ben Affleck was there.
Yeah, you had executive change, remember, because Robinoff should have gotten that job, and then that shithead got the job instead. And that's where you start to see.
It's not a. Go ahead, Phil.
I was just gonna say, like, to Dave's point, you had Christopher Nolan in there, basically acting as a hardcore executive producer on Man of Steel, because Warner Brothers wanted something akin to, after the failure of Green Lantern, they wanted something to combat or rival that of what Marvel had been doing. They had the Avengers on the horizon in 2012, and they wanted to get Superman rebooted off the ground, and basically far and away from what had happened with Christopher Reeve's Superman as well as Superman Returns. They wanted something different for Superman, and that's what Christopher Nolan did. He was like, I can't do this movie. David Goyer has a fucking great idea for a movie for Superman, but I can't make this movie. I know someone who can. And then you've got someone else in WB's camp, or rather I should say DC's camp, going, no, that's not how you do Superman. And Christopher Nolan's going, shut the fuck up, let us make the movie. And this guy who wears a ball cap goes, no, that's not how you do Superman. And you've got Christopher Nolan going, no, go work on your fucking comic book, shut up. By the time Man of Steel comes out, everyone's like, holy fuck, that movie was great. But of course you had your diehard Superman fans going, not my Superman, right?
Yeah.
And then BVS comes around. Well, what happens? That guy in the ball cap continues to fucking yap.
Well,
and then he also, writes the thing on the storyboard with Zach, and then stabs Zach in the back. And well, I could go on. I really could go on and make jokes and snide jokes about Jeff Johns if I really wanted to, but I'm not going to, because I'm better than that. But
Jeff Johns without oversight is dangerous. Jeff Johns with somebody above him to say no. That's what Jeff Johns. If you let a horse run wild, he's gonna do whatever he wants to. But just like Doomsday Clock, when there's somebody to tell Jeff Johns no, he's a good creator within the confines of what he does. He's not a filmmaker, and he's not somebody that's in the structure that can create on that level without doing damage. That's what editors are for. That's what bosses are for.
You know how he's so bad at his job? His secret weapon was, I'm gonna get Joss Whedon to come and fix Justice League. You fucking idiot. What a fucking moron.
That's what a non-filmmaker would do.
Right.
Right. It's very easily I'm not going to say it's comparable, and Scott has said this before in the show, and I'll echo it at that point. If you've never seen the miniseries The Offer on Paramount Plus about how The Godfather was made, it is you're going to see a lot of similarities in the sense of studio influence. But we've said it on the show before. This isn't what happened to Zach, what happened to The Godfather. This has happened many different times and many different levels.
Yes.
Yeah.
Studio interference happens all the time.
But the fact of the matter is like the fact that it was such a big, giant movie.
Oh, yeah.
And the superhero genre was so big that it was right in the public eye. And then, of course,
and the cut came out too.
Tragedy struck with Zach, and then there was just all this kind of stuff. And then it was just like, that's why it's like, we are going to get a Snyder Cut documentary. If it's not being, filmed right now, it's going. From what I heard, like even a couple of years ago, that it was being pitched all over the place, and people on YouTube do their own little, documentary. I even thought about doing something too, or I was like, but at the same time, there's so much info, there's so much things. And I could provide my perspective and make like a fucking 5-part whatever the hell I want to do, and maybe eventually I could do something like that where I do something. Sure, and I know like our movie news YouTube channel, he even did something recently where he was talking about that, where he's been a big Snyder fan, but is looking forward to the new shit. But he took it upon himself to try to do his version of that. But there's definitely going to be something, and it's probably going to be on Netflix. Hey. Netflix, but they'll probably, or maybe it'll be on Max, but I don't know if like Warner Brothers would want to have something like that on their streaming service.
No.
But there's definitely going to be something that's going to dive into that. And we're going to have interviews, of course, with everybody involved. Maybe not everybody, but most people involved. Zach will be involved. Probably Ben will be involved. There'll be people involved just talking about like what was, when you have something like specifically like the studio coming out, which shows you the ugly truth about some of this shit. I mean, you better believe that's one of the reasons why Seth Rogen was like, we got to get Zack Snyder. He went through some shit, you know. It's like,
yeah, and there'll be jokes about the cut and everything in the studio for sure. Why, William? Why would you?
Hard pass. Hard pass.
Yeah, I heard hard pass. Why? It'd just be a
Here's
doc
why.
to like recap. Because think about people 20 years from now though that didn't live through this, and like because they're not.
For them, they can watch it. They can watch it.
That's what I mean. Like I think it's
you
a
don't
historical thing that. Yeah, I'm not saying you have to, but I feel like it makes sense to have that time capsule in a film, you know, because you know you can make a book, but a film like people can actually consume, and they're not going to get it 20 years from now. And it's like, oh yeah, that's not. It's just like
I would rather let the memory fade, because here's the thing, I didn't come to Zack Snyder's movies for a war. I don't watch these movies or enjoy these movies for all the stuff that we'd had to endure. We've endured it. We were there. And, you know, and it's almost to the point where these things it's going to become a caricature of the whole entire run of his movies, to where that's in the forefront of people's mind, other than the fact that I really liked Zack Snyder's movies. I really liked those runs of the movies. And now the whole cut, everything has become a big cartoon. And I understand this curiosity. And if they make it, I'm pretty sure a lot of people will watch it. But having been there from the day we promoted the movie, with all the goofy stuff that they sent us that they should have thrown away, and all the way up until now, it just seems like it's exhausting. You have to push around boulders to get to what you really liked about these movies. And a documentary is just one more 2,000-pound thing. That's why this week, Brad wanted to talk about, hey, did you see the article about Batfleck? And I'm like, no, we're not talking about that. I don't want, I mean, because I don't need to relive any of that. I don't really need to be, as time goes on, I would rather the movies shine through the bullshit than to relive it.
Yeah.
So you're going to say like the movies themselves get buried.
Time, like, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. Yeah, you go.
No, I was just gonna say, like, at the same time, I mean, people are just fascinated by it, and it's just one of those things. It was an anomaly. You never saw anything like it. That's the thing. So people are gonna be, you know, and then of course, if you get somebody who's gonna really dig deep, and we get more things that are revealed of like what happened. I mean, again, Ben Affleck will totally 100% be involved in it, because he wants to expose what happened, what he saw, and the fact that he's trying to, and that, again, going back to that GQ interview, is the fact that, yeah, we can emphasize what he said about Batman, and I totally understand, because I know Brad, you know, he'll write some things and say some things, and you know, people will totally be like cheering Brad that do not like me, where I'm just like going, yeah, okay, Brad. Cool. I mean, I like Brad. Don't worry. But at the same time, I'm sometimes going like, dude, sometimes you're a little hard, you know, going that way. But, and I totally understand your grievances, and you push back against that with your co-host, which is good, which you should, because sometimes I'm even going like, God damn. But at the same time, I think like just the fact that that the biggest thing that I took from that GQ article was the fact that Ben Affleck, with all that he's seen through his years, and including that, is that he is actively trying to change something, change where that doesn't happen in Hollywood anymore, where you let the creator be the creator, you let the artist do his thing, you give him the brush, and you don't take it away from him, or you don't try to give him like a different brush or anything like that. You just let the guy do, or girl, whatever, whoever, you know, whomever was like making the project, let them do what they want to do. And I think that if they can emphasize that in this documentary, and if maybe Ben can be involved, maybe it could even be his production company that is, you know, helping distribute that, which would be really cool if that's the case. You know, just emphasize that. If Ben is really truly wanting to change Hollywood, I mean, I would not be surprised if he's probably going, who's doing the Snyder Cut doc, because I want to be involved with that. And I hope that he is heavily, to be honest. What were we going to say, Paul?
Well, I'm more or less just trying, because I see where William's coming from, and I see what Travis is trying to say. I mean, personally, there's a few things, at least from my perspective. I mean, it's not really a secret. You guys know that I'm a huge Snyder Cut fan. I'm a huge fan of those.
Wait, you're actually for Snyder?
What? Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chris. Okay, all right.
I mean,
anyway,
that statue there would prove otherwise, but
Yeah, no, it's only I got 2 statues. No, it's fine. Anyway, the point being is that, one, I think we're never going to fully get in terms of the documentary, we're not going to get a full, true full documentary in terms of everything that needs to be said until the rhetoric, in my opinion, at Warner Brothers is they're trying so hard to get away from Snyder and all of his stuff. And I mean, to me, it's kind of silly, because I think they should just embrace it, because it's clearly it's a losing battle. But we're not going to get the documentary that the fans want, or all of the information that we want, until Warner Brothers is literally bought or sold by somebody that's okay to open up those floodgates and give all the proper information to make the documentary a full thing.
Wait till then.
Right, till one. The other thing is, I'm with William in a sense too, in the fact that I want the movies, and again, I think they do. I think they have aged well. I think they do stand on their own. But yes, everything around the fandom and everything around it is tiring, and I understand that too. However, and I think William can agree with me on this, there's a problem at Warner Brothers deeply, because for the most part, in my opinion, I think it's partly Zaslav's bad decision making. I think it's also budgetary concerns, and like where they can put their money. But the product that they're putting out, like, you have a Superman that's being memed to death. Like, it's not going over well, and if the movie does not perform, it's just, again, it's going to cycle back to the restore the Snyderverse campaign, basically, in my opinion. On the other hand, too, outside of the Superman, battle and whatnot, you have people who were going through the roof for the Penguin show, and all we keep getting is more and more delays from the Batman 2, which, discourages fans and gets everyone annoyed. And then you have other smaller things too. You have the Superman and Lois show having to wrap up and everything. You have the, everything I've heard, it ended very well, but I have to catch up and watch. You have the, I think there was another thing where they were working on it was either animated or I think it was animated, but it was supposed to be a Smallville continuation, and then that got delayed. And it's just like, Dave, I told you this years ago. My dream of DC is to let everything kind of exist, basically, or at least find because it's such a long-standing, Elseworlds, but it's such a long-standing brand. There's so many different variations of fandoms within there. You've got to cater to your different fan bases and make the money where you can make the money. But again, you have limited budget. So,
and like, is a Smallville sequel series making the money? Like, that's my thing. It's like, it's only been them talking about that, right? It's only been we're pitching it, we're talking about it. No one had ever done
again. Travis, Smallville has such a big fan base, don't you know?
Travis, I had somebody in my chat. I had somebody in my chat
that
said that the Smallville series might take away from the Superman movie, and I was like,
no.
Yeah, and I'm like, I don't
animated,
think so.
No offense, but I think like animation, there's a lot of people that put that in a different bucket. I don't. I'll watch that all, but there's a lot of people, I'd say more general audience, that they're not going to look at that and be like, oh well, like My Adventures with Superman. You're telling me people watch that and be like, oh man, this is in the way of Superman 2025. It's like, no, it's completely different. So, but I just don't like, with money wise, like, do they even want to give money to the Smallville series, right? Like,
no, but I'm just using it as a small example, in the sense of like, it's just like, I wish that the studio, and I'm not directly targeting James Gunn, though he does have say, as well as Peter Safran, that they would just sort of utilize and just let fans get their closure, or get their the stories that they want to see, basically, so it's just, but again, it's the budget, it's where they're at. But again, like I said, in less than 6 months, the new movie can come out, it may underperform, and then it's DC Studios. Like, I was going to say this to Phil, I meant to send a message, we were talking back and forth today. I think if Superman is to, not live up to expectations or not do what it's supposed to do, I don't think the DC Studios will fold in per se, but I do think that Warner Brothers is going to be in a very, very dire place if Superman 2025 does not meet what it's supposed to meet. I think other projects are going to get retweaked and reworked, and depending on what happens to the studio, I mean, in my personal opinion, I just feel that Zaslav is basically just waiting to jump ship. That's what it feels like to me. And he's
I think he started the journey ready to jump the ship, because I think this was just he's just a flipper. Is what he was. But once I understood that he's basically here to flip things. And here's the thing about this is the ironic thing about it is the person that would more than likely be the one to embrace all the iterations of DC is James Gunn, because of where he came up through. I don't think anybody that's been at DC Films all the way up to now has ever had that ability or that vision, and I don't think the person, whoever replaces him, if that happens, would have that vision. What they need to do, though, and this is the flaw, and I think the whole corporate thinking, Superman could do well, but DC Studios is one aspect of DC. They need to follow Snyder, but a different Snyder. Scott Snyder's blueprint needs to be applied across this entire company in relevant forms. And that needs to be the brand is strong from paper to screen, because that's how you monetize it. If you're sitting around saying, if Babe Ruth doesn't hit the grand slam in the ninth inning with 2 outs, then we have to, make these massive changes, you're already going to fail, because that means you put expectations of Superman that just aren't realistic. But if you diversify your brand, like if you're selling 450,000 of Absolute Batman, papers and staples cost you nothing. If you're not figuring a way to parlay that and manage that into something else within your company for that synergy to work, then you're going to have that flawed way of thinking. But I think James Gunn and Scott Snyder, if there's somebody in that company at a high level looking down and seeing how this is working, they could be in a very special place. But they're not going to get this chance again. If they don't recognize this, they're not going to get this chance again. So I hope they recognize it. But yeah, I would rather, when it comes to documentary, they'll make it, and I'm pretty sure people will have fun watching it. But like I said, it's a pass for me. I just don't want, I don't need to relive that. I mean, we for the relevant stuff that means something.
Reliving it. It's not really reliving it. It's just more of like, okay, if we can get more of like what was happening from the people involved. And then, of course, hopefully if they do something like that, like say it's a series, I just, one of the things that Zach emphasized when he was on Rogan was just like, obviously there's a toxic element that came out of it. And the toxic element is very much around now for sure. Because, we see it all the time, especially with every little thing that's happening with the DCU. But at the same time, like I said, the embracing the AFSP element of it and what happened with him and his family, I think that's going to be emphasized big time when it comes to when they talk about it. But then again, who knows? Like I said, who knows? I mean, for all we know, maybe Zach doesn't even want to talk about it or do that. I don't know. Who knows? But it's just you better believe that there's been numerous pitches of like, hey, what about this? I mean, obviously Sean O'Connell, when he made the book, when he wrote the book, that was just like that was a leading up to it. He wanted to talk to fans. He wanted to emphasize like what were the fans talking about. He was all about like certain fans, this, that, and then getting quotes and then talking about the timeline leading up to like what was going on. But now that we're 4 years after the Snyder Cut and 9 years after BVS, it's kind of crazy to think about, because it's like, I understand, William, you don't want to relive all that stuff. Cool, fine. But I actually would be very intrigued by a documentary or a docuseries just to hear Zach talk about it, to hear Ben talk about it, to hear, even if Henry were to come in or Gal.
You gotta get Henry.
I guess relive is the wrong word. Relive is the wrong word. Relive, I think, is the wrong one. My fear is that this becomes the symbol of it instead of the legacy. The legacy of the movie. This becomes the folklore that outweighs the movie. And in every conversation that comes up, about BVS. Like the other day, I mean, I just wanted to celebrate the 9th anniversary of BVS. I didn't want any fucking articles. I didn't want any hand grenades. I just wanted to say, hey, this was a movie I enjoyed. I promoted. I saw it in the theaters. You can't do that because there's this weight of just this trash bag that you got to drag, and that shows up in every conversation, and it overshadows the legacy of the movie. I mean, 30 years from now, do I want to remember Zack Snyder as a great visual director, or do I want to remember him for this? I know it's part of it, but there are times when I think it just makes the conversation exhausting because people want to attach that to everything about these films, and it just kind of sucks sometimes.
The thing, William, though, which I find interesting about that, because like I'll glance over at Twitter on occasion just to see, like, I mean, it's a fucking hellscape over there, but I'm curious as to what's going on.
You have more fortitude than I do when it comes to that. Good for you.
Yeah, man. Well, I've got too many socials.
I'm not
but
there.
But
go on.
No. I understand. Like, and the thing is that basically it's more of like, again, I'm with William in the sense that I just want to celebrate the memories of the movies and stuff like that. I mean, yeah, I have hope that maybe somewhere down the line something might be able to get figured out. It's more so because
one might call it Faith, Alfred, Faith.
Yeah, exactly. And it's more so because Warner Brothers is just kind of a shit show of a studio right now. But regardless, like, take the anniversary of BVS. I remember that the Ben Affleck stuff drops at the same exact time. Sometimes it just feels they do it on purpose, though, too. You know, and I'm not talking like Zach's people or anything like that. I'm just saying that it feels, because I gotta be honest with you, I honestly feel that people at Warner Brothers, like, Zach is on their mind, and not in like the way of kind of collaborate, but it's like they want to make a point to reference and say like, oh yeah, that's not, none of this stuff is going to happen ever. You like celebrate your thing. So I almost feel like it's kind of back and forth. I feel like it's kind of a poking and prodding kind of thing. But like, we just want to have fun and just celebrate the movies. But some exec or someone also likes to poke and prod, and it is what it is. Like I'm with you, William. Though I want to remember what these movies are and what they mean to me, and the friends I've made along the way, like including you guys, just the fun memories that I've had with it. If we get more of it down the line, great. In the meantime, I'm just going to keep plugging away and telling people what I like about DC, comic books, movies, or otherwise, and then just hope that whatever I want as a customer and as a guy who loves the brand and what I want to see more of, that it happens. And if not, like, then I just won't. Like, people love Peacemaker. I gave up on after 2 episodes. I didn't follow through. I don't give a shit about Creature Commandos. You guys spoiled the whole show for me, and I don't even remember it because I didn't care that much. I mean, and you guys know that I'm going to be legit. Like, I still laugh thinking about the talk about crypto on here. I think it was, like, that's just how I feel. But it is what it is. I will most likely see Superman 2025. Probably opening weekend, just to get it out of the way, because I know I'm going to have to be on here talking about it, and my friend will be wanting to see it, and I'm going to have him pay for my ticket, and then I'll pay for his dinner, and it'll work out great. But regardless, you just have to take it in. You have to enjoy the media for what it is. And as far as the whole controversies around the Snyder stuff, it is just sort of it is the snake eating its own tail, though, at the same time, but more so right now because the studio. They're basically like Marvel in the 90s. They're throwing whatever they can at the wall and just hoping it sticks. And, it's going to have mixed results, at best. So you just have to, as a DC fan, it's nerve wracking and frustrating, where we're looking over, again, I know this is what I say this because it's the next topic, but we're going and looking over at the Doomsday cast. And it's just a big sigh. Like, I love it. I can't wait. And then I look over at DC, and it's just like the little SpongeBobs that are running around in the brain. Everything's kind of on fire, basically. That's. Wow. But yeah.
DC doesn't have that. That's the thing. I saw people say like, "Oh yeah," that's the thing. They don't have that. They never established that. When I saw people, like, when it came to the Avengers stuff, it's like, "Oh yeah, see, look at what they're doing. They're bringing everybody back." And it's like, yeah, DC doesn't have that established, like,
there's no one to bring back right now.
Yeah,
they already tried. They brought Michael Keaton back.
They brought the Flash,
and that was the ultimate to bring back, and it didn't work.
No one gave a fuck, really, in the ultimate turn, right?
Yeah,
like, it still made money, but like
that should have been box office gold. That should have been. huge.
I never thought that. We're talking about a Batman that hadn't been relevant for 30 some odd years. I never thought that was going to be a draw.
You got people freaking out about Alan Cumming coming back as Nightcrawler, and 20 years later.
But that's not going to make $1 difference necessarily for the overall movie. It's the overall movie and the situation that the movie is in.
Yeah,
see,
I mean, yeah.
Keaton was my Batman.
I remember
Keaton was my Batman. I'm not,
Before I left Twitter, I saw some idiot. I don't remember the account name, but it was right around the time.
I'm right here.
Travis, no, not you. If I believe me, if I wanted to talk shit to you, I would. I know. About you. Yeah,
we've been there before. Yeah.
Well, sure, but if I remember around the time No Way Home came out and The Flash was getting made, maybe even like a little bit, maybe a year or so after No Way Home, someone was like, "Oh, The Flash is gonna make $1 billion because Michael Keaton. You guys don't know what the fuck's up. I know what's going on with The Flash." And then I jump to the release of the movie and I look back on that tweet and I go, "Wow, you really do look like a fucking fool, don't you?" It's just so funny to me that like so many fans, so many DC fans, and I think to William and Paul's point, like it's exhausting to talk about that kind of stuff online, but even to a lesser extent, like even in the real world, like I can remember a time after the Snyder Cut had come out in the height of the pandemic, I was going to comic book stores that were open and I walked into one and one of the guys behind the counter, because I was just shopping around looking at some shit, and the guy was like, "Oh, hey, you like the Snyder Justice League?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, that's cool. I didn't like Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor." And I was like, "All right, man, that's fine, I guess." He was like, "Yeah, he was fucking terrible." I was like, "All right, dude. Like,
I know. Tell me how you really feel."
I don't really think so, but hey, to each their own. He goes, "Oh, really? Why don't you think so?" And I was like, "Well, unlike Gene Hackman or Kevin Spacey, his Lex Luthor actually won. He killed Superman." Like, and I gave him like a bullet point list of why I thought he was faithful, why I thought he was a great adaptation. And homeboy was just like, "Well, I don't really agree. I think you're wrong." And I was like, "All right, dude, I'm going to go to another store. You're a fucking asshole." And he was like, "Oh." I was like, "Yeah, man, maybe you shouldn't talk to customers like they're fucking beneath you, and you might actually make a sale. Have a good one." It's exhausting. It's super fucking exhausting to be told by other people who are fans of Superman, Batman, whatever, and being like scolded or told like, "Oh, you don't know shit about this character. You don't know shit about these characters." It's like, look, I've been watching fucking Batman since I was 4 years old. I have a whole fucking bookshelf full of Batman stuff. I have a bunch of other DC stuff. I've got a whole bunch of Marvel stuff. So when people tell me that I don't know fuck all about these characters, I just kind of have to scoff and laugh and be like, "Okay, kid, why don't you go suck on a fucking sucker and go fuck off?" Like I'm just kind of past the point of
that guy still in business. Is that guy still in business?
I don't know. I haven't seen an ad for the shop, so probably not.
Yeah.
That's the Cardinal sin. Yeah, we don't do that.
We've talked to Link on here.
William, how many times has a customer said something that you 100% disagree with, and you're just like, you don't say anything, you're "Oh, that's cool." Like, are you gonna go and berate them?
Every day. I mean, sometimes I'll be on either one of these shows, or they'll ask you about certain things on display. And we'll just have a different point of view, but you have to understand everybody walks through the door has been touched by these characters in different ways. If you want to sell them, like you guys bring up the animated series a lot of times, I have to know that's what inspired you in order to know what to sell you or what not to sell you. Is that what inspired you? Was it the movies? We did a whole video about what made you walk through the door, and then that's what I need to know. Not if you like what I like, because sometimes they buy stuff that I'm like, "Ooh, that's toilet paper," but that's your moment. It's your money. It's your memory. It's your moment. So you have to really. We can have a conversation about. Yeah, a guy came in there the other day. Me and Brad make fun of this all the time. He's last movie I saw a movie was Mystery Man, and I'm like, "Dude, I should have locked my door before you came in." I was joking though, but we smarted up. Everybody's gonna have their own thing. But we had fun with it. I'll have fun with customers like that, when they bring up, but I won't be like, you don't know anything just because you don't want what I don't know everything.
You can't parade them. And that's the thing is like,
I want their money.
You can't do that, but obviously fans will do that, people talk down to Snyder fans like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." And then you have Snyder fans talking down to, people who are excited for James Gunn stuff. You have it's a vicious circle of like a vicious cycle of just basically just everybody just talking down like you don't know these characters, this person doesn't know this character, and it's just like I mean, my whole thing is like I get annoyed because when it comes to diehard Snyder fans, like, did you not miss the messaging of the Snyder Cut movement, which was artistic integrity, artistic freedom, and let the fucking artist do his thing? So it's like instead of just like talking down to people who are excited for James Gunn or talking just shitting on everything James Gunn, can you just like let the man do his thing? You don't have to like it, fine, and you can totally overly obsessed about the same 3 movies for the next 20 years. By all means, do that. But at the same time, it's like the messaging of the Snyder Cut movement was just kind of be like, let the storyteller tell a story, right, and let the fans like what they like. But it seems like a lot of those guys lost that messaging big time. But then, of course, you could get the opposite side, which like these people who are diehard this way don't just don't even look at, or the same, or in the kind of the same ballpark, because if you like what Zach did, they're just like, well, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you don't know this was ass. I mean, when I posted that whole thing about BVS in 9 years, I got people that were quote tweeting like, what the fuck movie did you see and everything. It's like, well, I saw the movie that I really enjoyed, I'm sorry that you didn't. Who
has that?
Like that,
I can like, I don't get it, but like I can kind of get a year after, 2 years after, someone might have that energy, right? Of like, for some reason, if you saw BVS and you just fucking crush you for whatever reason, right? I don't get it, but maybe I can understand 2 years you're still feeling it. 9 years later, I don't know how you're still feeling it. I really don't know how you're that passionate to go quote tweet someday. Oh man, this fucking, like, it's just like at that point, just if you don't like it, move on. I get the people that celebrate it, but the people that don't like it's like it's been almost next year a decade. It's like, what does it matter? There's been another Batman since then. We have another Superman coming out. It's like that's what I don't understand from
well, there's like a weird bubble, because I mean, I think some people don't realize that Justice League was shot in 2016, 9 years ago. And it was supposed to come out in 2017, but of course, with things that happened, it ended up coming out in 4 years ago. But I think in some people's brains, it came out last year. I don't know. It's a very weird thing where it's like, okay, but so I'm totally open with, and I've said it many times, I'm like, if there is something that happens where Zach were to come back years from now to do some kind of legacy sequel where he gets the gang back together and it's like a Kingdom Come thing, which Jay Oliva did say that he had an idea for, fucking A, let's do that. But when it comes to actually doing, because the sequels were not supposed to be so far away from each other, so you can't do like the sequels that were intended anymore, because it's been so far along now that it's just lost that. And I think the way that Zach just kind of like put that bow on it, with Martian Manhunter like sailing off into the distance and said for autumn, it just seems like, okay, yeah, he achieved that. He did that. It was like, all right, if this is all I get, fine. This is the bow I'm putting on it. I didn't change things. Yes, I left a cliffhanger. That's a fuck you to the studio, because they did, even when it came to, getting the money for the Snyder Cut and finishing, they did want him to change the ending. And I've said that numerous times. They wanted him to change the ending, but he's like, no, I'm not changing the ending. We're still going to leave it open and whatever the fuck. So.
Yeah. I just think after not everything has to be defended too. That's what when I posted happy birthday or happy 9th anniversary. That's it. I don't have to defend why I like anything, and nobody has to defend why they don't like it. And I think this become part of their identity. This struggle has become part of their identity. That without the struggle, they fear that there's nothing. I'm like, dude, I'll move on to another movie. I can be sort of excited about what's coming up, more so Lanterns than anything else. But I can be excited for that. Guess what? If Superman comes out and I like it, that's not going to change how I feel about Cavill. I still like that. Guess what? Christopher Reeve, I still like that. There's more room in my brain for more interpretations of these characters. And I think that, like I said, it's not even about the characters anymore. It's about you're attacking what made me feel good or what made my childhood special. And people just got to distance themselves. This is coming from a diehard geek. It can't be that. You're not going to have fun. You're literally adding elements into your regular life and identity. You came to these things to get away from all that, and you're dragging them into your make-believe world. Now you don't have anywhere to go to have fun. It sucks, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I briefly worked at a comic book store, and like the son of the owner would haze me because I like the fucking Aquaman movie. It's like, dude, we literally come to these stores to escape the real world and, you know, have fun with these fictional characters, and you're literally making fun of me because I like Aquaman and I like Jason Momoa's Aquaman movie and I liked Birds of Prey and I liked a bunch of other movies, and both sides, Marvel and DC. And he would like snidely say some shit like, oh, you know, Phil's a great guy, he likes BVS, but I wouldn't take him too seriously because he also likes Aquaman. I'm just like, dude, fuck you. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like, how the
shit.
fuck are you even just like, okay, nepotism number one, but number two, just like, how the fuck do you even operate like that? And that's why I ultimately quit. I was like, I don't do this. This is not at all who I am. And even to William's point, like, there would be times when customers would come up and they would have like a stack of books written by Jeff Johns, and they'd be like, oh, okay, cool, good for you. You know, it didn't turn into like a fuck you kind of situation.
Yeah, like, do you know about this, about Jeff? Yeah, you didn't do that.
No, I was, because it's just like, good for you, man. Like, you want to buy Doomsday Clock? Cool.
Because you've been around where you know that Jeff Johns has written some good books, and we could respect that. Yeah, okay, but at the same time, when it came to him doing movies, he fucking sucked.
There's two way the customer thing happens. They're either guiding you or you're guiding them. When they're guiding you, they're coming in, they're telling you what brought them in there, and then you go through and say you get this, and this, and you make the connection with them. Or they come in completely blank, and like I said, most of these guys that come into my place because of where I'm at, Tony Stark is Robert Downey Jr. to them, but they want to start reading, so they're waiting. Daredevil, like I said, I've gotten plenty of people that come in with Daredevil, and we know what they hand them. So they're either going to come in with what has shaped their reason for walking through the door, or they're going to come in with a blank slate. But there's you can't have it adversely to the point where, because they won't feel comfortable. If they feel like, you're looking down at them as far as like, well, I'm not buying this, so you think I'm some Cro-Magnon. No, it's all I need is information. I need to know where you're at and why you came in here. Everything else, now, as I get to know you over time, I'll make, you buy Invincible. Like I said, you come in here and say, oh, they made a comic book out of that. I'm like, oh, no, it was the other way around. But that I legit get people that come in and ask those questions. And I tell them, no, let me walk you through here. And, there we go. But yeah.
You have to educate, and without being a prick. I mean, that's what you have to do. That's the whole goal right there. And then we got your co-host joining right now.
Hey, way up, Brad.
Perfect
line to bring me in on, educate without being a prick.
Yeah, you didn't get the code I was sending when he would, whatever.
Welcome, Brad. How's it going?
Hello, everybody. Pretty well. So, I mean, we definitely had a very eventful week, news-wise, as the thumbnail indicates.
Yeah, we definitely have. Yes, we definitely have.
Hey, look, Brad, you can talk about Ben Affleck now. See, there you go. Damn sure we're doing on our show.
You know what's really interesting about all that to me is that the thing that people seem to be zeroing in on the most from that interview is the whole thing about Batman can't be scary, or he's supposed to not be scary, or like whatever it was that Ben said. It's like my Batman like scared my son, and so a whole bunch of people are just diving on that, saying it's like, see, Affleck agrees that Snyder's Batman was too scary, or just a whole lot like that, and that's
a way to twist his words.
Yeah. Well, I think as Paul alluded to earlier, it's like every like 6 months or so we get an interview with Ben Affleck reflecting on playing Batman, and it whatever he says just gets contorted into like some kind of like diss on him playing Batman. It's like, I should. It's like I hated being Batman, like the entirety of it, not just the KO reshoot phase.
This thing I invented that allows you to scroll past it, I'm copyrighting that tonight.
The thing about it is, for me, Williams, he talked about that a bit when we kind of somewhat touched on it on our show that night. But one thing about it was, when the day it dropped, the timing just had to be intentional. For the timing of that interview.
You thought that GQ actually dropped that whole article just because of BVS and to throw it in fans' faces?
I think there's
because that was literally like 10% of the whole interview. That's
it
wasn't
10% of the interview, but it was like 100% of what was talked about for the interview.
Of course, that's in our world.
It's more It's less the GQ article. It's more the Variety article that then quoted the GQ
because they knew that would get them engagement.
Yeah, that's more.
Yeah, it's probably. I
But
should
this whole
phrase it like that.
conspiracy that they dropped it because of that, and it was like an FU to fans. That's stupid. I'm sorry. When I saw that whole conspiracy, they only did it because I'm like, no, that was literally probably 3 paragraphs of an entire article where they talked about so much else. And again, I was going emphasize what Ben Affleck wants to actually do in Hollywood and what he's doing right now. Forget the stupid bullshit and the discourse about cape shit. What he actually wants to achieve after going through all this experiences is the emphasis of this whole interview and the life that he lived. Yes, we can emphasize about this, and that's what we do. But at the same time, when this whole conspiracy, they only did this because of, no, I don't think that was actually the case. Yeah, coincidental, maybe, I don't know. But I don't know. I think there's a lot of people out there on Twitter that are just like that. They want to posture themselves up like, oh yeah, I'm making a voice because look at, Variety and GQ, they're afraid of me or something like that because they posted this article. And I'm like, no, it's not that. I just don't think it's actually that. But at the same time, Variety knew exactly what they were doing because they were like, oh, the Batman stuff, we got to post that. We're going to emphasize that because that's going to get a lot of engagement. Yeah.
With you on that. Yeah.
Plus we got the Count 2 coming out too. So
there's
that. Which is kind of funny because I guarantee you there's going to be a campaign for hashtag make the Batfleck movie, and they're not even going to acknowledge The Accountant 2, just like they released the Air Cut campaign that happened on Wednesday, and a lot of those guys didn't even fucking acknowledge A Working Man,
which I just saw
coming out this weekend, which pissed me off. Which I was like looking on some of these accounts that were, pushing the fucking hashtag and weren't even talking, not even acknowledging A Working Man. It's like, it just irks me because I'm like, you don't really give a shit about David Ayer, do you? You don't give a shit about his new movie. You just give a shit about this. And that just fucking pissed me off because I'm like, why are you guys not even, every 2 or 3 tweets, just talk about A Working Man? If you're going to be spamming your timeline with release the Air Cut, which I'm okay, fine. I want to see the Air Cut too, but fucking do a tweet that has his new movie involved. I'm guessing that's why they organized the campaign to happen this week because his new movie is coming out, but you guys aren't even acknowledging the new movie. That's what just irked me.
I actually just saw about an hour ago.
How'd you like it?
I enjoyed it. And that's actually something I kind of have been saying. I think I mentioned this to William on our show a couple months ago, because David Ayer, he was just asked this week about the whole Ayer Cut situation, and he says, they want to get some wins on the board, and I'm kind of sitting waiting patiently for my shot at that, and my whole part of my take on it is like, yeah, David, I'm 1,000,000% in your corner about getting your cut of Suicide Squad out there, but at the same time, this whole Jason Statham, David Ayer team up, please keep that train running as long as you can.
Stay your thumb.
Yeah. Like one thing that at least kind of jumped out at me between Beekeeper and A Working Man is that it's like David Ayer, it's like he understands, I think, the appeal of Jason Statham probably better than probably 90% of directors that work with Statham. Like he knows how to get the most Statham out of Statham.
The lines that he said both in Beekeeper and this movie, my God, I mean, they're so Statham,
Oh yeah.
Dave, Brad, just clarify for me: are the Beekeeper and Working Man actually connected, or are they just separate?
No, they're separate. They're totally separate.
They're connected by the director and the leading man, but that's about it.
Okay, all right.
But there's an end credit that can. No, I'm joking.
I mean, listen, you got fucking Argyle being.
Guess what? We got twins.
That's true.
Project. So
that
fucking
movie. Oh my God!
I didn't watch Argyle. I stayed away.
What's going to happen? David Ayer is going to team up with Jason Statham again. They're going to do a remake of Double Impact, the Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh man, that would be pretty awesome.
And it's going to be both of them. They're brothers. Didn't know.
Did you see that Running Man finally wrapped? Edgar Wright.
Yeah,
I did see that.
Oh, dude, I cannot wait for that movie. I cannot wait for that movie. That's going to be so great.
It's going to be.
But guess who's returning right now?
Scott.
There he is.
Just as we were talking about.
Oh, Scott.
Hey, Travis.
Hello, Scott. Good to see you,
Hold
sir.
He's back.
Scott.
Yes. What do you got there? What do you got in the hand?
Arizona Arnold Palmer.
Nice.
You know, a beverage. People drink things.
And, well, I mean,
Where's I
I'm actually really kind of thirsty. I didn't get my adult beverage for my movie tonight, so I was very, sad. And this was sitting in my car, so it was the last one of a buy two get one free. Because the best thing about Arizona's is that you get a can this size that are all 99 cents.
Yep. Price
Yeah.
never changes.
So you gotta
Yeah.
How was the movie? You gotta give us a little reaction.
It was fine. That was the thing,
okay.
is that it was one of those movies that I think it needed. Now, once again, this is my subjective opinion about it. It could have leaned more into the kind of the crazy zaniness. It was kind of the same I had a more positive reaction to this film than I did to Mickey 17, wherein that I felt like the trailer promised me a certain level of zaniness, and then the movie was so subdued that I was just like, no, I really feel like you needed to like turn the dial up a little bit more. So that was so tonally, it was like the horror stuff they went with was there, but I felt like the comedy part needed to crank a little bit more up to balance out with the really sort of gory, I mean, there's some gnarly deaths in this
I'm
movie.
sure.
There's some gnarly deaths in this movie. Larry Fong is the cinematographer.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
But once again, underutilized. Like you would see a shot here or a shot there where the angle was interesting or the camera was doing something interesting. But then the rest of the time, it was kind of just run-of-the-mill vanilla, lock the camera off, do the shots. The biggest criticism I have for this movie, because like I said, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It just felt like it could have been something more. But the CGI for the unicorns was...
it was bad. It was not that good.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Especially that's the key element of the one. I imagine one of the key elements of the movie. So
well, when they were doing kind of the Jaws thing, where they don't show it to you, like they hint, they show you like legs or like they do that great. Like I said, like when Spielberg had the Jaws robot that like sucked, so he had to shoot around it to avoid actually showing the shark. I feel like that worked better for the unicorns in this movie than when you actually saw the unicorn, because for me the CGI, it just needed a few more renders, and it was something that I'm like, you could have done this practically, like you couldn't have.
Could have been something. Yeah.
I think
an A20. Is it an A24?
It is an A24 movie. Yeah. So I was
$15 million budget too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Curious.
Oh wow, that's all they spent on that?
Yeah, 15 million.
Oh, they're gonna make that back.
Oh yeah, that's A24 is great that way at least.
I know A24 always does that. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
Blumhouse too. Blumhouse does it well too.
Yes, they do. You're correct about that. So, and I'm a big A24 fan. I even if I don't love every A24 movie I see, being an A24 movie is enough to get me, in the seats. I mean, I'm a member of that little triple A24 fan club where literally as of this year, every A24 movie that comes out, I get a free ticket to opening weekend. Like nice. It's really sweet. And this one was just one of the okay ones. Like I said, not bad, but the CGI unicorns, that was rough. The comedic tone, like the parody, the over the topness, I felt like could have been like cranked up a little bit. And then like I said, the cinematography was just like let Larry Fong do his thing. And it just wasn't like there were the elements were there, but when you put them all together, it felt less than what it could have been. But still an enjoyable movie. I'm not saying it's a bad movie. On my Letterboxd, I gave it 3 stars, which, for me is not terrible. It just means it was fine. It was good.
Yeah.
Didn't hate it, but I wasn't like, I'm not going to be buying this when it comes out. It was like, I saw it. Cool. It's a movie I watched, ready for a working man on Sunday. Brad, to your point that you were making before I came on about how Ayer uses Statham so well, I also think it's because Ayer knows how to. Ayer is an action director. I mean, he's not just an action director because he's done amazing dramatic films, but he knows how to shoot it. So I think back to the beat. Like, I haven't seen A Working Man yet. I'm seeing it on Sunday for my birthday. But like one of the things I loved about Beekeeper, and I get that sense from A Working Man because of the human trafficking angle, is that he does really well working with Statham when Statham is playing that man on a righteous crusade. Because that's what the Beekeeper and Paul, I can kind of understand where you're coming from, where you feel like they're kind of connected, because it's a formula that's working really well where Statham plays what feels like, the guy who's like super skilled, but he looks like he's just a plain normal guy until something bad happens to really ordinary good people and he has to right the wrong, and then he's just going to destroy everyone in his path to right that wrong. And I think that's what works so well. But he also shoots the action with Statham, because Statham can do his own stunts and he can do his own action. You've got to utilize that when you shoot it, and Ayer can do those long one takes where you just let the action play out. Like, one of my favorite things with the Beekeeper was, how is he going to take out all these guys with guns when he doesn't have one? Because that's the whole point. And I always loved how in the Beekeeper, after he took some guy down, he always it's always that badass move like Bruce Wayne does in The Dark Knight, where he disassembles the gun before he leaves. It's like, I'm going to make this.
I love that. I love
I
that.
know, right? It's like the badass moves.
One of the coolest Bruce Wayne scenes ever, right there.
I mean, because the idea is that I'm going to make this completely unusable.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to take it apart.
And then he doesn't he doesn't even flinch. He doesn't even his face doesn't even change. He's just walking and just dismantling and just drops it. I love the way that Bale.
But Statham does it 3 or 4 times in the Beekeeper, and it's every different kind of gun, because it's like pop the lock, take the slide off, dump out the firing pin, take the barrel out of the slide. It's like, who's me being someone who I've taken weapons apart to clean them and then put them back together and stuff. It's like, there are so many pieces and parts that it's like,
he's just bang, 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 done.
Right. The fact that you can just go click, dick, and then make the thing completely useless. I think for me, that's what Ayer does so well when he uses the camera with Statham, is that he lets Statham just fluidly go through an action sequence. But then he also picks script, because Ayer didn't write The Beekeeper. I don't think he wrote A Working Man either.
He co-wrote it with Sylvester Stallone.
Oh,
yeah.
Yo, baby. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting thing, because he didn't write Beekeeper. So it'll be interesting to see Working Man with Ayer being a co-writer on it. But I feel like that's the formula the two of them have found together. Get the man on a righteous mission, the ordinary man who's not ordinary on a righteous mission with some sort of I wouldn't say topical, but because the Beekeeper was all about phishing schemes and scamming out the elderly who don't know any better, in the phishing and scams. And then this one's about human trafficking. So I think that's a formula that just works, that makes you root for a guy to just beat the shit out of whoever he comes into contact with.
But you get plenty of that in The Working Man, trust me.
You definitely do. And one of the good things too, and Brad, since you've seen it, is that opening credit sequence is so freaking cool. It's like this elaborate, it's visual effects. You basically get the backstory of his character while they're doing the opening sequence, like his, fighting in the whatever wars that he was in and everything. You get like that sense as they're doing the opening, and it's comic booky, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, it's very like comic book movie-esque, like, oh shit. I mean, yeah, when I was seeing like that, I was like, oh man, the opening credits is it's a beautiful little like opening sequence.
And cool. Dave, to your point, like I said, I'm sorry guys, I'm like catching up on
what
I did or did not hear, but I appreciated your rant when I was waiting backstage about people not promoting Air's new movie. It felt this. We had the same kind of rant like when Rebel Moon was coming out, and we were just like, guys, talk about Rebel Moon. It's coming on Netflix, and like, like you shared a tweet this week of David Ayer shooting the movie. I just went to David Ayer's tweet and retweeted that, and that's when I was like, treating myself this weekend. It's like, just share something, let people know he has a new movie coming out. Like, I use this as an opportunity to talk somebody into watching The Beekeeper this week. Yeah. It's like, yes, we want to see these things that have not come out yet in their proper form, but we need to remember that we need to keep the director successful in the present to make him a viable asset. In a way, if you want to break it down really sort of cold and clinical, it's like we need Ayer to continue to be successful so that there's still a demand for him.
Well,
in the future.
Well, thankfully that he's not going to need that so much because, like I said, I mean, I don't know how full your theater was, but I thought my theater was a lot fuller than I thought it was going to be, which I thought was really good. And they're even predicting that it might be the number one movie of this weekend, with Snow White just taking a huge dive. I don't know, which is kind of crazy, but wouldn't that be crazy?
If you look at it, it'd be interesting with it being an R-rated movie doing that. But but really, it's a Working Man and Death of a Unicorn, and that's it that came out.
Well, there's the Woman in the Yard too that came out.
I have not heard good things about that.
Woman in the Yard.
It looked interesting. I mean,
that's
the trailer
a VOD movie for me. That's not a
That's totally going to be if it's on Hulu and I'm fucking, I'm half asleep.
I'm not going out to the theaters to see who's in the yard. There's enough people in my yard. I can watch that at home.
And actually, Scott, to what you were saying too about the about the kind of the formula that Statham and Ayer kind of established with what they've done so far. That's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting.
I'm trying to make that a term.
I mean, we should get something like that to catch on, like Ayer, Stath Ayer, or like however we can put it together. But I forget where I saw this a few years ago, but like what you were talking about, like Ayer, he's putting Statham into these roles where he's this righteous crusader fighting for he's like Robin Hood, who just can really kick ass in a modern context. And again, I forget where I saw this what outlet or whoever I saw make this comment, but they sort of outlined like this was before the Beekeeper came out, where they had said Statham in his compared to like a lot of the other action movie guys, he usually isn't playing a hero. He's usually playing like a bad guy going after worse guys. And what the Ayer and Statham have done so far, they really changed that up. Where like he's actually playing someone very selfless and very he's, again, like you said, a man on a mission, like riding on a social crusade for either human trafficking or fishing or scams or what have you. And I mean, who knows what other kind of modern sort of topical issue they're going to tackle next, but. That's kind of been on my mind with what they've done so far. Is that this is like the most with what we've seen of Statham and his work with Ayer. It's really the most kind of heroic we've seen him with the characters he's played so far with under David Ayer.
I would agree because I mean his big breakout was The Transporter, and even then he's working for bad people. Now he's a man, right? But but yet in those movies he was still a man with a code, so that kind of worked for him in kind of an anti-hero kind of realm. Being Shaw in the Fast and Furious franchise is, like you said, the bad people going after the worst people. But I really like the formula they've got going right now.
and bring me more of it. It's just, it works. And to Paul's point, no, they're not connected, and I don't want them to be connected. Just keep on making movies like this, where it's just like these little one-offs. Not everything needs a sequel. Just
Beekeeper's getting one.
Well, the only reason I asked was because of the connection with the director and the lead, and on top of that, literally not even just Jason Statham himself, he even dresses the exact same. So I literally thought
the trailers didn't help. The trailer,
William on our show, William said this is basically like Beekeeper, like with another coat of paint or something.
The trailers look exactly like it. Even it might be a different movie because I haven't seen it yet. But that trailer for Working Man, I'm like, wait a minute, this seems familiar, but I like it though, so I'm all right with it.
Well, and I think, William, to your point though, what that does though is that gets people who did see the Beekeeper, and it makes them go, oh, okay, I want to see this one. Because once again, you look at the poster, and where do they advertise? From the director of Suicide Squad and the Beekeeper. Like it's become a selling point, as the director of, on these movies. Because honestly, the poster is just Statham looking like a badass. I mean,
which is what he always usually does.
I mean, if it ain't broke, Chris, don't fix it.
No, I'm not saying it.
It's a simple formula.
That's what I was saying earlier. We go to see those movies to enjoy what he brings, and I'm fine with that. Keep doing it.
Like I said, like he's not reinventing the wheel. He's just letting you know, hey, that thing still fucking works. We can still do this. Add a little flair to it, a little, because I even said like when it comes to A Working Man, I'm like, yeah, it feels almost to the point of like B-roll, but it's not because of the care of how it's shot, and of course, the fight sequences and everything. And then, like I said, there was like a little bit of like layers to it that I'm kind of curious if you see them too, Scott. Like there's just something about it with like when it comes to some of these guys and how they're dressed. And I don't know, there was something too. I won't say it too. Where I was just
don't say it. We will catch up. After I see it on Sunday
night. It's just a thing in the background. I was going, why does that look like that? I don't know. There was something. I was going, that's a choice. And so I'm like, wow, what were you doing right there, Ayer? There's just some things where I was going, what were you doing right there? But but for the most part, what's cool about it too is just the fact that obviously there's the whole backstory of like, oh, he's got a daughter, and then of course somebody else's daughter is missing. So then of course there's this like whole thing that it builds up to, and you can understand why he's doing it, what's going on when it comes to his situation and everything. And it's just, again, there's just it's the story we've seen a million times, but it's retold in a way that it's like, okay, I like this. And then you got David Harbour who's in there too, which
I know that's a selling point for me. Is I really love
After Violent Night, definitely.
he's just there's something about him. He's just like a big, huge teddy bear.
Well, for me, I really fell in love with him when he played Hopper on Stranger Things.
Of course,
Especially the fourth season, especially season 4. Man, those two characters shine in season 4.
Yes,
him and Winona Ryder's characters, and Murray. Murray was gold, man. I was saying this guy's a worthless 2 minutes of my time, and I ended up loving that karate thing on the plane when he knocks out the pilot and they got to land that plane in like Russia. That's hilarious, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you.
No. But basically, what before you came in, we were talking about Ben Affleck's his quotes and all the things that were.
I didn't even like. I started to read the article and I went, "Oh, this is where this is going." Okay, and then I just kind of like, I kind of closed it. Like I see where this is going, and so I was actually gonna. That was one of the things I was interested in checking out from your Wednesday Film Junkie Live, which I haven't watched yet, because I was like, I could read this or Dave could give me the highlights.
Well, again,
wait on Dave to give me the highlights.
The whole article is like mainly just, the emphasis that I was trying to make a point on, because obviously what's going to get the engagement, and Variety knew this, and that's why when it's so funny, because when it came to that article from Variety that got posted on Tuesday, immediately I was just like, oh, okay, so Variety got a new article, and I'm like, all right, I'll take the quote, because this is something pretty significant, and I did that, and I went like, oh yeah, but it's from a full fucking, oh yeah, it's full, and I have to like, I even did it today with the whole Bradley Cooper JOR-EL thing, because when I saw DC Films, when they posted it. I thought it was, the trades must have posted it. Okay, cool. I'm going to post that too. But then I realized, oh shit, it was from a scooper. And then I went and dug deeper. I went, oh, this is because of that, because of some bullshit reason why they dropped that. And I went, God damn it, I got to be a little bit more, I need to be a little bit more like, hey, what is the actual full-on source? And I think, with both the Ben Affleck article, I thought Variety was like the first one to, oh yeah, they just talked to Ben Affleck about, I don't know, maybe there's something. But then I was like, oh, they were just referencing the GQ article, which is a huge article in an interview with him about so many things. And like the Batman stuff is probably about 10-15% of it. Same thing when it came to the Bradley Cooper JOR-EL stuff. It was like, I was like, oh shit, I need to really like make sure I look, and that's
you
just
need to take your squadcast lessons when you just sort of like go and set you like, because that's what we used to have to do back when we were a news podcast. Was we had to inception that shit. Keep on like.
I mean, that's the thing nowadays.
Twitter accounts and people.
But when it happens like during the day and I'm working and I'm trying to do, and I see it and I go, and then people send it to me and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But then I'm like, shit, why did I not go down further and be like, oh, wait a minute. This is like, there's more to this. It's not. And the biggest thing about the Ben Affleck article, Scott, was the fact that the title of it is like him wanting to change Hollywood with all the shit that he went through. And especially when it came to playing Batman. I mean, he had a great time when it came to BVS and Suicide Squad and The Flash. But of course, even Justice League, probably for the first portion when it came to the reshoots, obviously that was a shitstorm. But what he's wanting to do is change Hollywood, where what happened to Zach and the crew and the cast doesn't happen again. That's what that's what they were emphasizing in that. I mean, they talk about a lot of shit, and of course that's going to be brought up. But I mean, the main thing to take away from that is what he wants to do with his production company is to not have something what happened to Zach happen to anybody.
Well, and I think it's interesting that like in the past year, I'm still in the middle of it. I haven't finished it yet because once again, life. But, HBO does that comedy, The Franchise. Seth Rogen's got that new thing called The Studio. And it's just like, even the productions are starting to like, in a comedic way, point out all this shit. It's like, hey, this is what happens. We might be making fun of it, but it's really just a spoonful of sugar to help the medicine go down. Because
did you really just reference Harry Potter?
Yes, I just reference Harry Potter.
I love it. I love this. Why I love Scott. Oh man, this is amazing.
But that's something because like I want to watch The Studio, and I need to finish the franchise because I enjoyed what I watched of the franchise up to the point that I stopped watching, and I appreciate Affleck's perspective on that, and like you said, context. Read the actual article. What's the context of what's being said? Because I'm sure the GQ article is also coming out because he's got The Accountant 2 coming out in like 2 weeks.
Exactly.
And I am so ready for that.
Oh, dude, every time I see the trailer, my dad is like, my dad always says, I like that guy. Not Ben Affleck, but John Bernthal. He loves John Bernthal. He always goes, I like that guy. And I'm like, but he likes Ben Affleck too, and he loved the first one as well. But he always, anytime he sees John Bernthal, he's like, I like that guy.
Bernthal is like, that guy actor though, because he still is not. He's never had like a huge main vehicle movie-wise, right? Like
that was one of the things that I had a conversation. I had a conversation with my dad about that after the movie. We had dinner, and I had, it's an interesting thing too, because I was thinking about that when it comes to John Bernthal, and it was a question that I actually asked Harry Lennox when I interviewed him, prior to the Snyder Cut. Was I actually asked him, I'm like, yeah, obviously when you become an actor, you want to see your name on the marquee. You're the star of this, you're star of that, but that could be so short-lived. You can have that rise to fame, but then it could just fucking crash and burn, and then you're never talked about again. But someone like Harry Lennox, or even someone like John Bernthal, who doesn't have, he's not the star, but he's the guy that just shows up as these supporting roles, and you go, hey, it's that guy. I'm like, would you rather be that guy? Because and even Harry Lennox was like, it is steady work. I mean, and I think if I was going to be an actor, I'd want to be like that guy. That Steve Buscemi, is a perfect example. Constant work, always working. There's never like short of work. Yeah, you're not going to be like the big main guy, and your name's going to be plastered again, up on the marquee or be even the main person on the poster. But you get steady work. And people always look at it and go, hey, it's that guy. I like that guy. I almost think like, to me, I'd want something like that. And John Bernthal is kind of that guy.
Well, but like that movie that's coming out this month, The Amateur, with
he's in there too.
He's in there too.
Just a side character training Rami Malek. And it's like, oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And he's like the same guy. He's like, you really think you're gonna do this?
But
You ready to go to that side?
But he's got a speed. It's one of those things that when those character actors, there's like two kinds of character actors in my opinion. There's the category of they basically play the same character every time they do, but that's why they get hired, because they're that guy. And you get hired for that guy role. The other character actors are the ones that can like be transformative and,
Gary Oldman in the 90s.
Yes, exactly. But you get someone who it's like, but you get a John Bernthal because you want John Bernthal. Like you want that look, you want that sound, you want that personality. I want that guy. Granted, it doesn't allow him to stretch as an actor, but fuck it, it pays the rent. So you know what, like you said, it keeps you working. And he does a lot of TV, which once again, he doesn't. That's why, he's that journeyman. He takes the work where it is.
Yes.
So.
And then the fact that, Bernthal, when they wanted him back as Punisher with the original run of Daredevil, and he was like, nope, that's not working for me. That's not what we do here. And that caused a riff into what was happening with Daredevil Born Again, where the fact that it was like, yeah, maybe we should not do this and kind of bring back a lot of this and reinvigorate that. I think John Bernthal really had an impact when it came to Daredevil Born Again. And then, of course, now he's getting his own Punisher special that he's co-writing because he loves the character so much. I mean, this is where Bernthal is like, this is where he's shining. He's like, I love his character. I studied this character. I've researched this character. What you guys were doing before, fuck that. And then all of a sudden they revamped it. All right, that's a lot better. And then of course when he showed up in episode 3 or four,
episode 4,
and the exchange that Matt and Frank had, my God, that was so good. It was so good.
I still love that candy ass hero shit. That was the best line.
Great line.
And then of course he was like, say his name, and it was just like,
and he's still calling him Red. He's still calling him Red.
Yeah,
can't protect your women, Red.
The fact that he's calling him Red, and then the fact that Matt got he pushed Matt's button so much where Matt just punched him in the face, and he was like,
"Oh no, he slapped him. He didn't punch him. He slapped him."
Oh, he slapped him. That's right. He slapped him. Yeah, but it's just like dude. I mean, that's still like with all the episodes, that exchange was like the best. I think the best scene, as much as I've liked. Like that's a lot of the other shit that's going on, but that scene between them two, they fucking went for it.
And by the way, since we're in this area, I haven't watched episode 5 yet, so
okay, we won't talk about it.
I was just like, this could go really bad.
No, don't worry. No, we won't. We won't really talk about like those. But I mean, they're good, but at the same time, Bernthal is just, he's just one of those guys that, and I can't wait for the Accountant too. And he's just, like you said, I think he just likes the steady work.
What did you say, Travis?
I said, don't forget he's in Odyssey as well, which I can't wait to see with Nolan. I think that's going to be a very
Who isn't in Odyssey? Everyone is in Odyssey.
That's true, but like it's the first time Bernthal's been with Nolan, so that's
like, but if you've read the Odyssey, there are so many fucking characters in that poem. It also takes place over 10 years. So
William and I are actually in Odyssey. We're actually announcing.
If you're walking around Hollywood right now and you're not in the Odyssey, you may need to get a new job because everybody's in this movie. I'm like, damn.
Did you guys see what Matt Damon? Did you guys see the Matt Damon image? I posted it. It was like,
dude, new one. Okay.
Or Jackson Bourne.
That dude got shredded. Look at that motherfucker right there.
You can do 10 more Bourne movies, clearly.
Jesus Christ, dude got shredded, and I captioned it by saying Goodwill hunking. Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
bad pun.
Brilliant.
Ha 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 ha. But I saw that image. I was like, Jesus Christ, there he is, shredded. Look at Matt Damon.
But that's I like how Damon has kind of become like the most recent of the he's become part of Nolan's Rolodex.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of that story he talks about his wife, when he was supposed to be taking some time off, and then he called him up from Oppenheimer, and he was like, "Sorry, honey, Nolan calls." No,
that's literally that's Commissioner Gordon hitting you up on the bat phone right there.
Yeah, I can't remember what he said. It was 2 reasons why he'd only go back to acting. It was something else, and if Nolan called for a movie, and then Nolan called the week after. It's like, okay, well, I'm going, and now he's starring in a Nolan movie, so it's not. Like even Oppenheimer, he was in there a lot, but now he's like leading the thing, and
because that's the thing, he goes from being basically a surprise cameo in Interstellar,
Dr. Mann,
to being a significant supporting role in Oppenheimer, to like you said, Travis, now being the star. I think this is. I like watching this journey for Damon. It's like, okay, man.
Is there any one person you could even say is the star of the Odyssey?
Yeah, I think it's going to be Damon.
It's going to be Damon. He's Odysseus.
Cyclops. I don't know.
I think they're going to frame it. I think I agree with lots of the theories that they're going to frame it like Oppenheimer in a way, the way that movie was paced, where Cillian Murphy had the bulk of that movie, but there's tons of supporting cast. I think that's where Damon, where most of the screen time he'll be on it with everybody, but there's going to be just a bevy of people around him. So I think he will be the star, and he'll be in the
because once again, because that's how the poem goes. Like it's
through him.
It's through him. The only times it goes away from him is when it kind of follows his son, who I suspect is being played by Tom Holland. Maybe I'm not.
I think that's the theory. Yeah, he just
that's my theory.
Tom Holland is his son. Yes.
Yeah. Because there's the Tom Holland story of him kind of going around trying to find out what happened to his dad, and then there's Odysseus on his his journey, his extended journey back home. And so I'm looking for, because I love the Odyssey so much. I've seen all these, I've read different translations, I've seen different adaptations. Right now, my biggest one that I always remember is the Armando Santi.
Oh my god, yeah.
Hallmark miniseries.
I was like 7th grade. They showed that in class.
It's good though.
With
I saw it in
Vanessa
English
Williams.
Class.
Vanessa Williams. Yeah, she's who is she?
Cersei.
Yeah. And that was a to me, that's been the best one so far. So I'm ready to watch Nolan step up to the plate on this one.
Odysseus' son has a very interesting story, more so Penelope, his wife, because I mean, at least in the Amarna on Santi version, you only see a little bit more of that at the end. But basically, it's just Odysseus was such a prominent figure and had so much land and property. All these other guys are coming in trying to
marry her,
marry her and take it over. And then, of course, Odysseus finds out when he returns home, and then he gets revenge, and that alone. I mean, so I guess they've also now made that a movie with Ray Fiennes.
Ray Fiennes, The Return just talks about that. Like it cuts out the whole return home story and just focuses on him having to, save his wife and son and get his kingdom back.
Right.
I mean, this has also been an episode of Xena Warrior Princess, so they did that.
Oh.
That was an episode.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all.
That either.
I remember. It's funny you should mention that, because I remember a while back, because I remember seeing it as a kid and like thinking this. It's funny how like you'll see something that you is maybe like intended for a slightly older audience when you're like 7, 8 years old, and then you revisit it later on, you realize this is actually a lot goofier than I remember. Because the way I'd look back on Xena is that my mind thought like the tone or like the scale of it, my mind was thinking like Gladiator, Braveheart, 300. That's kind of what I had in my mind. And then seeing Xena for the first time in like probably like 15 years at that point, I was like, oh, this is very Power Rangers like, actually.
Oh no, yes, it is. Oh
yeah,
because it was Raimi.
Sam
Raimi was the producer.
Yeah. So yeah, it was more Evil Dead probably than Gladiator.
Well, again, I was like 8 years old when they came out. It's like that's what my
same
8-year-old mind processed it as. This was what this feels like at that age, and then you see it as adults, like, oh no, it was actually quite campy.
I mean, Bruce Campbell was a recurring character in that show, so
Really, that's cool.
Freddy was.
Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know that?
I totally forgot about that.
No, I've seen that when I've seen episodes, but I think it was still probably a little bit before my time, so I knew of the show, but I couldn't name you an episode. I couldn't name you a full thing, so that's cool that Campbell is in there. So
he plays this suave, master thief kind of character.
Of course,
who just always like pops up an episode or two every season. He's one of those. He's one of those characters,
like one of those recurring characters. I remember he was also there was a series that he led called. I think it was called Frisco County Jr.
Briscoe. The Adventures of Briscoe County Jr. I loved that show. Friday nights on Fox. It was one of those shows they created to come on before the X-Files, and it actually lasted like 2 seasons.
Yeah,
the rest of them
actually got a season 2. It did.
It got a season. It was
ridiculous. But that's the thing. That's what's that Bruce Campbell is just so likable. He's just got that likable presence.
Played a bounty hunter.
I loved Ash vs. the Evil Dead, that series that they continued when it came to the Evil Dead.
That was great. I love that show.
It was great. It was absolutely great. So
the first thing I ever saw him in when I was a kid, I saw him in Congo. When he's like one of the scientists and it gets killed by one of the.
He was in Congo.
Yes, he was in Congo. Yes,
and it's funny too because my.
You're blowing my mind right now. He was in Congo.
Yeah. And my cousin, who's like, I was like 12 at that point. He was probably like 25. And I told him I'd just seen Congo. We just rented a Blockbuster, and he said, "Oh yeah, I liked it, but except that I didn't like that they killed Bruce Campbell so early." And I wasn't familiar
on that.
I wasn't familiar with him at the time, so I realized, he's referencing Evil Dead, but
right. But the thing is that
there he is, right there.
Bruce Campbell.
Oh, you took a picture with him? Yes, you did. It took a while to focus and get the light.
Sorry.
But I remember seeing him first from the poster. Before I saw him in anything, the first thing I ever saw him in was the poster for Army of Darkness. Because that came out.
He looked like a romance novel.
They always made him like 10 times buffer than he actually was in the movie.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah. It's so funny. But then, of course, I also loved him because he played Sam Axe in Burn Notice, and that was such a fun show. I even remember
that series that was on USA, right?
That was on USA. Yeah. It went on. That went on for a while.
It went on for years.
That went for years, like 7-8 seasons, and then in between the seasons, Bruce Campbell got his own standalone prequel movie for his character.
Really? That's cool. That's fun.
Yes.
That's pretty sweet.
They did a Sam Axe movie that aired in between seasons of Burn Notice.
Huh. Sweet. Yeah.
Why do I always remember all this random?
No.
I think you're just a big Bruce Campbell fan.
Because then it ignites a.
I read his memoir. I read that If Chins Could Kill, Confessions of a B-movie actor.
It's called that.
That's a great title. Yeah.
It was a great book
because that's what he is. Because that's what we did that last year. We did an Evil Dead retro series on Geek First, and I get why because those movies weren't the biggest. But when you watch him in those, you're like, how is this guy not a bigger star in the '90s? Like the charisma that's just oozing off this guy. I get it because I'm sure at that time they looked at it as like very, this is C-rate horror, like it's just gore and whatever. It's just this nobody actor. But when you watch, like he always has charisma. In the '90s, like I don't know how he was not scooped up and put in more stuff in the '80s and everything. He's in a lot of stuff, but he became a B movie actor in a sense, like that title.
But he embraced it too,
absolutely,
which I love. But the fun fact: if you get a copy of If Chins Could Kill, he has the fake blood recipe that they used for Evil Dead. Like he does the actual recipe in the book. So go check that out.
Gotta check that out. But I do have to ask all you guys, how are we feeling with this potential Bradley Cooper JOR-EL thing?
JOR-EL, not Zor-El.
Sorry, Zor-El.
Don't get confused with
Zor-El's been cast.
I know. Zor-El's already been cast. Sorry, the vodka's kicking in. JOR-EL. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a solid casting. That's about it for me. I mean, the way it came out is When it comes to that whole scooper stuff, I just scrolled right past that because that's getting caught up in angst that has nothing to do with the casting of it. It's not a spoiler. If you thought there was any way in hell that Superman's dad was not going to get leaked out, that was silly. If you're in 2025 and you don't like things being released, and you can mute a lot of people, but you're following the person that you're mad at about all this stuff. And I'm like, this is nothing. This is a solid casting, if it's to be believed, and that's it. That's all there was to it. I don't know how some of the things that become news stories, but hey, I guess that's where we're living today.
Chris, how are you feeling about it? And I know you got to tick off, give your 2 cents. And
I was kind of, when people were saying like, "Oh, be careful, there's that potential casting." I mean, then it came out. I was like, okay. I mean, I didn't really have a necessarily like, bring Russell Crowe back. Come on, like people.
Or something.
Let's move on. I'm like with everything. I'm open to it. I think he's a great actor. There's good potential there, but my question is, okay, are we how often are we going back and forth? Is this going to be continuing on? Are we going to be like Fortress of Solitude, just visits here and there at that point? I mean, he's a quality actor. I don't have any problems with it right now. So I just need to see more.
I mean, one of the things too is like, hey, look at who's played in the movies. Who's played Jor-El? Hey, guess what? There's been some notable actors. We had. That's a great. We started off with Marlon Brando. Okay, and then we got Russell Crowe. Okay, and now we're gonna get Bradley Cooper, which is crazy. The asshole from fucking Wedding Crashers.
The only non-Academy Award winner to play the role, by the way.
But he's got nominated.
And that's not a knock against him, but I just realized
how many times he tried.
It's not a knock, but it's funny. That's like the narrative around him, that he always gets pissed at these awards, like because every year it starts with, oh, Bradley Cooper's the front runner, he's winning it, and then as the season goes on, he doesn't win. Like remember last year, every time Killian won, there's always these. And I don't think he actually is mad, but it is funny when you put it like that. But no, I'm the same as William. I don't really care about the whole Scooper thing. If you don't want this, like you were in this bubble, if you're checking Twitter every day, you follow Scooper accounts, it's going to happen. The only way you can do it is stay off of social media. And if you don't like that, then that's your only cause you can do. You have to, because I guarantee you, if let's say they don't announce it's not a trailer, when I go talk to my dad and he sees Superman, he's not going to know Bradley Cooper was in it because he's not following this stuff. So for the GA, that'll be cool. A nice little cameo from Bradley Cooper. But for us, it's like, it doesn't matter who was in here. It doesn't matter if Marlon Brando got resurrected and came back from the dead. Like, it's not going to make the movie great or bad. Like, Gunn's worked with him before. I like Bradley Cooper. Sure, that makes like a perfect sense. I don't get mad at like, oh my God, the Scooper went out. It's like, I guess I got other things I got to get mad about in life.
Literally bills. Bills
and
expenses.
Between that and the cast of Endgame reveal this week of people getting so mad, I'm like, I don't get it, guys. Like, this is where that is the literal. Like, you got to go and touch some grass. Like, you're too deep into it now. If you're getting mad about Scooper madness or the Scooper, like I don't really care.
You're telling on yourself. You're proving that nothing will ever satisfy you.
Yeah,
nothing.
No, I said that too. Where it's like, hey, welcome to 2025 when it comes to this. I mean, no matter what. I mean, especially if you're doing a lot of test screenings, which they are. And that's that you could put the blame also on the studio because they're doing a lot of test screenings because they're, there's a lot riding on Superman. So guess what? Not everybody's going to keep their mouth shut. And there's going to be these scoopers, these sleazy guys that are going to be like, hey, what's happening here? So that's just what's
that's going to be in the next trailer. There's no, I mean, that's not even something that you're trying to hide.
It should be.
And as far as like
everybody all part of Superman. I mean, obviously, like when you go back to 78, I mean, I don't know I wasn't alive when those trailers came out, but Marlon Brando was a heavy thing that was like
he got top billing, didn't he?
He got top billing. Because
and when it came to Man of Steel, he was the Russell Crowe was front and center.
Marlon Brando actually has a voiceover in one of the earlier trailers. He's clearly there in the movie.
Well, because remember, Mario Puzo wrote the original draft of the script, and it was right after The Godfather kicked ass and took names. I mean, that was back to Travis. That was actually one of my
that was one of my trivia questions for that first trivia that I hosted. I was like, these two people have a connection. Can you make the connection here? And so, and then you go to the TV side of JOR-EL, and it's, they ain't slacking there either. David Warner has played JOR-EL, and Angus McFadden was JOR-EL, and Superman. Terrence Stamp in Smallville, which was so cool that Zod became JOR-EL.
Neil
before JOR-EL.
You even had Shooter McGavin voicing him in
when it comes to the movies. I mean,
Yeah, Shooter McGavin. Yeah. Christopher McDonald in the animated series. So it's some good. There's been some solid. There's been, JOR-EL is just a solid character to cast.
And it's not a big role. It's a significant role, but it's not a huge role. That's what's so funny too about this is like, it's not like JOR-EL is going to be like all throughout. He's probably going to pop up maybe once or twice through this. So, obviously, Jesus Christ.
He's going to be a hologram in the Fortress of Solitude.
Yes, exactly. And like Bradley Cooper randomly showed up in the Dungeons and Dragons fucking movie.
And it was fun. And it was
so great.
Fun.
It was so great. So I'm like, Bradley Cooper's at a point, and when people are throwing shit at Bradley Cooper, I'm like, all right, this man has tried to get that Oscar. Of course, like they said, the running joke. But not only has he been nominated for actor, but he's also been nominated for director. So he makes
good movies.
He makes great movies. And then, not to mention, he co-owns a Philly cheesesteak restaurant, a shop where he literally puts on the apron and makes the sandwiches and serves them to people. He doesn't need to do that, but he does it. And that's just, to me, I'm just going, look at this guy. This guy does not need to do this, but he loves his community so much and he loves his product so much that he gets back there, puts the apron on, gets into the grease, gets into the shit.
And this is so funny to me when I think about the first thing I ever saw Bradley Cooper in. He was Jennifer Garner's best friend in Alias.
Yep.
Oh, that's right. He was in that. I forgot about
that show. That show was epic, man.
Yes, it was.
That show, the Rimbaldi, the whole thing about that way the way they kind of ended it was kind of weird, but the way it was built up, because that show came on right after September 11th, so everybody was like looking for spy intrigue, and that's where Jennifer Garner, got her big start. It was Dude, Where's My Car, which is the only good thing to come out of Dude, Where's My Car was Jennifer Garner's career. So she was in that, and that's where she got a lot of roles from that. But yeah, that show, I thought that show was going to get canceled every year. So it was like Highlander. I thought, you know what, I'm going to watch this until they cancel it. And it lasted 6-7 seasons, man. I was very happy with that show.
Alias lasted 5.
Did it only last 5?
It lasted 5.
Okay.
Highlander lasted 6.
Oh, and they like I tell on our show, they tried to cancel that show. They put that show in LA where I was growing up. They put that show on 11:30 at night on a Sunday. They would move it everywhere, and then finally they're like, we can't cancel this show. People were watching it no matter where we put it. So then they finally started adding other stuff to it. But that had like Roger Daltrey was in that show.
Yes,
the guy from Finding Cannibals was in that show. I loved that show. And then they made those awful movies and Mario Van Peebles and all. I'm like, oh my goodness, Highlander is Highlander 1, and then the show, and then there is nothing else until they do this new thing.
Yeah, for sure. But Chris, I know you got to go. You got plenty of things, dad duties tomorrow.
Yeah, dad duties. So need a little sleep at that point.
Yeah, I need to take off myself in a second here.
I know. I was like, hey, I know, Brad, you got to take off too. We'll sign you guys off right there. But of course, thank you, Chris, for joining in. Go ahead and promote whatever, and send me the link to that shirt.
I will do right now.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you all. As always, a pleasure. And you can follow me on all the socials at Chris Balga, and check me out every Thursday night at 9:10 Eastern Standard Time, the Geekverse Podcast YouTube channel for Marvel Alliance. This week we covered both the 2 drops of Daredevil and then
long
breaking
episode
down
I had
all
to edit
the.
there last night.
What's that?
It's a long episode I had to edit last night.
It was not a long episode. We've done longer.
I was actually surprised it was under 2 hours with the Daredevil review and the Avengers cast.
90 minutes. We kept it tight.
When I saw the ad times, I was like, okay, I can manage that. I can do that.
So we covered that, the castings, and then, as always, check me out on the Brave and the Boys channel every Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the OPB Buyer's Guide.
There you go. All right, thanks, Chris.
See you, Chris.
Peace out, everyone.
Bye, Chris.
Later.
And Brad, you want to sign off too?
Yes.
Who cares? Skip them. No, sorry.
Well, you guys can find me the usual social medias of Facebook, Twitter, /X, whatever the hell we're calling it now, Blue Sky, and I'm trying to use my Instagram a lot more these days, and also Vero. You can find my my writing on my work on my number of outlets like comicbook.com, Kung Fu Kingdom, and Fortress of Solitude. And you can find me also co-hosting the Sci-Fi Center Live with this jackass and the Army.
Yeah, were you still what I'm saying? And then you put it into an article, which, hey, that's all right.
Yeah, we have a running joke with that. Another running joke of it. There's a lot of running jokes on the show with that, and William thinks the only movie I've seen other than superhero stuff is The Raid. but
yeah, you're the
mystery
guy.
You got Havoc out next month. You should be excited.
Yeah, I'm on that one. Trust me. And of course, tomorrow also we'll be doing a 9-year anniversary watch party of Batman v Superman. This will also be a charity stream. So if you can, anybody, please consider donating to our AFSP drive. We're trying to hit the 20,000 mark, and also
give us the 3,800. Come on, damn it! Somebody's got a deep pipe.
And Dave, I saw you actually when we did our Zack Snyder's Justice League anniversary watch party the other night. I saw you did retweet that, and that I do want to thank you for that because that did we had quite a turnout for that
tomorrow too. Yeah,
awesome, man. But always great to be on here, man.
Yeah, always great to have you, Brad. Take it easy.
Take us.
Bye. All right, take it easy. And I think, one of the last things we can actually talk about is this Avengers Doomsday casting announcement, how they did that.
I slept through it, dude. I did not realize that was going to be a 5. I woke up to the finished product, and I'm like, I'm so happy I did. After that Fantastic Four mess where I was up at 4 a.m., I was already up. But all these people that set their alarms up, and I've been to Redstone Arsenal. I don't ever need to see that place again. So I didn't need to sit and watch an hour of footage of Redstone Arsenal's missile base and technology, and then they show the trailer. So I'm glad I slept through it this time.
No. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with what your perspective on that.
Yeah. Did you do the 5 hour?
Okay, so this is what it is. So from my perspective, this is what was kind of fun about it, because at first I was going, I kept hearing about people on my Twitter feed were like, hey, something's happening in 30 minutes when it comes to Marvel. I'm like, is this really going to be a thing? And it was 8:00, Pacific time. And obviously all of a sudden the Marvel Studios posted their live stream. And I went, oh, okay, cool. I was like, all right, click on it. And then of course the first chair said Chris Hemsworth. And I was like, okay, so is Chris Hemsworth going to show up? Is he going to sit in there? And then of course nothing happened for about 12 minutes or whatever. And then all of a sudden they move it over and it's like, oh, Vanessa Kirby. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And, of course, a lot of people were going, this is dumb. This is stupid. But then, I think after the 4th name, I went, all right, they're going to drag this on. And this is brilliant. I thought it was brilliant. My perspective, because I was here, I was working, I was editing, I was doing things. And I had it on in the background. So anytime the music would swell up with some different music, it was kind of exciting. And then I was going, what is that? Oh, I think it's, and then I would try to guess. So I thought it was actually pretty brilliant. I was actually had it on the background. So from my perspective, I thought it was actually pretty brilliant. It was unique. It was something different. 5.5 hours. It got millions and millions and millions. Twitter alone had 12, 13 million views. God knows what YouTube was. God knows what the other ones were. I think it was, they nailed it. I think they nailed it when it came to marketing, when it came to doing that, in my opinion.
Hey, they know how to do it, man. I didn't realize it was going to be like that when I woke up.
I didn't either. Nobody.
I woke up to it. I'm like, because I woke up to it. I just hit play, and then I watched all the chairs and zoomed through all the chairs, and then Robert Downey.
Yeah.
I didn't know they were doing it this way.
Down to 1 minute and 40 minutes.
Yeah.
1 minute and 40 seconds. Yeah.
No, I'm the same as Dave. I work from home, and that's where I just had on the background where I had another thing on as well. And for me, one, like business-wise, I thought it was smart because, one, everyone talks about, man, these Avengers films, they're going to have no hype. The MCU hype's dead. And then they do something to get the hype, and people go, well, I don't like how they do this type of hype. Well, it's like, but it's getting people talking. And for me, I just had fun because with our Geekverse Discord, it was fun to be in there with our listeners to talk about who's next. We're dropping memes. We're having conversations about, what does this mean? Like, when you get Channing Tatum, is he by himself or is he going to be like with the original X-Men? They'll say that's their Gambit. Like, I had a great time. It reminds me, if anyone's a video game player, of, it's not the exact same, but how they lots of times reveal Smash Bros characters and they give them a cinematic. Not the exact same, but I had a great time with our listeners because we just were, other people were watching, and the good thing is you could just like tune out, and that's the thing that's so dumb. Everyone that was complaining about it, they're on Twitter. Every time the name would drop, every person is trying to get the clicks and the likes. So the name's out there right away. So it's not like you're going to miss anything. You could just turn the stream off if you don't like it, check back in a few hours later, and then everything's there, right? So, and I thought it was smart because there's going to be some people, like when they revealed Namor, kind of completely forgot about Namor. So he's going to get talked about for 12 minutes, some theory crafting, where if you just drop a whole, here's our 26 names, no one's talking about Namor. Like, oh yeah, he's there, but it's just going to be X-Men related. So I thought it was really smart, and I thought it was a fun idea to do it. There's not any major surprises here, but I also think it's
I thought Alan Cumming was like the biggest surprise.
Rebecca Romaine to me is like, wow, she's coming back.
They're all of them, all the Fox people. This is a big goodbye. There's not. They're going to have everybody in there.
The third goodbye.
I think this is a goodbye to even the OG MCU. Also.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool because you know what? Not every character that you followed all this time gets the final really cool, classy ending, and then you're getting it with a lot of these characters. A lot of these characters that have been around since 2000. As a goodbye to this universe and a hello to the sacred timeline. I think it's kind of cool. So I don't think there's any Fox character or any of these characters that have ever created. I think at some point in time you're going to see them at a different degree. They might only take up a minute on the screen or maybe 30 seconds, but they'll be there. So I would expect everybody, a whole bunch more chairs.
No. There's going to be more. I mean, they already alluded to that, but again, it was exciting. And then of course, when they were announcing the OG X-Men cast, obviously James Marsden, Alan Cumming that was like I said, that was like probably the most random one. I was like, oh shit, we're going to get Nightcrawler back. Sweet. And then I was like, all right,
makeup now too. That's why he's coming back. Because he hated that makeup, but Kelsey Grammer.
We don't know that for sure.
Oh yeah, Kelsey Grammer.
But I'm just assuming because Kelsey doesn't do the makeup anymore. I just feel like they're gonna put a couple dots.
They're probably gonna do CGI,
and there you go. He's instead of sitting in the chair.
You're blue again. Yeah.
But then maybe they won't. Maybe
I hope not. I love. People might hate the take. I like the way Kelsey Grammer looks in X3 more than the CGI thing we got at the Marvels. For me, like I know he looks more like comic accurate Beast, but I like that I can see the actor actually emote a little bit in X3 where in the Marvels,
you never know. They might just be like, hey, people like practical. We'll pay you a little bit more. I don't know. And especially when it came to Nightcrawler. I mean, like the designs on his face, like
the tattoos of the sacred angelic symbols.
Exactly. So they might. I mean, you never know. But of course, James Marsden coming back, and and then of course, I was sitting there going, okay, Famke Janssen, Halle Berry, and they didn't announce, and it was like, what? But they're coming back.
You got to save someone.
You got Secret Wars too. So
yeah, I was talking to Phil about this, and I think what's going to happen is like it's going to be them, but it's also not going to be them, because I was saying with Deadpool Wolverine, if you wanted to give a good thing, you show that universe what it was supposed to look like and supposed to be like, with what the fans really wanted it to be, and then you close that portal and they get their swan song. They get that. But with Doomsday, with Incursions one, anyway, point being is that we're going to, the same way we got a different Wolverine in Deadpool Wolverine, we're probably going to get similar stuff with, we're going to get a comic accurate Cyclops. Like, he's going to have the visor. He's going to not have black leather. He's going to be in a blue
yellow
armor.
Maybe the yellow belt from the Jim Lee days.
Yeah, depending on how cheesy or how ridiculous they want to go with it. But, for the most part, I'm assuming they want to make it look nice and grounded and, presentable. And the same thing, Storm could literally show up in a giant, white suit with even the I don't know what you call them, but like the raffles in the back that give her the flight or something like that. So it could be that. But they very well could be the original Foxmen, as I call them, like from that time, or they could, or it could be an alternate reality where it's more closer to what again, the same thing with like the Illuminati timeline, but it's the Xavier's in the fucking yellow wheelchair, hovering. It's like just like the comics and or the 90s TV show. So yeah, I don't know what the plan is going into Secret Wars, because that's going to probably even have more characters. So there's probably some that are going to get killed off in Doomsday. I really hope they don't just have Cyclops and everyone show up one more time for like 5 seconds and they get killed by an incursion that comes by and knocks all of them out or something.
I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it's going to be that. I think like there's like the theory that's out there is the fact that Dr. Doom is, he's manipulating timelines and he's pinning the X-Men against the Avengers kind of thing.
Well, that would be the Hickman Secret Wars event.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what because there's 2 Secret Wars events. There's the one from the 80s, and then there's the Hickman run, and everyone's basically pretty gosh darn certain that with all of the ideas of incursions and the multiverse, that it's going to be the Hickman run, that they're really doing it. But that's where you get sort of a godlike Doom in the center of it, and people fight to basically decide. It's like, let them fight, and then 2 universes fight each other, and then one of them loses, and then poof, that universe is gone. So that's how you can set up an X-Men versus Avengers, because they're each fighting for the existence of their universe and their reality. So
right. And how pissed are they going to be at Deadpool, who saved that universe in the first place, possibly too. So there's a lot of interesting things they can definitely do. But no, the fact that they've got us talking literally from just chairs being presented in a black background, I think says a lot. So they're doing their job.
Real quick, just to kind of touch on the Bradley Cooper thing, because it kind of ties into what I'm going to get at.
Okay.
Number one, laughed my ass off when that was revealed, because in by way, you have people going, oh, well, this scooper, they've got credibility, You can't be mad when they reveal something you didn't want to reveal, when you give them so much fucking credit to begin with.
Yeah.
Number one.
You make them relevant.
Yes. And then when it comes to this, I remember seeing people saying, oh, well, so-and-so said that there's going to be like 40 or 50 names, so everyone buckle up. Ha, ha, ha. And I was like, yeah, they're not doing that.
That would have been ridiculous if it was that many names. As soon as you saw the gap between each name, which was about 12 minutes,
12,
I guess. 12, like 15. It was like, no. Like I remember seeing the tweet too. We're like, oh yeah, apparently they're announcing 50 names. I'm like, no, that's gonna last all day. I don't think they can go that far. And then as soon as they got to the last name, and then all of a sudden you got the door open. What was kind of funny? When you saw like in the blurry distance where like the door was opening, I thought it was actually going to be Sam Jackson. And I was like, oh, they're going to do Nick Fury.
Kind of fitting a little bit, right?
Walk in, but then all of a sudden I saw the silhouette and I saw the strut. I'm like, oh, it's Robert Downey. Oh,
well, it's been fitting in the way of like the first time we heard the word Avengers was from him in the MCU, right?
Exactly.
With the last name being Pedro Pascal, no, it would have been someone related to Doom. It would have either been him or Robert Downey, and it was Robert Downey. But when someone had told me, oh yeah, the Rat said, and I was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck what they said. They're wrong. Sure enough, they were wrong. And it was funny to me because like when I'd seen the names, the one that got me by surprise was, I would probably say, Alan Cumming. That one was the one.
That was mine. Like,
okay. Tom Hiddleston was a fun one, but I think I'm kind of in sync with William.
He has to be there. He has to be there.
He's holding the multiverse together right now.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And what is Doom going to do? What is Doom's ultimate plan? He's going to consolidate everything into one universe, and who is holding the multiverse together? Loki.
what was funny is like when it came to Tom Hiddleston, that was like one of the only scores when the music was well up. That was one of the only scores I actually recognized, and that kind of tells you something about the MCU scores, how they're not,
that they suck,
that they're not that great sometimes. I reckon, but you know what's sad? Just coming fresh off of Brave New World, when I heard, I thought it was like, that sounds like Brave New World. This was after they already announced Anthony Mackie. I was like, oh, it's gonna be the Falcon dude, right? And so I guessed Tom Hiddleston, and I guessed whatever that the guy's name
Danny
is.
Ramirez.
Danny Ramirez.
Yeah.
That was the only two that I actually guessed by the scores. Because on two totally distinct reasons, because it was just like, hey, I loved Loki so much, and I was like, oh, I know that Tom Hiddleston's back, baby. Sure enough. And then when I heard that, I was like, oh, that sounds like Brave New World, because that's fresh in my brain a little bit. It's got to be, there it is. But then everybody else, I was like, I didn't guess. I was not. I was not doing good. I was like waiting for Halle Berry. I was like, come on, where's the Queen? We need the Queen. Come on.
There was an X-Men theme riff that came in. I think
she'll be back, of course.
Yeah. Halle Berry will come back.
Anna Paquin, I don't think though. I think she's.
You don't think Anna Paquin?
No, I think only because I remember reading like she got diagnosed with something like sickly. Like I think she's dealing with something.
Not been in.
Yeah, I don't think it, and it sucks too because now we have a Gambit, we don't have a Rogue. So I don't know. We don't know.
Her Rogue though was always more attached to that universe's Bobby though, or Iceman. So I mean,
very true.
That probably.
And then you got to wonder if he's going to be back.
Sean Ashmore.
I mean,
yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's not Pyro, so
I mean, they brought back Pyro. Yeah, they brought back Pyro and Deadpool and Wolverine. So, but then at the same time, a lot of people are going like, "Oh, we're gonna see a chair that says Chris Evans," and of course, that didn't happen. And it was like, okay, yeah, but I mean, I would not. Chris Evans is definitely going to be coming back in some form.
Yeah, plus you realize you got another movie. You have a second part to this with Secret Wars.
Yeah.
So
you
now
got another movie. You got Comic-Con, and I'm sure they still just actually want to save some surprises. They don't want to reveal like every single person.
No,
that's
but I thought they did a great job of like, hey, which cast members can we reveal in this way? And again, it was just something unique and different. I was with people going, what the fuck is this? But then after like the fourth name, I went, okay, this is brilliant. And then of course, the most unique announcement was when they brought out a little tiny chair for Paul Rudd. It's like, that was cool. I was like, they brought out a little tiny chair for Ant-Man. And I'm like, there you go. That's kind of cool.
Hey, back to Death of a Unicorn. Did anyone see the snippet of Paul Rudd having to explain the Ant-Man Thanos theory to Jenna Ortega?
Thanos,
oh yeah, she had no idea.
She
had no idea what the fuck he was
the purple guy.
Yeah.
Don't forget, she's in the MCU. She's already been in.
Oh, by the way, weird thing happened to me tonight. Lights went down. I'm ready for the AMC thing, Nicole Kidman trailers. Dude, at 10 o'clock, the movie just started.
Oh, nice!
Ooh,
wow, yeah,
it's a bonus.
I mean,
a lot of complaints to theaters about that.
That happened to me with what was the last movie I saw? I can't remember, but with my dad, I can't remember the one 2 weeks ago. But yeah, there was no trailer.
Black Bag,
yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, it was so weird because I didn't get the 10th. I didn't get the stupid Coke commercial. I didn't get Nicole Kidman. I didn't get any trailers. It was just the movie started. I was like, oh sweet,
wow.
I was like, I'm glad I didn't use my normal 20-minute grace period. I'm glad I was actually seated when the movie started. I wasn't complaining.
You know what sucks about the Harkins theater that I go to? About 20 minutes away or 25 minutes away that I always go to when my dad comes down the hill and everything. They literally have 3 openings for Harkins. I'm going, okay, you guys keep on coming up with a new opening, but you don't get rid of the old openings. Why do I have to watch 3 Harkins openings before we get to the movie? It's so fucking ridiculous. They literally have 3. They have the original one, which is last, which is that was the one that because ever since I've been going to the Harkins. That's the one I've been seeing every now and then. Then they added another one which has this like cool little. It's a cool little like cartoon of like, hey, it shows popcorn trucks and it's like Jurassic Park and it's got flying things and they're showing all the condiments and everything. Cool. But then they added another one where they're like, hey, welcome to Harkins Theater. Here's a little heart. Be sure to, silence your phones and do all this. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then we're going to have another one where you want us to buy soda and popcorn. And then we're going to have another one to just be like, hey, we're at Harkins. Yes, we know we're at Harkins. We get it. It's like, God damn, it's so frustrating. I'm like, I remember not even a while ago, one of my friends who like showed up with me, I'm like, here's the first one. She was like, what? I'm like, we're going to get 3 Harkins intros before we get to the movie. And then when we get to the movie, guess what's going to happen? We're going to get logos for about 4 production companies. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. It's like that Family Guy made fun of that.
Yeah, if it was like a running skit, like the 4th Harkins reel would like have your family be hostage and be like, if you try to leave the theater, they will die. Like something it's running in that tandem. Yeah, no, I remember the Family Guy skit about like the movie had to be done by like 50 production companies, so but it's all of them having the logo, the moving logo, so you think it's the movie and it's just the logo starting the movie or something. It gets old fast. So
it does. But then, but again, I understand. Like, I don't mind it. Like when because that is the joke. And like I said, Family Guy made the joke of when you watch a movie, they have 4 productions that show their logos before it. I get it because, obviously you need to fund these movies. And if you have multiple people just like throwing a little bit of money into it, that helps because then you can make a good product where you get like, oh yeah, this movie was made, for $15 million and then opening weekend it makes $16 million. So we're already on track to make a profit, and these production companies are going to make their money back and they're going to, they're going to make a profit. So I get it. And I totally understand, but it is kind of funny when you see 4 logos before, but they're, as long as you make a snazzy logo, I'm okay with it. But I do love
snazzy logos get my attention, and I remember them because I always know Scott Free. Whenever I watch
that's always great.
The bird, yeah,
the bird, yeah. I always know that one. I miss TSG always does the Odysseus shooting
the
arrow,
with the fucking arrow going.
That's that's Odysseus. So that's the story there. I miss Orion films. I always love them.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't they revive Orion? And then they brought that back for a bit. I don't remember. I don't know what they.
No, I think Orion's just gone for me because Orion was always RoboCop. That's always what I remember. Yeah. That New Line Cinema would always be like the Ninja Turtle movies. With the film.
Yep.
Oh,
That.
Yep.
So
my favorite, because I saw Hook so many times, was the original TriStar opening where it had the up music and the horse be running towards the logo.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think even Family Guy made fun of that too, and it was Joe running towards the screen, and it was like with the wheelchair instead of the horse.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I mean, but it's part of it, and I don't care. Like, I get it. Like, I totally understand it, but I get also making fun of it too, because it's like, yeah, you'll get like that many logos, but at the same time, it's like it's part of the business, especially with the smaller movies. I mean, obviously, the bigger movies, you're only going to get like 1 or 2 logos. The big logos, you're going to get, when we go see Superman, you're going to go to Warner Brothers and you're going to get DC Studios, and that's pretty much it. When you go to Marvel is just going to be the Marvel logo. But right. I don't know. Like, I mean, that's just part of the movie business right now, and that's where it's at. And, I just hope these small movies just continue to kill it. Like, I really hope that A Working Man is the top movie. I saw Snow White. I know none of you guys did.
Nope.
I did it for you guys. Hey, yeah. I was the one. I had to do it. And I did it.
Disney Plus.
Yes.
You,
and by all means, you might enjoy it.
I mean, Dave,
nothing wrong with that.
you definitely love the movie though, right? Because I could
of
tell
course.
from your review that
Rachel
you were so
Zegler
pleased
and me
with
are
it.
besties. What are you talking about? You know, Jesus Christ.
Hey, by the way, guys, doing a public service announcement here because I always follow Arrow Films and Arrow Video whenever they do the new releases.
Love those guys.
Well, they just announced their June releases today. So a lot of UK exclusive titles, but for the US, the two big ones they did today, Dark City and Swordfish.
Yes.
Nice.
Two
Wait.
So the Dark movies.
So Dark City, does it have both versions?
Both versions, both of them mastered in 4K.
Yes.
Good.
I mean, I've actually only seen the director's cut of Dark City because it was one of those that I waited long enough that the director's cut had come out, and so I just went, and that's the one I'm watching. And but
Dark City is one of those just those gems that
you want to go into that movie not knowing a damn thing about it. You just want to.
If you go into that fresh, you're gonna watch like halfway through. You're gonna be like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And then once you finally realize what is going on, you go, "Oh shit, that's cool." If you're a sci-fi fan, and my God, I love that movie, and you got Jennifer Connelly in it. Come on,
Jennifer Connelly and Kiefer Sutherland in a very different kind of role for him.
Oh, he's like this crazy fucking, and yeah,
he's like the evil German doctor scientist kind of thing. It's such a great movie. I was very glad to hear that it's getting a 4K remaster. It's getting the limited edition treatment that Arrow does, which I will get that. But but Paul, to your point, yes, a theatrical and director's cut, both in 4K, both included in the box set. And then it was so funny. I don't know why. I think with all this talk about original X-Men, I just think about the fact because you get Swordfish that has Hugh Jackman, and all I remember John Travolta, Halle Berry, and the only things I remember about Swordfish was Hugh Jackman getting a blowjob while trying to to hack. And then the news story was how much Halle Berry got paid to flash her boobs for like 2 seconds. Like
it was so random too.
It's so random and it's so short that you think, hey girl, you got the money out of it, so good for you.
That movie, that's the definition of a sexy movie. Because you got just, even John Travolta, just the way, obviously he's wearing a wig. We know that, John Travolta finally leaned into the fact that he was balding. But, the fact that he's got that slick back hair, he's just kind of stylish and everything. You got Hugh Jackman, who's like the hacker guy. He's got like the messy hair, but he's still fucking, he's Hugh Jackman. Then you got Halle Berry. And then, that scene where she's literally just like holding up something and then she just drops it down.
Well, it's a reflector because she's sunbathing.
Yeah. And then you just see her, I remember watching that movie in the theater, and it was one of my brother's like best friends I was sitting next to. And he looked at me, he's like, she actually did topless scene? And I'm like, fucking just enjoy it, dude. I mean, like, he was like so surprised because it was like Halle Berry just did it. And then, of course, Monsters Ball comes out, years later, and was just like, holy shit. She just did a full on pounding like softcore, not even softcore, it was borderline hardcore, but at the same time it was just like one of those things like Halle Berry topless, holy shit. But the opening scene in Swordfish, which they capitalize on the bullet time technology, that I remember. I mean, I don't want to be stereotypical here, but I'm gonna do that. I mean, there was a group of black people behind me that were like, yes. I mean, you know how that is, we were all having fun when it came to that. That's how you open a scene. It was like one of those things, man. I'm just saying, William, it was like, they were very vocal and I loved it. We all loved it. We were like going, yes, everybody cheered with that opening, like bullet time scene. And there was like, somebody yelled out behind me, that's how you shoot a fucking action scene right there. I was like, and it was kind of like an interesting experience because it wasn't a fucking superhero movie. This is back in the early 2000s. And we were all just having fun. There was just like a lot of just talking and just like, what the fuck? This, that, and this. Holy shit. Especially
I saw that in the movie itself. It was definitely an interactive experience when you would see movies.
Like that opening scene when the bomb goes off.
And all the pieces, all the bombs.
And the bomb just goes off and it does that bullet time thing. And it just like goes through and everything's, and then you see it, and then like I said, there was just a group behind
the shrapnel going through people was kind of cool.
And there's and like I said, there's one dude behind us just went, "That's how you shoot a scene," and we just all just went like, "Hell yeah, man, that was great!" It was just, it's just one of those things where it's like, but it wasn't that was before all the madness that are happening right now, man. It's just crazy. I didn't mean to get racial on you guys. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. People, we don't cheer at the movie theaters. We don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, white people just kind of sit still and go, quietly. That's why, dude. You get a group. You get like, man. That was so great about it. Same thing happened with Blade Trinity. We're just like, you had a group. It was just like, it just makes it fun. I'm just saying, when people are just like, I don't care. I mean, it's not to the point. I mean, I know like Scary Movie. I think it was Scary Movie. The first Scary Movie, they emphasized that whole stereotype. I think it was. Remember that?
It was. Yes, Regina.
Or what's his name? Where she was like kept yelling, and then of course she kept getting stabbed and everything.
She pulls out a camera and she's recording the movie and everything.
So they like emphasize that stereotype. But I'm just saying, I embrace that stereotype when it comes to certain things because you just have fun. Anytime that has ever happened, it's just been fun. And Swordfish was one of those times, man.
My big time that happened to me was Sex and the City, the movie. I shit you not. I remember that distinctly because Heather and I had just gone to one of our best friends' weddings, sweated our asses off at the reception because the air conditioning broke at the venue, and then when we finally left it, we just drove by the movie theater by the house we were living in at the time, and we saw Sex and the City, the movie, and we had a very interactive crowd experience.
Yes.
We went to go see that movie.
I'm telling you. I mean, I know it's a stereotype. It happens, but sometimes it is it makes the experience great. It does. It does, and that was in like talking about Swordfish. It was one of those experiences where, it was just, it was especially that opening sequence. I mean, we like literally high fives were happening. High fives. Like, cool. That's how you shoot a fucking action sequence. It was like, yeah, man, fuck yeah. It was just like one of those, like, because the way that they utilize that bullet time technology, and then of course they go back around. But Swordfish is just one of those movies because it was coming off the X-Men hype. John Travolta was kind of like simmering down, but then he kind of got reinvigorated because he just plays such a good bad guy in that movie. And then of course you have Hugh Jackman. Yeah.
Sorry. I missed your drop from Broken Arrow whenever you would.
Yeah, I have it still. Oh, I still have that. It's like from Broken Arrow. I mean, my God. I mean, that where's it at?
You have it play it. Yeah.
Travolta's I know,
great.
But I can't. Than
Travolta. I feel like I just randomly inserted something that maybe some people in the audience don't remember. Like, no, I remember this drop. I remember this drop distinctly.
Why can't I find it? Oh, maybe I don't have it anymore.
Oh, that just makes me sad.
I thought I had it still. I thought I saw it earlier. What the hell? See, that's the thing is like, when it comes to StreamYard, the thing
you can only keep so many clips with StreamYard. That's the thing. We had to cycle through some of ours last month.
I could have swore I still had it though.
Fuck. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, I thought I still had. Oh, there it is. Fuck. There it is. One of the best uses of fuck right there. Yeah, just the way that he says it. So, because they're they're going after Christian Slater and they slam into like the Humvees into each other, and then like Christian Slater like kind of falls over, and then all of a sudden John Travolta just goes fuck.
Nice.
So good. It's just
so good. Gosh.
Broken Arrow is such a good movie.
John Woo, man. John, it's one of those John. I think you know what? I actually believe it was the first John Woo movie I ever saw.
Me too. I think so. I think so. And then I went back, so I watched Hard Boiled, and that's good with what's the fucking actor's name in Hard Boiled? God, wow, Asian dude.
Cheyenne Fat.
Yeah,
I think is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, something like And I remember watching that and just but Broken Arrows where he really broke through, and then of course Face Off after that, and then
Okay, so Face Off was after that. All right,
it was after Broken Arrow. Yes.
Okay.
Broken Arrow was like his first entry into like American cinema.
Okay.
And then of course Face Off right after that, and and then of course he got Mission Impossible
2. Yep.
Yeah. Mission Impossible 2, which I know like people go, fuck.
No, that's I'm one of those people. I mean, I've tried to rewatch that movie. I've rewatched that movie.
I love it so much.
I've rewatched that movie twice recently because I remember I did the full Mission
Dude, you
Impossible.
got Hans Zimmer doing the score.
I don't care.
Yeah, but then you got the Limp Bizkit version of the Mission Impossible theme.
Yes,
which
you
is
do.
Not great.
One, the whiplash from Brian De Palma,
Oh,
John Woo.
It's a total whiplash. 100%.
Oh God, the whiplash! But because I did a complete rewatch leading up to Fallout, and then I did a complete rewatch again because Heather hadn't seen all of them before we saw Dead Reckoning, and so it was like before 6 and before 7, I did those the mission should you choose to accept it, and I did the complete rewatches, and so but every time I'm just like maybe this time it'll just click with me, and every time I'm like nope, dog shit, nope, this is on the bottom of my list. Sorry. No,
it's funny. I had the same thing where I had to because we were gonna review the whole series for Dead Reckoning Part 1, but we're like, okay, actually we're gonna wait till Part 2. But I still rewatched them all, and then I rewatched number 2 like last month, and I've decided that like I don't hate number 2, but seeing it within 2 years of each other was too close for me. I was like, I need a longer stand than that, and I don't hate it, but I definitely have the bottom.
Redheaded stepchild of the entire franchise.
Well, because it's the sore thumb. It is so distinct.
Yes,
but it's almost too distinct. I don't know. And once again, because it is so John Woo. It is John Woo going woo.
Oh, fucking the wooism with the doves and the slow motion
is all the wooism. Which, by the way, Travis, I did appreciate you reaching out to ask me a Mission Impossible question. I was just like, oh, he understands me.
Well, yeah, because like I said, I was talking about those, Scott, because we were reviewing them, and I was gonna say like, okay. I love that movie until the ending, till they get on the train, because it's just like this feels like a completely different movie. But I'm like, did every original show end like that? And they felt like, oh, we need to do like a big stunt, and I guess not so really. And but no, I love the first one. But
because usually at the end of every episode, they would do the way every episode of the show would end was when they do the impossible, the impossible thing that they needed. Like the one my dad always remembers from watching the show was they were trying to get someone out of like a Soviet controlled area, and it was about getting through like the border patrol, and it was about basically having like this suitcase where they could like stretch it out to like that thing that you roll under your car with, and it was the idea that they would be able to roll under the under the border thing, and that was like the one my dad always remembers, because also in the show you had Leonard Nimoy, and he was like one of the original characters that was like the the masks. That was when the masks started, was with Leonard Nimoy on that show.
The one I saw was when they had to steal the gold, and they melted the gold and drained it through a small hole and remade it into the bricks so that they could steal it. Because they were somebody was using the gold to finance something, so they heated up the room or did something to where they melted the gold, and they had their own little brick things at the bottom, and they poured it into their brick things, cooled it, and then stole the gold.
Wow.
There's all kinds of stuff that show did, man.
Well, but as I was telling Travis, because the original mission, no pun intended, of the show was everything they did in the show had to be actual, like with current technology. They had to do things within the show that you could actually have done. Like nothing could be like made up, technology. The original concept of the show was anything we do on the show is something that could actually be done today.
Just practitioner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I mean, kudos to that first Mission Impossible movie for just being like, because one of the biggest things about Mission Impossible was "Good morning, Mr. Phelps," and then they decided to make Mr. Phelps the fucking villain, and they killed
that guy,
him
the first one. They killed Charlie. Emilio Estevez gets killed in that movie, man.
And the first that was also so cool. Is that the entire my team is dead. My team is dead.
Yeah.
Yes, because you killed the team.
Dead.
Like
They're dead.
dead.
Yeah, but it was just so
dead.
crazy. It was so crazy. We're just like, holy shit! Like, I think that's what really surprised people about that. It was like, oh yeah, we're gonna see some things when it comes to that. But then, I mean, it starts off with like a mission that goes well, where they do some things, and then of course it just starts off the way that the show started off was like, yeah, we got it, and then and you see the fucking the fuse get lit, dun 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 dun, and then of course they show like just random
scenes
clips
from the movie you're about to watch,
where you're going like, wait, what's that? What? Huh? But then all of a sudden, you get to the second mission and it just goes fucking, totally bad. And then you find out that, oh yeah, Mr. Phelps is like, he's like leading this whole thing and he's the fucking mole. He's this, and then they kill him off. And it's just kind of going like, oh shit. It was just so funny because I remember like when I first watched it, back in 96 or whatever the hell, I remember my mom, my dad, and I think even my uncle were like, oh yeah, Mr. Phelps was like a crucial member, and they fucking made him the bad guy and they killed him off.
They decapitated him. That's what
they
did.
They crushed him.
Didn't he get his head?
No, he blows up the helicopter.
He was in the helicopter. He was on.
Oh, that's right. Ethan got low, and I remember now.
Yeah.
So
Ethan uses the explosion to propel him.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of speed. I'm thinking of speed when Dennis Hopper's character gets lifted up and he takes his head up.
Well, I'm taller. Yeah. Well, speed is one of the. I'm just saying. I watched it probably 3 weeks ago. Rewatched it. That's one of the all-time best action movies ever. I'm just saying.
I need to
it's a perfect action movie.
It has been way too long since I've seen Speed.
Rewatch.
I know. I need to. It's one of those that I need to go
back. It's a perfect action movie. It's like literally perfect. Like when I was watching, I'm going. The bad guy's perfect. It's Dennis Hopper. They have a perfect score. Dun 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 dun. It's a perfect score. And then you got
remember that score.
I didn't either, actually, but
yeah.
I'll take your word. I should rewatch it.
I'm trying to paint a picture for you guys.
Yeah.
Then you got Keanu Reeves, who's just like the perfect lead man. He's got silly one-liners. You got people that are in a distressed.
We lose a big actor in the first act with
Jeff
the
first
Daniels.
Scene is just like it's so intense, and you got the sidekick guy, which is Jeff Daniels, and I don't know, just something very perfect about when I was watching. I'm like, this is a perfect action film. This is why this works. You got the love interest, you got the whole thing. Sandra Bullock is awesome. Everything is just firing on. Everything about that movie just fires off and. On all cylinders. There's just
and I love the math joke that if it's Speed, there must have been no director, but if there's a director for the movie, it should have been called Velocity.
Great. See?
Physics jokes.
I mean, I don't know. That's what's so great about that. It's just so great. Yeah, I don't know. That it's perfect 90s action right there. Everything
with Dennis Hopper as the bad guy. I mean, come on,
you can't get wrong with that. It just everything just firing off on that. But yeah, I think that's a good way to.
So much.
Yeah. What? Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
Cruise Control.
Dude, and they had Willem Dafoe as
the
villain,
fucking Dafoe. Yeah, they had it, but
which should have been perfect. Yeah. But then, of course, Keanu Reeves didn't want to do the second one, so they got Jason Patrick. Poor Jason Patrick. And it's I remember watching that when I was a kid, when it was like on HBO and stuff like that. And I was like, I can enjoy this, but yeah, it really is.
It's awful.
It's really bad.
They'll do 3 in the next few years. They'll get Keanu and Sandra back. Just you wait. It's gonna.
Well, they've been pushing for it.
They've been pushing. I feel like someone's gonna take a chance on it, and
they will. They'll do it.
What should have happened?
I'll be there.
It's gonna be.
What should have happened is
it's gonna be an Uber Deluxe. Sorry.
Speed 1 should have ended with the bus and the plane crash and all that. and then Speed 2 should have been the train, that are pretty much the ending of Speed 1, and have that be a whole movie, and then Speed 3 should have been the boat. But that's just my personal opinion. Anyway,
Paul, why aren't you running the Hollywood studios? I mean,
but at the same time, it's like you don't want it to be a one-off, because it's like you can't really do much more when it comes to that. You really can't. It's not Die Hard. It's not John McClane. I mean, Jack Traven, yeah, you would have to have him. I mean, because you know what's funny is like, I mean, how did they pitch Speed? It's Die Hard on a bus. That's what it was. I mean, that's a lot of action movies where it's Die Hard on a plane. It's Die Hard on a train. I mean, Under Siege 2 was essentially Die Hard on a train. You know, like when they decided to make Under Siege 2, the first one, which was on a boat, was fine. You know, it was good. You know, especially that, Erica Laniak.
The cake scene.
Erica Laniak. I mean, let's face it.
Under Siege 2 was some low. Dude, the weapon that they were supposed to use that was supposed to be the big enemy of the whole movie was some reshot footage of some burning warehouse and some little shitty satellite that was supposed to be the big. And I'm like, why did you even make this movie? What was Eric Bogosian? Was he that desperate? I mean, that movie was horrible, man.
It was bad. It was bad. But see, that's the thing. Like, one of the things about the 90s was anytime they made a sequel to these classic action movies, they always had to have that subtitle, like Speed 2, Cruise Control. And Under Siege 2, I forgot what the subtitle for that one was. There was something.
Oh, you gotta make me look that up, aren't
you?
Something world or something dumb.
I forgot what it was, but it was something. But they always had to have
Dark Territory. Was
Dark Territory? Under Siege 2, Dark
Territory.
Oh my god, that movie! I saw that in the movie theaters, and I still want my money back. And it's been years.
That's the thing. It's like you don't need to have a little subtitle. Just call it 2. Just have 2. Lethal Weapon. The Lethal Weapons were always Lethal Weapon, Lethal Weapon 2, Lethal Weapon 3, Lethal Weapon 4.
Those were good.
Or you go the Die Hard route where you don't put the number, you just have the other title. Like, it was Die Hard, Die Hard 2, even though it was Die Harder.
Yeah.
But then Die Hard 3
with
was
a
just
Vengeance.
Die Hard with a Vengeance. You just leave the number out and you just do the title.
Do one of the other.
We can go Leprechaun in the Hood. I mean, that was a hit.
Back to the Hood.
Well,
Don't forget.
John Wick uses the number system.
Yeah.
Thank God. I miss the number system.
And Phil, to your point, that's the one thing I enjoy the film, but that annoys me about Chapter 3 is that they
Parabellum. Yeah.
Parabellum. They put a subtitle in there, which they didn't do for Chapter 2, and then thankfully they dropped it when they did Chapter 4. And so that's the one thing about Chapter 3. It's like, why'd you do the subtitle? And then call it John Wick Chapter 3.
Ballerina has just a mouthful of a title. What is it, Ballerina, the world of John Wick?
Okay.
John Wick.
Now, for me, with Ballerina, I just call it Ballerina.
Yeah.
Right.
Because from the world of John Wick, it's just kind of a labeling. It's like Marvel Studio Presents, because that's what they've started putting on. They did it for the Continental series that was on Peacock. Yeah. They did it for Ballerina. It's just a moniker to let the audience know
it's John Wick.
It's John. It's in the world of. It's from the world of John Wick.
I know, but it's like it needs like a shorter title. It's like they should just be like John Wick presents Ballerina.
There you go.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I understand that. I think the problem with the presents,
it's still gonna do. I think it's gonna do.
I'm looking forward to Ballerina.
I'm totally. It looks really good.
So I'm.
If I can't get Atomic Blonde too, then I'll take this.
Right.
Yeah. I'm surprised that it didn't capitalize on that, but yeah, no, I think Ballerina is going to do fairly well. I mean, of course, they're selling it like crazy. Like, hey, Keanu Reeves is in this, and it was funny too, because I remember the first time when we went to the movies and I was with my brother and my dad, and they hadn't seen it yet. And when they showed Keanu Reeves, they were like, how the fuck is he alive? I'm like, it takes place between 3 and 4. It's like I had to tell him, I'm like, it's like not linear. He's
right, because you have to go back to the scene in Chapter 3 with Angelica Houston's character to introduce this concept. I mean, I'm looking forward to the film just because I think what the John Wick films did so well progressively through every movie was introduce and deepen more mythology in this world.
Yeah.
So that was the one thing that disappointed me so much about the Continental, was it just didn't feel like it belonged. It didn't play with the mythology very well. So I'm looking forward to Ballerina kind of being a, the mulligan here. Be like, okay, let's explore that. Like, what's up with the ballerinas? Like if you're not going to, because I'm one of the people that I want to go, I want John Wick to be dead. Like, it's like,
I agree. Don't bring him back.
Don't bring him back.
No.
Keanu Reeves, same thing. He's dead.
I want him dead. Chapter 4, when it ended that way, I was like, dude, they actually killed him. Good. Like, it was one of those things where you have the shock that he's actually dead, but then you get the moment of just stay dead, because this is awesome. But I like the idea of now do little spin-offs where you can explore the mythology that these movies set up, because there's so much you can go into, because the world was so fleshed out in those 4 movies. I
want to see a movie
sorry, go ahead.
With Kane. Kane?
Yeah,
Johnny Yen's character.
Yeah.
I want to see a movie with him. Bad motherfucker.
He's
and the end credit scene from Chapter 4 suggests that
I want her back as well too. She was fantastic.
Yes.
It's like, do spin-offs. I mean, even Keanu Reeves, like, now he's dead. But I know there was like a rumor that John Wick 5 is in development. But then I'm like going, is it really? I don't know. I'm not taking that with any kind of backing to it. But at the same time, what I like, and I know, Scott, you're very much looking forward to it, is Keanu Reeves. He's got a new franchise you can go to, and that's Berserker. Yeah. And I really hope that he does. It's like he did the John Wick thing. He did 4 movies. It was phenomenal. But this is something that he helped write and help create. And this is a comic book series that is based off of his look and everything like that. And I was telling my brother this, and I was like, hey, we might not get more John Wicks, like specifically him, but I hope that Keanu Reeves finds new life in his. It's like a passion project.
Because it's his creation. It was a 12-book limited series, and then it was the novel. Thank you, Phil, again. And then they've continued to do like little one-off, one-shots, explore the Berserker world, kind of, because there's all the millennia of backstory that you can tell before the 12-issue miniseries that came out. And then, I just got I snagged one of those Walmart exclusive McFarlane figures, So I'm excited, because Netflix is supposed to be, because Mattson Tomlin is involved in the writing of both the live action film, and they're doing an anime series for it. And cool. I'm like,
no, I think
this is something that I really hope does capitalize on this franchise material.
I really hope so too. Because, and then it's funny too, when I was telling my brother, and then I remember I was like walking away, I was about to walk back upstairs. He goes, what was that called again? I was like, it's called Berserker. And then I told him, if you're searching for it, leave out all the vowels.
Yep.
And he was like, huh? I'm like, trust me, just leave out all the vowels. That's how,
Yeah, it's gonna be. So for the GA searching that to get movie tickets, it's gonna be a little more of a pain when we get closer. So hopefully, but you guys said it's going to Netflix. Is that
it's Netflix?
If they market this,
yes, even on the thing,
if they market it, they should actually have that tagline. If you're looking up this, leave out all the vowels.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should have Keanu say that in his voice, and then
Oh, dude, that'd be perfect. Leave out all the vowels.
But keep him dead. John Wick's perfect. John Wick 4 is perfect, because what was great about it? Every time, usually when they do this, it's the final chapter, the final blah, blah, blah. There's so few times where we get a kind of surprise death or a surprise ending for that character. It wasn't made a big hullabaloo before. So when it actually happened, one, they're doing it. Two, it's like, wow, it's surprising, because each movie was making more and more. So you really, from a business standpoint, shouldn't kill him off now. But for the story, it was great. So I'm in the camp where, for me, if they ever do John Wick 5 and it's present day and he's back, that would actively hurt chapter 4 for me. It would bring it down some notches. I could see them maybe doing chapter 5 and do a prequel, like how Saw 10 is the 10th movie, but it is a prequel. I could see something like that if they're money hungry, but I hope not. So
Yeah, if they come up with a creative way to do something, sure, fine. But at the same time, yeah, that's a good point. Like when it came to Saw X or even Jigsaw, it was also kind of like that too. Or it's like,
yeah.
I mean, it's so funny because I mean, I don't know how many times I've said it. I'm like, man, they made 10 Saw movies, yet they killed Saw.
He killed him
in
in
the
3.
third movie.
Yeah.
They killed him in
third
3.
movie.
Yeah.
Somehow they carried it on, which you know, when it came to 4 to 8. It was a little rough. There was like, it was okay. Things were fine. They had ways to do it, sure. But then when it came to Jigsaw, it was like, oh, we got to bring him back. And I thought, oh, creative way to do it. And then when it came to Saw X, I was like, I knew exactly what they were doing. And then of course, when it came to Saw 11, that apparently got shelved.
Yeah.
I was kind of going like, and when the person, like one of the writers, like kind of like said, oh yeah, well, Saw 11 was going to be about, when you hate the corporate people or whatever the hell are bad people. John Kramer comes in. I'm like, I knew it because I didn't see Saw X in the theater, but when I saw it, when I watched it, I went, oh shit. Okay, so they did that thing again where it's not present day, obviously, because John Kramer's dead. But they turned him into a fucking hero for hire. And he saved this little girl. Oh, shit. They're turning him to a hero. This is like MCU shit. Oh, my God. I guarantee you if they continue this, he's going to be a hero for hire. And sure enough, when the writer or whatever said the synopsis, it was like, yeah, it was a hero for hire. I'm like, that's what they did. They turned John Kramer. And he wasn't like, some cold-blooded killer who was just trying to like, oh, I'm trying to help you, but I'm doing it in a fucked up way. He's just like, oh, people are going to hire him to go after bad people and put them in the puzzles. I was like, I knew exactly where they were headed for that. I don't think they should do it. I think that's going to just, I don't know. I don't like it.
I think that franchise, like as much as I love it, I always would be down to see Tobin Bell do it because he is older. So it's like he's always great. So sure, if he wants to go again, but I think that one's prime for, give it 5 years, they'll reboot it, new actor, new fresh coat of paint.
They're gonna have to.
Kind of like what they're doing in Final Destination right now, because I didn't even know, we looked this up on the podcast last night, that the last one came out in like 2011. I thought it was way sooner than that. So it's been a long time since, and I'm not a big fan of that franchise, but I kind of think that's what Saw will need in the future is give it a little bit, make people miss it, and then just redo the whole thing. So
when it comes to Final
I've missed it to 2006. He's been dead for 19 years. Tobin's been dead for 19 years.
Yeah.
He recorded a lot of tapes.
Been dead since 2006. Tobin Bell's still alive, but
I mean, I'm sorry, you know what I mean.
No, but when it comes to Final Destination Bloodlines, I actually I was like going, okay, what are they gonna do with this? But then when I saw the trailer and they were like, oh wait, this woman is like, oh yeah, this happened. I saw this and then I survived. Basically, I've been following this thing because you guys should not all be alive, so death is now. I was like, okay, they came up with the concept of this woman did a premonition, saved herself and saved other people. So now the fact that she lived a life and had a family, so now death is coming for the family because they shouldn't exist. I went, all right, there you go. That's a concept. Cool. But then I'm wondering what else is it going to play? I mean, obviously we saw she had like a journal that showed like the other, like the first Final Destination, you see the plane. And then the second one, you see the fucking truck with the logs on it, which goddamn. Anytime
I haven't even seen a Final Destination movie, but I've seen the clip, and so anytime I get behind a logging truck,
anytime I see that on the road, I'm like, fuck.
Every time.
I think the third one might have been the best because it balanced out camp and the thrills and shit. And
with the roller coaster,
carnival.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that was the one with what's her name?
Mary Elizabeth Winstead.
Yes. And then they did the concept of like when she took the picture of people, like the picture predicted
foreshadowed
what was
their
happen
death.
to them.
Foreshadowed.
Yeah. The fourth one is dog shit. When I did a rewatch, I did a rewatch not too long ago. The fourth one was just terrible. They were just going with the 3D concept.
Oh yeah,
and it was
Saw
just
3D
so
was
bad.
awful too. There's so many movies in that era that like, oh, we can make a 3D one, but Saw 3D was awful. Saw 3D. No, what sucks about it too is because the conversion, they fucked up the blood. So when you watch it in 2D, majority of the blood is pink, and it's
It
frustrating.
looks
it's always even worse when a bad movie gets converted in 3D, because then that just makes it almost 10 times worse.
Yes,
like Avengers: Age of Ultron. That movie is fuck awful already, and it's even fucking worse in 3D. Holy shit! Oh my god. I can't believe I watched that garbage pile in 3D. Holy shit!
But then I love that, you know, when it came to the final destination, they put the in front of it, where the fifth one, and they creatively went like, hey, guess what? This is before the first one. Fooled you. You didn't know that, did you? And it was like, oh shit, this is a prequel. And they didn't let you know, because they kind of hid the fact that it was like, oh yeah, they're cell phones, but they're not the cell phones modern day. And it was like kind of cool that they did that, and it was like a full circle thing. It was like, and then all of a sudden, like the characters, you know, spoiler alert for anybody, I mean, it's been around for fucking a decade, over a decade. Yeah, but the fact that it's like all of a sudden, like, oh yeah, the main dude gets on the plane that is on the first one, and it was like, I remember seeing that and going, holy shit. Like that blew that blew my balls off. Like I was like, "Holy shit!" I was like,
right?"
Yes, I know. I just thought I'd say it like that, but yeah. So now with the concept of that, when it comes to Final Destination, I'm like, cool. I'll give it a shot. You know, rest in peace, Tony Todd showing back up in the movie. So.
Yeah, I don't know if it's his last role or not, but obviously it's one of his last roles. So
I think that is his last role.
Yeah, I thought that's what people are saying. It's his last time on screen. So yeah, it's worth for that. I've only watched one, and then I've seen bits and pieces of the other. I don't think I'll be seeing that. I think the only horror movie I'm seeing soon is Sinners, which I'm excited for.
Oh, Sinners!
We're
so
close,
good, man.
so I can't wait. So
that's I did that whole like, what are your 4 most anticipated movies of April, and Sinners is in that 4. I saw the latest trailer for that before I saw Mickey 17. That kind of gave a little bit more.
Yeah, I hate that trailer because it shows a few things I'm like, I wish I didn't see.
No, I agree. I kind of agree with you on that one, but at least it gives me a little bit more context to the like. It was meant to be a story trailer, but you're right. It's like, oh, there's some things in here I didn't want to see because now I know some things.
Yeah, but I trust Ryan
Coogler. The shot of like Michael B. Jordan with the
Tommy gun.
Oh, just
and he's just like, you know, the way that is, and it's like he's all fucking jacked, and it's just like, oh, it's just, I'm like, that's just a
dude,
because
he's ready to fight a predator looking in that shape.
Yeah, I know, man. Jesus Christ.
Well, also because, you know, as someone who's fired a Tommy gun before, that's what it's like.
Yeah,
holding
that recoil is something else, man.
Oh god, not that recoil, but that clunk, you know, that very mechanical sound of the like
I mean, that was
hear every round. I mean, you hear every round getting loaded into that thing.
Yeah, you can feel the chamber moving, and it actually affects your.
He's
how
doing
you hold it.
double duty, right? He's playing.
He's playing
yeah.
Because I think they're called Smoke and Stack.
I'm
not mistaken, something like that. Yeah, I think my favorite shot of that final trailer, and I agree, I think it revealed a little too much, but I will say, like, that final shot of one of Jordan's characters, he's just fucking repeatedly banging his head.
Oh yeah, that's not your brother.
Yeah. I was like, oh my god, that's fucking haunting. Oh, I love it.
But hey, I'd let Haley Steinfeld bite my neck. All right.
Hey, whoa. You know what? I'm with you, but just change out Haley Steinfeld with Florence Pugh.
Josh Allen, don't tackle me. Don't kill me. I know that's your fiance.
He'll tackle you, but he'll choke right before he gets you, though. That's the problem.
God damn it, dude. Jeez. Yeah. Not only are you like a fucking star quarterback making millions of dollars, you get Haley Steinfeld. How dare you, sir? Anyways, good for you. It's fine. You know. Let's go around.
Dave didn't sound bitter at all of these things. It's good for you. It's fine. You know?
He's not like, damn it. He is the living embodiment of that Jennifer Aniston gif of the. No, I'm not jealous at all.
Yeah, I'm not jealous at all. I'm happy for you guys. Yeah. You know, no, it's okay. I root for Josh Allen. He's been my fantasy football quarterback for like the last 3 years. So
not anymore.
You know, so I've but it just so happens he took my dream woman. Anyways, it's okay. It's okay. I forgive you. Just give me those fantasy football points next year. As long as you do that. All right, let's go around the horn.
We bought off, Dave. That's what this is all about.
Exactly. Oh man. So let's go around the horn and promote anything that we got to promote here. This has been fun. And, of course, thank you to Chris and thank you to Brad for joining the stream earlier. William, what do you got?
You can find me at the Sci-Fi Center. Just Google it. It'll lead you to everywhere I go. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific time, we are celebrating the 9th anniversary of PBS, trying to raise the remaining $3,800 we need to reach the $20,000 total. So even if you can't stay, if you can share the link, if you can come in and share the broadcast, that always helps. Half of the money we've made has come from people we've never even seen, have never been on the show, but got the link and they clicked it. So there you go.
There you go. Thank you. Phil.
Thanks as always. It's always a blast getting a chat with you guys. If anyone wants to follow me, Unfiltered.
You knew it was coming, Phil.
I did. You're right. I should know better by now. But everywhere except Twitter, Vero, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, YouTube as well. I do my show Friday Phil right before the Vodka stream at 4:00 Pacific Standard Time every Friday. I'm also on the Council Creators every Wednesday, Party Nation every Tuesday. I also do my own show, the Eternal Night Podcast, in which my buddy and I, Chainsaw Reacts, actually recently did an episode yesterday just talking about like the current state of where Batman is cinematically and what could or could not happen going forward. That's pretty much it. That's all I got.
I like it. Paul.
I like books.
Couch.
Anyway.
I like turtles.
I like books.
Yeah, thanks. Exactly. Yeah. No, you can find me at PMaking1988 on Instagram and Blue Sky. And you can find me at Paul Panhook on Vero. I just like reading pretty much, and that's all I really got going on right now. Well, other than trying to figure out life and renting and writing stuff. And yeah.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that. Appreciate it, man. And then, of course, Travel.
Yeah.
Making a triumphant return to the Vodka stream. Glad to have you back,
great.
man.
Yeah, I'll try to be on when I can be. Yeah, pretty much. Travel, whatever you want to call me. I'll take it. But Travis B. Snell, you can find everything I'm doing there. Obviously, next few months going to be busy. Once we hit May, there's just a bunch of, for that May to July slot, I'll be very busy with Geek First, just a bunch of just movies and shows, and it's going to be a good time. And then, we're gearing towards, I don't think we have a date yet, but sometime in August, we're going to be doing a full day stream because we're hitting our 10-year anniversary doing Geek First. So it's been almost a decade now.
Nice.
And I've had that almost amount of children in that amount of time, but no, I'm happy to be here. Yeah, I'm happy to be back here, and I'll try and be on as much as I can in the future. But yeah, I'm excited to be back here and talk with you guys. And I think we got a fun year of this is just the iceberg of things we're going to talk about in 2025. So
heck yeah, man.
Yeah.
I love it. All right. Well, thank you for returning, man. It was great. When I saw your message, I was like, fuck yeah, man.
The stars aligned tonight.
The stars aligned.
Some
We got
other
love
family.
it.
So I was like, okay, I got some time. So
firmly.
Yeah.
All right. And then we got Scott. Send us off.
Yeah, of course, you can find me on X at ScottDC27 and on Vero at Scott McCollin. Once again, if you've not been aware, I am off of Facebook and Instagram for Lent. And so, we'll check back after Easter, maybe. I don't know. But of course, make sure that you tune in to the Film Junkie YouTube channel on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. Central Time. I was always forgetting what time our show was, Dave. You gotta remember, it's 10 Central, it's 8 Pacific for a DC Fanimated stream, where this week we will be talking about episode 8 of season 3 of Superman the Animated Series, Superman's Pal. So be sure to watch the episode and join us back. I don't know. No clue. None whatsoever. But DC Fanimated will return. DC Fanimated will return after our my spring break. So, thank you everyone for letting me take the week off. And that's what's going on. Oh, and remember, you can also find me on Letterboxd as Scott DC27. Once again, you know the rule. If I really love something, that's when you have a review to read. So, look out for those. But I got Death of a Unicorn tonight, and I'll have A Working Man on Sunday.
There you go. Love it. Well, thank you guys for showing up. William, Bill, Paul, Travel, and of course, Scott, and then of course, Chris and Brad. Thank you guys. And we thank you guys for spending some time with us. It's been fun. We will talk to you guys later.